He hadn't turned the machine off when she'd interrupted him. He hadn't closed the document. Had he? She bit her lip, glanced toward the doorway. That meant whatever he'd been writing was still on the screen. And if she just happened to give the mouse a little shake, it would pop right up. And if she just happened to read what he'd written, what was the harm? Keeping an ear out for footsteps, she slid out of bed, tiptoed over to the desk. She tapped the mouse gently with a fingertip to flick the screensaver off. With one last glance toward the doorway, she scrolled back 2 pages in the document, then began to read. She was caught up quickly, though she hit what was obviously the middle of a descriptive paragraph. He had a way of pulling you into the scene, surrounding you with it. And this one was dark and cold and quietly terrifying. Something lurked. By the first page, she was in the hero's head, knowing his sense of urgency and the underlying fear. Something hunted and was already feeding off pain. When she came to the end of what he'd written, she swore. Well, damn it, what happens next? That's a hell of a compliment from a naked woman, Jordan commented. She jumped. She cursed herself, but she all but jumped out of her skin, which was all she was wearing, and she flushed, which was considerably worse. She felt the heat spread over her as she whirled to see Jordan standing in the doorway, jeans carelessly unbuttoned, hair mussed, a bag of Fritos, a can of Coke, and an apple in his hands. There wasn't any way out of it, she realized, and so she simply told the embarrassing truth. I was curious. And rude. No big deal. No, really, I shouldn't have poked around in your work, but it was just there, which is your fault for not closing the file, which would make it your fault for interrupting me, then distracting me with sex. I certainly didn't use sex just so I could... She broke off, heaved out a breath. He was grinning at her, and she could hardly blame him. Hand over the Fritos. Instead, he walked to the bed, sat back against the pillow. Come and get them. He reached into the bag, took out a handful, and began to munch. Anyway, it was the screensaver. It was making me cross-eyed. Casually, she thought, she sat back down on the bed and tugged the bag of chips out of his hand. I hate that bastard. He crunched into the apple, handed her the soda. So, you want to know what happens next? I was mildly interested. She popped the top of the Coke, took a long sip. She ate some Fritos, traded them for the apple, traded them back. And, she thought in disgust, he wasn't going to crack. Okay. Who is he? What's after him? How did he get there? He took the Coke. Was there anything more satisfying than having someone who shared your love of books being so interested in one of yours, he wondered. If you added the fact that your literary partner was a very sexy, very naked woman, it was just gravy. It's a long story. Let's just say he's a man who's made mistakes, and he's looking for a way to fix them. Along the way, he finds out there aren't any easy answers, that redemption, the real thing, carries a price, that love, the kind that matters, makes the price worth paying. What did he do? Betrayed a woman? Killed a man? He ate more chips, listened to the rain drum and patter outside the window, and in the forest in his mind. He thought he had reasons for both. Maybe he did. But were they the right reasons? You're writing it, you ought to know. No, he has to know. That's part of the price of redemption. The not knowing haunts him as much as what's with him in the woods. What is with him in the woods? He chuckled. Read the book. She bit into the apple again. That's a very underhanded method of making a sale. A guy's got to make a living, even if it is with mundane and predictable commercial fiction. One of your pithy reviews of my work. She felt a twang of guilt, but shrugged it off. I'm a librarian. Former librarian, she corrected, and I'm about to become a bookstore owner. I value all books. Some more than others. That would be a matter of personal taste rather than a professional outlook. Now she wanted to squirm. Certainly, your commercial success indicates you write books that satisfy the masses. He shook his head and abruptly craved a cigarette. Nobody damns with faint praise better than you, Dana. I didn't mean it that way. She was, she realized, digging a hole for herself. But she could hardly confess to being a fan of his work when she was sitting in his bed naked and eating corn chips. It was a sure way to make both of them feel ridiculous, and would make any honest praise seem like pandering. You're doing what you always wanted to do, Jordan, and successfully. You should be proud of yourself. No argument there. He polished off the Coke, set the can aside, wrapped his fingers around her ankle. Still hungry? Relieved that the topic had been tabled, she rolled up the bag of chips, tossed it on the floor beside the bed. As a matter of fact, she began, then jumped him. It shouldn't bother him so much, and it irritated the hell out of him that it did. He didn't expect everyone to like his work. He'd long ago stopped being bruised or deflated by a poor review or a disgruntled comment from a reader. He wasn't some high-strung, temperamental artist who fell into funks at the slightest criticism. But damn it, Dana's dismissal of his work dug holes in him. It was worse now, Jordan thought as he gazed out the bedroom window and brooded. Worse that she'd been kind about it. It had been easier to take her scathing and unsolicited opinions of his talent, her snotty, elitist dismissal of his field, than her gentle and kindly meant pat on the head. He wrote thrillers, often with a whiff of something other, and she dismissed them as hackneyed commercialism that appealed to the lowest common denominator. He could handle that, if she was an elitist book snob, but she was far from it. She simply loved books. Her apartment was crammed with them, and there was plenty of genre fiction on her shelves. Though he'd noted there was nothing on them by Jordan Hawk. And yeah, he thought, it stung more than a little. He'd been ridiculously pleased to come back into the bedroom and see her bent over his laptop, to see what he'd believed had been avid interest in the story he was building. Curiosity, as she'd said, nothing more. Best to put that one away, he told himself, lock it away in a box before it dug in too deep and started to fester. They were lovers again, and thank God for it. They were, he hoped, halfway to being friends again as well. He didn't want to lose her, lover and friend, because he couldn't get past her disinterest or disapproval of his work. She didn't know what it meant to him to be a writer. How could she? Oh, she knew it was what he'd wanted and hoped for, but she didn't know why it was so vital to him. He'd never shared that with her. There was a great deal that he hadn't shared with her, he admitted. His work, yes. He'd often asked her to read something he'd done, and naturally had been pleased and satisfied when she'd praised it, intrigued and interested when she'd discussed the story and offered her opinions. The fact was, on a purely practical level, hers was one of the opinions he valued most. But he'd never told her how much he'd needed to make something of himself. As a man, as a writer. For himself, certainly, and for his mother. It was for Jordan the only way he knew to pay his mother back for all she'd done for him, all she'd given up for him, all she'd worked for. But he'd never shared that with Dana or anyone else, never shared with anyone that private grief, the drowning guilt, or the desperate need. So he would put it away again and concentrate on rebuilding what he could and starting fresh with what he couldn't rebuild. His current hero wasn't the only one looking for redemption. Dana waited until she'd painted an entire wall in what was to be Zoe's main salon area. She'd bitten her tongue half a dozen times that morning, had talked herself out of saying anything, then had taken the internal debate full circle again. In the end, she convinced herself it was an insult to friendship not to speak. "I slept with Jordan." She blurted it out, kept her eyes trained on the wall she was painting, and waited for her friends to burst out with comments and questions. When 5 long seconds ran by in silence, she turned her head and caught the look passing between Mallory and Zoe. "You knew? You already knew? You mean to tell me that arrogant, self-satisfied son of a bitch ran right to Flynn to brag that he'd banged me?" "No." Mallory barely swallowed a laugh. "At least not that I know of. And I'm sure if Jordan had said anything about it to Flynn, Flynn would have told me. Anyway, we didn't know, we just—" She trailed off, then studied the ceiling. "We were wondering how long it would take before the two of you jumped each other," Zoe put in. "Actually, we thought about starting a pool on it, but decided that would be a little crass. I'd have won," she added. "I had today as spontaneous combustion day. Mallory figured you'd hold out another week." "Well," Dana fisted her hands on her hips, "that's a hell of a note." "We didn't actually bet," Mallory chimed back in. "And see what good friends we are, not even pointing out that you're telling us, though Jordan telling Flynn would make him an arrogant, self-satisfied son of a bitch." I'm rendered speechless. "Oh, no, you don't." Zoe shook her head. "At least not until you tell us how it was. You want to use the scale of 1 to 10, or do a descriptive retrospective?" The laugh escaped before Dana could stop it. "I don't know why I like the two of you." "Sure you do." "Come on," Zoe urged. "Tell, you're dying to." "It was great. And not just because I was ready to spontaneously combust. I missed being with him. You think you forget what it's like to feel so connected to somebody. But you don't. You really don't. We were always good in bed. We're even better now." Zoe let out a long sigh. "Was it romantic or insane?" "Which time?" "Now you're bragging!" With a laugh, Dana started painting again. "Been a while since I had anything to brag about." "How are you planning to handle it?" Mallory asked her. "Handle what?" "Are you going to tell him you're in love with him?" The question brought a little shadow creeping in on the edge of her bright mood. What's the point of it? He'd either back off or feel guilty about not backing off. "If you're honest with him, that was your way," Dana interrupted. "It's the way you needed to deal with what you felt for Flynn. It was right for you, Mal, and for him, but for me, well, I don't have any expectations of Jordan this time around, and I'm willing to take responsibility for my own emotions and the consequences. What I'm not willing to do is put my big, gushy heart in his hands and force him into making a choice. What we've got right now is good enough for me. For now. We'll worry about tomorrow when it gets here." I'm not going to disagree with you," Zoe began. "Maybe you need to take some time, let things settle or evolve. But more, maybe you're meant to. Maybe it's part of the quest." The roller jumped in Dana's hand. "My sleeping with Jordan is part of the quest? Where the hell does that come in? I don't mean the sex, specifically, though sex is, let's face it, powerful magic." "Yeah, well, maybe the gods sang and the fairies wept." Dana ran her roller over the wall again. "But I'm not buying that doing the wild thing with Jordan's going to lead me to the key. I'm talking about the relationship, the connection, however you want to say it. What was between you? What is between you? What's going to be?" Zoe paused as Dana lowered the roller, turned with a speculative look on her face. "Isn't that following along with what Rowena said to you about the key?" she continued. "Couldn't it be part of the whole thing?" Dana said nothing for a moment, then dredged her roller in paint. "Well, that's another hell of a note." "It's got some logic to it, Zoe, but I don't see how it helps. Somehow I don't think I'm going to find the key to the box of souls tangled in the sheets the next time Jordan and I make love, but it's an interesting angle, which should also be fun to explore. Maybe it's more something or some place that meant something to you, or both of you, before, and now, and later." Zoe threw up her hands. "I'm not making sense." "Yeah, you are." Dana corrected as a line formed between her brows. I can't think of anything right offhand, but I'm going to think harder. Maybe talk to Jordan about it. No way to deny he's an integral part of this, so he might as well be useful. I'm just going to say one thing. Mallory squared her shoulders. Love's not a burden, not to anyone, and if he feels otherwise, he's not worthy of you. After a moment's surprise, Dana set down her roller. She walked over, bent down, and kissed Mallory's cheek. You're a sweetheart. I love you. I love both of you, and anyone who doesn't love you back is a moron. Geez, for that to get a hug, too. Dana gave Mallory a squeeze. Whatever the hell happens, I'm glad I've got the two of you. This is so nice. Zoe stepped over to swing an arm around each of them. I'm really glad Dana had sex so we could have this moment. On a bray of laughter, Dana gave them both a little nudge. I'll see what I can do tonight, and maybe we can have a real weep fest after settlement tomorrow. Chapter 11. Jordan slept with his arm flung over Dana's waist, his leg hooked over hers, as if he would hold her in place. Though she hadn't been the one to leave, this time around he was far from sure she would let him stay, in her bed or in her life. But he held on to her as he wandered in dreams. Through the moon-struck night in the high summer heat where everything smelled ripe and green and secret. The woods were locked in shadows, with the flicker of lightning bugs, quick blinks of gold against the black. In dreams he knew, somehow knew, he was a man instead of the boy he'd been when he'd walked through the wild grass at the verge of those woods. His heart pounding with fear, anticipation, knowledge. As he'd stared up at the great black house that rose regally toward the swimming moon. His friends weren't close by, as they had been on that hot summer night of his memory. Flynn and Brad weren't there, with their contraband beer and cigarettes, the camping gear, or the youthful courage and carelessness 3 teenage boys made together. He was alone, the warriors of the peak guarding the gate behind him, and the house empty of life and silent as a tomb. No, not empty, he thought. It was a mistake to think of houses, old houses, as being empty. They were filled with memories, with the faded echoes of voices, drops of tears, drops of blood, the ring of laughter, the edge of tempers that had ebbed and flowed between the walls, into the walls, over the years. Wasn't it, after all, a kind of life? And there were houses, he knew it, that breathed. They carried in their wood and stone, their brick and mortar, a kind of ego that was nearly, very nearly, human. But there was something he needed to remember about this house, about this place, this night. Something he knew but couldn't quite bring clear in his mind. It drifted in and out like a half-remembered song, teasing and nagging at him. It was important, even vital, that he turned whatever was in his mind like a camera lens until the image came into sharp focus. In the dream he closed his eyes, breathed slow and deep as he tried to empty his mind so what needed to come would come. When he opened them, he saw her. She walked along the parapet under the white ball of moon, alone as he was alone. Dreaming, perhaps, as he was dreaming. Her cloak billowed up, though there was no wind to lift it. It seemed to him the air held its breath, and all the sounds of the night, the rustles and peeps and hoots, fell like a crash into terrible silence. In his chest his heart began to pound. On the parapet the woman began to turn. In a moment, he thought, in just a moment they would see each other. Finally! The sun was a violent flash that shocked his brain, blinded him. He staggered a bit from the displacement of being shot from inky night to brilliant day. Birds sang with a kind of desperate joy and music that sounded of flutes and harps and pipes, and he heard the rushing sound that water makes when it falls from a great height, then thunders into itself. He struggled to orient himself. There were woods here, but not any he recognized. Leaves were verdant, shimmering green, or soft and glowing blue, and limbs were heavy with fruit the color of rubies and topaz. The air had a ripe, plummy scent, as if it too could be plucked and tasted. He walked through the trees, on ground springy and richly brown, past a waterfall of wild blue where golden fish danced in the rippling pool at its base. Curious, he dipped his hand into it. He felt the wet, the fresh coolness, and as he let it pour from his cupped hand, he saw that the water falling from his palm wasn't clear, but that same deep blue. It was, he thought, almost more than the senses could bear. The sheer beauty was too intense, too vivid for the mind to translate. And once seen, once experienced, how did anyone survive without it in the pale, dim reality? Fascination had him reaching toward the water again when he caught sight of the deer drinking on the opposite side of the pool. The buck was enormous, its coat sleek and golden, its rack a shining silver. When it lifted its great head, it stared at Jordan with eyes as blue and as cool as the water between them. Around its neck it wore a jeweled collar with the stones catching the streams of sunlight and tossing them back in colored prisms. He thought it spoke, though there was no movement and no sound other than the words that formed in his head. "Will you stand for them?" "Who?" "Go and see." The deer turned and walked, silver hooves, silent on the ground, into the woods. This is no dream, Jordan thought. He straightened, started to circle the pond and follow the deer, but no, it hadn't said come and see, but go. Trusting instinct, Jordan took the opposite path. He stepped out of the trees to a sea of flowers so saturated with color they shocked the senses. Scarlet, sapphire, amethyst, amber glinted in that streaming sun as if every petal were an individual facet cut perfectly from each gem. And in the center of that sea, like the most precious of blooms, were the daughters of glass trapped in their crystal coffins. No, I'm not dreaming. He spoke aloud to prove that he could, to hear the sound of his voice, to center himself before he walked across the sea of flowers to stare down at the faces he already knew. They seemed to be sleeping. Their beauty was undiminished, but it was cold. He saw that, the cold beauty that could never change but was forever trapped in one instant of time. He felt pity and outrage, and as he stared into the face so like Dana's, a tearing grief he hadn't experienced since his mother's death. "This is hell," he said aloud. "To be trapped between life and death, to be unable to take either." "Yes, you have it precisely." Cain stood on the other side of the glass coffin. Elegant in black robes, with a jeweled crown atop his dark mane of hair, he smiled at Jordan. "You have a keenness of mind, sadly lacking in much of your kind. Hell, as you call it, is merely the absence of all without an end. Hell should be earned." "Ah, philosophy!" His voice held a touch of amusement and a canny calculation. "Occasionally, you will agree, hell is merely inherited. Their sire and his mortal bitch damned them." He swept a hand toward the coffins. "I was merely an instrument, so to speak, who—" He lifted the hand, twisted his wrist, turned the key. "For glory? For that? For power? For all of this." He spread his arms wide as if to encompass his world. "All of this, which can never, will never be theirs. Soft hearts and mortal frailties have no place in the realm of gods. Yet gods love, hate, covet, scheme, war, laugh, weep. Mortal frailties?" Cain cocked his head. You interest me. You would debate, knowing who and what I am, knowing I brought you here behind the curtain of power, where you are no more than an ant to be flicked off a crumb. I could kill you with a thought. Could you? Deliberately, Jordan walked around the crystal coffin. He wouldn't have even the reflection of Dana between them. Why haven't you? Maybe it's because you prefer bullying and abusing women. It's a different matter, isn't it, when you face a man? The blow knocked him back 10 feet. He tasted blood in his mouth and spat it out onto the crushed flowers before he got to his feet. There was more than power on Cain's face, he noted. There was fury. And where there was anger, there was weakness. Smoke and mirrors. But you haven't got the guts to fight like a man, with fists. One round, you son of a bitch. One round my way. Your way? You have no terms here, and you will know pain. It gripped his chest, icy claws with razor tips. The unspeakable agony dropped him to his knees and ripped a cry from his throat that he couldn't suppress. Beg. Pleasure purred into Cain's voice. Beg for mercy. Crawl for it. With what strength he had left, Jordan lifted his head, stared straight into Cain's eyes. Kiss my... His vision dimmed. He heard shouting over the roaring in his ears, felt a flood of warmth over the hideous cold, and the fury of Cain's voice seemed to scream through his mind, I am not finished! Jordan fell into unconsciousness. Jordan! Oh God, Jordan, come back! He thought perhaps he was on a boat, one that rocked fitfully in the sea. He might have drowned, he supposed. His chest was on fire, his head dull and throbbing. But someone was bringing him back, pressing warm lips to his, dragging him back to life whether he liked it or not. But why the hell was a dog barking like a maniac out in the open sea? He blinked his eyes open and stared up at Dana. Though pale as glass, she was a welcome sight. She was running a trembling hand over his face, pushing it through his hair as she clamped her arms around him and rocked. Outside the closed bedroom door, Mo barked and threw himself against the wood. What the hell? He managed, and stared dully when she began to laugh. You're back. Okay, you're back. Hysteria was trying to bubble and brew in her chest. Your mouth's bleeding. Your mouth's bleeding and your chest... And you're so cold. Give me a minute. He didn't try to move, not yet, as he'd already discovered that just turning his head brought on a hideous wave of pain and nausea. But what he could see was a blessed relief. He was in Dana's bedroom, sprawled on the bed, mostly over her lap, while she clutched him to her breast as she might a nursing baby. If he didn't feel as though he'd been run over by a truck, it wouldn't have been half bad. I was dreaming. No, she pressed her cheek to his. No, you weren't. At first. Or maybe not. Stretch, you got any whiskey around here? I need a shot. I've got a bottle of Patty's. I'll give you $1,000 for 3 fingers of Patty's. Sold. Her laugh was too close to a sob for comfort. Here, just lie down. I'll get it. You need to cover up. You're shaking. She hauled the covers over him, tucked him up like a bug in a cocoon. Oh, Jesus God. She shook herself as she dropped her forehead to his. 2,000, if you get it here within the next 45 seconds. She fled the room, and Jordan figured he couldn't be in such bad shape if he could still appreciate the beauty of a naked Dana on the run. An instant later, Mo leaped on the bed and tripled every ache in his body. He started to curse, then settled for a sigh as the dog growled low, sniffed all around the bed covers, then slurped Jordan's face. Yeah, that'll teach us to boot you out of the bedroom just because we want to have sex in private. Mo whined, bumped Jordan's shoulder with his nose, then turned 3 ungainly circles and settled down at his side. Dana sprinted back, a bottle in one hand, a glass in the other. After pouring considerably more than 3 fingers of whiskey, she hooked an arm behind his head and lifted the glass to his lips. "Thanks. I can handle it from here." "Okay." Still, she eased him gently back against the pillows before lifting the bottle again and taking a long pull straight from it herself. She imagined the heat of it hit Jordan's belly just as shockingly as it did hers. Steadier, she went to the closet and pulled out a robe. "Do you have to put that on? I like looking at you." She didn't want to tell him her skin felt as if it had been rubbed with ice. "We shouldn't have locked the dog out of the room." "Yeah, Mo and I were just discussing that." He laid his hand on Mo's wide back. "Is he what woke you?" "Him, and your screaming." She shuddered once, then sat on the side of the bed. "Jordan, your chest!" "What?" He looked down at himself as she eased the covers aside. There were 5 distinct grooves, like a talon pattern, over his heart. They were shallow, he noted, and thanked God for it, but they bled sluggishly and were viciously painful. "I'm messing up your sheets." "They'll wash." She had to swallow, hard. "I'd better take care of those cuts. While I'm at it, you can tell me what the hell he did to you." She went into the bathroom for antiseptic and bandages, then just braced her hands on the sink and ordered herself to breathe until she could manage it without feeling like she was sucking razor blades into her throat. She knew what fear was now. She'd felt it when the storm had ripped over the island and the Black Sea had rushed to take her. But even that, she realized, even that bone-deep terror, had been a shadow of what she'd gone through when the shocked agony of Jordan's scream had torn her out of sleep. She fought back her tears. They were a useless indulgence when action was needed. Instead, she gathered what she needed and went back in to tend his wounds. "I brought you some aspirin. I don't have anything stronger." "That'll work. Thanks." He downed 3 with the water she offered. "Look, I can handle this. I remember you don't do well with blood. I won't be a baby if you won't." Ignoring the queasiness, she sat down to mop him up. "Talk to me, and I'm less likely to pitch over in a faint." "What happened, Jordan? Where did he take you?" "I started out somewhere else. I can't quite pull it back, so maybe I was dreaming. I was walking. It was dark, but with a full moon. I think it might have been up at the peak. I can't remember for sure. It's hazy." "Keep going." She concentrated on his voice, on the words, on anything but the way the cloth she was using reddened as she pressed it against the cuts. "Next thing I knew, it was broad daylight. It was sort of the way I always imagined the transporter in Star Trek works, instant and disorienting. It wouldn't be my favorite mode of transportation." "Are you kidding? It's got to beat the hell out of—" "Christ on a crutch!" "I know, I'm sorry." But she gritted her teeth and continued to swab the disinfectant over the cuts. "Keep talking. We'll get through this." Alarmed, Mo deserted the field by slinking off the bed and crawling under it. Jordan did his best to breathe through the pain. "The curtain of power. I was behind it," he said, and told her. "You provoked him? Deliberately?" She sat back, all the interest and concern on her face shifting into irritated impatience. "Do you have to be such a man?" "Yes. Yes, I do." Added to that, he was going to do whatever he was going to do. Why shouldn't I get a couple of swings in first, even if they were only verbal? "Oh, I don't know. Let me think." Sarcasm dripping from each word, she tapped a finger to the side of her head. "Maybe because he's a god?" "And you'd have stood there, of course, hands folded, having a polite conversation?" "I don't know." She blew out a breath and finished the bandaging. "Probably not." Deciding that she'd done her best, she bent over and dropped her head between her knees. "I don't ever want to have to do that again." "That makes 2 of us." stiff, still achy, he turned so he could run his hand up and down her back. I appreciate it. She managed what passed for a nod. Tell me the rest. You just cleaned and bandaged the rest. Whatever he did felt just the way this looks. Actually, it felt considerably worse. You screamed. Do you have to keep saying that? It's embarrassing. If it makes you feel any better, I screamed too. I woke up and it looked like you were having a convulsion. You were dead white, bleeding, shaking. I didn't know what the hell to do. I guess I panicked. I grabbed you, started shouting. You went limp. Almost as soon as I touched you, you went limp. For a minute, I thought you were dead. I heard you. She stayed where she was another moment, fighting back tears again. When? After I hit the dirt the second time, I heard you calling for me, and it was like getting sucked back into the old transporter. I heard him, too, right as I was fading out. I heard him, but more inside my head. I'm not finished, he said. I am not finished. And he was royally pissed. He couldn't keep me there. He wasn't done with me, but he couldn't keep me there. Why? You woke up. Reaching out, Jordan ran his fingers over her cheek. You called me. You touched me, and that brought me out. Human contact? Maybe as simple as that, he agreed. Maybe just that simple, when the humans are connected. But why you? She picked up the cloth and dabbed at the cut on his lip. Why did he take you behind the curtain? That's something we have to figure out. When we do— Ouch, Dana! Sorry. When we do, he repeated as he nudged her hand away, we'll have more of the pieces for this particular puzzle. Simple or complex, Dana needed answers. With Mo hanging his head blissfully out the passenger window, she drove to Warrior's Peak to get them. Research and speculation were one thing, but her lover's blood had been shed. Now she wanted cold, hard facts. The trees were still bright, and their color splashed across a dull gray sky layered with sulky clouds. But more leaves littered the road and the floor of the forest. Already past their peak, she thought. Time was moving forward, and her 4 weeks were down to 2. What did she think? What did she know? She ran through everything that came to mind as she drove the last miles and then through the gates. Rowena was in the front garden, gathering some of the last of the fall blooms. She wore a thick sweater of deep blue speckled with dull gold, and, to Dana's surprise, well-worn jeans and scuffed boots. Her hair was tied back and reined in a curly tail between her shoulder blades. The country goddess in her garden, Dana thought, and imagined Mallory would see it as a painting. Rowena lifted a hand in a wave, then a smile lit up her face as she spotted Mo. "Welcome!" She ran to the car as Dana parked, opened the door for the exuberant Mo. "There's my handsome boy." Her laugh rang out as Mo leaped up to kiss her face. "I was hoping you'd pay me a visit." "Me or Mo?" "Both are a delightful surprise." "Why, what's this?" She put her hand behind her back, then brought it out again. She held out a huge milk bone that caused Mo to moan with pleasure. "Yes, it certainly is for you. Now if you'll sit and shake hands like a gentleman." The words were barely out of her mouth when Mo plopped his butt on the ground, lifted his paw. They exchanged a shake, a long look of mutual admiration. He nipped the treat delicately out of her fingers, then sprawled at her feet to chomp it to bits. "Is it a Dr. Dolittle thing?" Dana wondered, and got a puzzled glance from Rowena. "I'm sorry." "You know, talking to the animals." "Ah, let's say, in a manner of speaking." "And what can I offer you?" she asked Dana. "Answers." "So sober, so serious, and so attractive this morning. What a wonderful outfit." "You have such a smart collection of jackets," Rowena commented, as she ran a finger down the sleeve of the dull gold tapestry fabric. "I covet them." "I imagine you can whip one up just as easy as you did that dog biscuit." "Ah, but that would take the fun and the adventure out of shopping, wouldn't it?" "Would you like to come in? We'll have some tea by the fire." "No, thanks. I don't have a lot of time. We're settling on our property early this afternoon, so I'm going to have to start back pretty directly. Rowena, there are some things I need to know." "I'll tell you what I can." "Why don't we walk? Rain's coming," she added, casting a look at the sky, "but not for a bit. I like the heavy, anticipatory feel to the air before a rain." Since Mo had made short work of the milk bone, Rowena opened her hand and revealed a bright red rubber ball. She threw it over the lawn toward the woods. "I should warn you, Mo will expect you to keep throwing that for him for the next 3 or 4 years. There's nothing quite so perfect as a dog." Rowena tucked her arm companionably in Dana's and began to walk. A comfort, a friend, a warrior, an amusement. They only ask that we love them. "Why don't you have one?" "Ah, well." With a sad smile, Rowena patted Dana's hand, then bent down to pick up the ball Mo dropped at her feet. She ruffled his fur, then flung the ball for him to chase. "You can't." The realization struck, had Dana tapping her fingers to her temple. "Duh. I don't mean you couldn't, but realistically, a dog's lifespan is woefully shorter than that of your average mortal." She remembered what Jordan had said about them being alone, about their immortality on this plane being curse rather than gift. When you factor in the spectacular longevity of someone like you and the finite lifespan of your average mutt, that's a problem. "Yes, I had dogs. At home, they were one of my great pleasures." She picked up the ball, already covered with teeth marks and dog spit, in her elegant hand and threw it for the tireless Mo. "When we were turned out, I needed to believe that we would do what needed to be done and return. Soon. I pined for many things of home, and comforted myself with a dog. A wolfhound was my first. Oh, he was so handsome and brave and loyal. 10 years. She sighed and skirted along the edge of the woods. He was mine for 10 years. The snap of a finger. There are things we can't change, that are denied to us while we live here. I can't extend a creature's life beyond its thread, not even that of a beloved dog. She scooped the ball up for Mo, threw it in another direction. I had a dog when I was a kid. Like Rowena, Dana watched Mo streak after the ball as if it were the first time. Well, it was my dad's dog, really. He got her the year before I was born, so I grew up with her. She died when I was 11. I cried for 3 days. So you know what it is. Rowena smiled a little as Mo pranced back, doing a full body wag with the rubber ball wedged in his mouth like an apple. I grieved, and I swore I wouldn't indulge myself again, but I did, many times, until I had to accept that my heart would simply break if I had to go through the death of another I loved so much after so short a time. So, I'm so pleased. She bent down to catch Mo's face in her hands. I'm so grateful that you brought the handsome Mo to visit me. It's not all it's cracked up to be, is it? Power, immortality. Nothing is without pain or loss or price. Is this what you wanted to know? Part of it. There are limitations, at least when you're here. And Cain has limitations when he's here. Limitations when he deals with something from our world, is that right? That's a fine deduction. You are creatures of free will. That's as it must be. He can lure, he can lie, he can deceive, but he cannot force. Can he kill? Rowena threw the ball again, farther this time to give Mo a longer chase. You're not speaking of war, or of defense, of protection of innocents or loved ones. The penalty for taking the life of a mortal is so fierce, I can't believe that even he would risk it. The end of existence, Dana supplied. I've done my research. Not death, not the passing through to the next life, but an end. Even gods have fears. That is one. More is the stripping of power, the prison between worlds that allows entry to none. This he would risk. He tried to kill Jordan. Rowena whirled, gripped Dana's arm. Tell me, exactly. She related everything that had happened in the middle of the night. He took him behind the curtain? Rowena asked. And there shed his blood? I'll say. She began to pace, her movements so fretful that Mo sat quietly holding the tooth-pocked ball in his mouth. Even now, we're not permitted to see, to know. They were alone, you say. There was no one else about. Jordan said something about a deer. A deer? Rowena went very still. What sort of deer? What did it look like? It looked like a deer. Dana lifted her hands. Except I guess it was the sort you'd expect to find in places where the flowers looked like rubies and so on. He said it was gold and had a silver rack. It was a buck then. Yes, and oh yes, it had a collar, a jeweled collar. It's possible, she whispered. But what does it mean? You tell me. If it was him, why did he allow it? Agitated, she began to stride up and down the verge between wood and lawn. Why did he permit it? Who and what? Dana demanded, and dragged Rowena's attention back to her by shaking her arm. If it was the king, she said. If it was our king, taking the shape of the buck. If this is true, why did he allow Cain to bring a mortal behind the curtain without consent? And to harm, to spill his blood there? What war is being waged in my world? I'm sorry, I don't know, but the only one wounded, as far as I can tell, was Jordan. I will talk to Pitt, she declared. I will think. He saw no one else, only these two. Just the buck and Cain. I don't have the answers you want. Cain has interfered before, but it's never gone this far. The spell was of his making and the boundaries of it his own, but he breaks them and is not stopped. I can do more, will do more, but I am no longer certain of the scope of his power or protection. I can no longer be certain that the king rules. If he doesn't, then there is war, Rowena said flatly, and still we are not brought home. This tells me, whatever is or has happened in my world, it remains my fate to finish what I was sent here to do. I have to believe it's your fate to help me. She took a deep breath, calming herself. I'll give you a balm for your man's wounds. We're sleeping together. I don't know as that makes him my man. With an absent-minded gesture, Rowena brushed this aside. I must speak with Pitt. Strategy is more his area than mine. Come, I'll get you the potion. Just a minute, one thing. Jordan. He's essential to my key. Why do you ask what you already know? I want confirmation. In answer, Rowena laid her fingertips on Dana's heart. You already have that as well. Chapter 12. Brad dumped ice in a galvanized bucket, creating a cold if humble nest for a bottle of Cristal. He covered the exposed neck with a clean paint rag. Behind him, Flynn and Jordan set up a card table. The cloth for that's in the bag over there. Flynn glanced over. Cloth? Tablecloth. Why do they need a tablecloth? Table's clean. Just put it on the damn table. Jordan walked over to the bag and ripped it open. And look, he got one with pretty pink rosebuds on it. Matching napkins, Jordan added, pulling them out of the bag. What a sweetie! I didn't know you had a feminine side. When we're done here, I'm going to kick your asses just to reestablish my manhood, and because I'll enjoy it. Brad took out the champagne flutes he'd brought along, held them up to Chuck for smudges. Then maybe I'll tell the women this was my idea and negate your points. Hey, I sprang for the flowers, Flynn reminded him. I bought the cookies. Jordan shook the bakery bag. Ideas get more points than cookies and flowers, my friends. Brad twitched the tablecloth to straighten it. It's all about ideas and presentation, which proves being in touch with your feminine side bags more women. Then how come Flynn and I are the only ones here getting laid? Give me time. I really should clock you for saying that as regards my woman and my sister. Flynn studied Jordan's grin. But it's not only an accurate statement, it rubs it in Brad's face, so I'm letting it pass. How much time we got? A while yet, Jordan said. Settlement should be pretty straightforward, but you've got lawyers, bankers, and papers, so it'll take twice as long as you think it will. He stepped back, looked at the table set up in the foyer. He had to admit it was a nice touch there among the drop cloths and paint supplies, a splash of color and celebration against the primer-coated walls. The women, he knew, would melt like ice cream in July. Okay. Damn good idea, Brad. I've got 1,000,000 of them. I don't see why we have to clear out before they get here, Flynn complained. I'd like champagne and cookies, not to mention the big sloppy kisses this is going to generate. Because it's their moment, that's why. Satisfied, Brad leaned against the stepladder. Recognizing that will only generate more big sloppy kisses in the long run. I like instant gratification. But Flynn paused, looked around. It's going to be a hell of a place, really. Innovative idea, good location, attractive setting. It's good for the valley. Good for them. You should see some of the stuff Mal's setting up for stock. Over the weekend, we went to see a couple of the artists she's going to feature. Cool stuff. He went with her to see art, Jordan pointed out, and with a grin tucked a finger in his mouth, then pulled up the side to mime a hook. Can opera be far behind? We'll see who's smirking when you're sitting in Dana's bookstore drinking herbal tea. That's not so bad. Brad here's probably going to have to get a facial to win Zoe over. There are lines that can't be crossed, no matter what the prize. But Brad looked up the stairs. They're going to need to decide on lighting, and some of the trim needs to be replaced. Could use a new sink in the john up there. You're planning on seducing Zoe with bathroom fixtures? Flynn asked. You devious bastard. I'm proud to call you friend. Seducing her could be a very satisfying side benefit. After all, the stepladder got me a chicken dinner. Chicken dinner? You can get a chicken dinner at the Main Street Diner, Tuesday night special. Sorrowfully, Flynn shook his head. My pride in you is waning. I'm just getting started. But the fact is, they could use a little help here. There's some tile work, some carpentry, a little plumbing and electrical. They've got to upgrade some of the windows. We could pitch in with more than champagne and cookies. I'm in for that, Jordan agreed. Sure, already figured on it. Flynn shrugged. Hell, it looks like my house is going to be remodel central for a while anyway. Might as well spread the wealth. And driving a few nails should help keep us all from going crazy over the keys. Now that you mention it, Jordan glanced toward the windows as rain began to splat. I'd better fill you in on what happened last night. Something happened to Dana? Flynn pushed away from the wall. Is she okay? Nothing happened to her. She's fine. Hell, I need a smoke. Let's go out on the porch. They stood outside, the rain drumming on the overhang. He took them through it, the colors, the sounds, the movements, building the story much as he'd done for them in tents pitched in a backyard or around a campfire in the woods. But this time it hadn't come out of his imagination. However active and agile that imagination was, it couldn't rake slashes down his chest. They burned still. It was some consolation to hear Flynn's sharply drawn breath and see Brad's wince of sympathy when he tugged up his shirt to show them. Christ, those look nasty. Flynn studied the raw red grooves. Shouldn't they be bandaged or something? Dana put something on them last night, but she's not exactly Nurse Betty. I smeared some more crap on them this morning. Point is, our guy was seriously pissed. Enough to take a genuine shot at me. Where does that leave the women? Heat flashed into Flynn's eyes. He didn't touch Mallory. Never physically touched her. It was bad enough, scary enough the way he messed with her mind, but this... We gotta take him down. I'm open to ideas. Jordan spread his hands. Problem is, as far as magic goes, I can't even pull a rabbit out of my hat. Some of it's just misdirection. Tricking the eye, Brad mused. Let me tell you, son, when that guy's got his claws in you, it's no trick of the eye. No, I mean from our stand, Brad told Jordan. We direct him toward us. It gives the women more space. He had a reason for going after you. If we can figure that out, exploit it. It might take his attention away from Dana for the next couple of weeks, and from Zoe when her time comes around. I haven't got anything concrete. It just feels like I know something, but I can't reel it in. Frustrated, Jordan jammed his hands into his pockets. Something I know, or did, or have. That's the answer. Or one of them. Something from before that plays into the now. Something between you and Dana? Brad prompted. Has to be connected, doesn't it? Otherwise it wouldn't follow the pattern. And if it isn't something important, why did he fuck with me? Maybe it's time for a meeting, Brad began. For you suits, it's always time for a meeting, Flynn shot back. I'm forced to point out to you that I am not wearing a suit. Inside you are. It's probably pinstriped, and I bet you're wearing a tie, too. But I digress. Maybe the suit's right, he said to Jordan. The six of us should put our heads together. Your place. He patted Brad on the shoulder. You've got more furniture and better food. That works for me. The sooner the better. Brad glanced at his watch. Ha ha! I have a meeting. Set it up with the women. Let me know. He stepped back inside to snag his jacket, then jogged out into the rain toward his car. Jordan stood watching as Brad drove away. We get through this one and get to the last round. His head's going to be on the block. You think he doesn't know that? No, I figure he does. I was wondering if Zoe does. The only thing Zoe knew at the moment was that this was one of the biggest days of her life. She clutched the keys, her keys, in her fist. They were brand spanking new, to go with the brand spanking new lock sets she'd bought to replace the old ones. She was going to put the lock on the main door herself. She knew how, first thing. A kind of right, she decided. A kind of claiming. She parked, ran through the rain to the front porch, then waited as her friends pulled in behind. Mallory had the original keys. Besides, it was right that the three of them went in together. And wasn't it right, somehow symbolic, that Mallory had the original key? That she and Dana would wait while Mallory unlocked the door. The first door. Mallory had completed her part of the quest, and had held her key. Now it was Dana's turn. Then, God willing, it would be hers. Rain's going to strip a lot of the leaves off the trees, Mallory commented as she rushed under the overhang. There won't be much color left after this. It was nice while it lasted. Yes, it was. Mallory started to unlock the door, then stopped. It just hit me. It's ours now. Really ours. Maybe we should say something profound, do something symbolic. I'm not carrying either of you across the threshold. Dana scooped back her damp hair. Booty shake, Zoe decided, and made Dana laugh. Booty shake, she agreed. On 3. The few people driving by might have been slightly surprised to see 3 women standing on a pretty blue porch wiggling their butts in front of a closed door. Giggling, Mallory turned the key. That felt right. And here we go. She opened the door with what she considered a very nice flourish, then her mouth dropped open. "Oh my God, look!" "What?" Instinctively, Zoe grabbed her arm to yank her back. "Is it Cain?" No, look!" "Oh, this is so sweet! Look what they did!" She rushed inside and all but buried her face in the roses set on the card table. Flowers. Our first flowers. Flynn's gonna get such a big reward for this. It was really thoughtful of him. Zoe sniffed at the flowers, then opened the bakery box. "Cookies! The fancy kind! What a sweetheart you've got, Mallory." He didn't do it alone. Dana pulled the champagne out of the bucket, arched her eyebrows at the label. "This has Brad's fingerprints all over it. Not just champagne, but stupendous champagne." Zoe frowned over the label. "That's expensive, isn't it?" "Not only, but very classy. Only time I ever had it was when Brad gave me a bottle for my 21st birthday. He always had style." The three of them did this together for us. With a long sigh, Mallory danced her fingers over petals. "I'd say all three of them have style." "Let's not disappoint them." Dana popped the cork, poured champagne into the 3 flutes set on the table. "We need to have a toast." Zoe picked up the flutes, passed them out. "Let's not do one that makes us cry." Mallory took a steadying breath. "The flowers have me half started already." "I've got it." Dana raised her glass. "To indulgence." They clinked glasses, sipped, and cried a little anyway. "I've got something I want to show you." Mallory set down her glass, picked up her briefcase. "Just something I was playing with. I don't want you to feel obligated. You won't hurt my feelings if you don't like the concept. It's just an idea. Stop killing us with suspense." Dana picked up a cookie. "Give." "Okay. I was thinking about a logo. You know, something that incorporates all 3 businesses. Of course, we might all want separate ones anyway, but we could use one logo for letterhead, business cards, the web page." "Web page?" Pursing her lips, Dana nodded. "You're way ahead of me." "Pays to plan." "You remember Todd?" "Sure. Really cute guy you worked with at the gallery," Dana supplied. "Right. He's a good friend, too, and he's great at computer design. We could ask him to fiddle with looks and features for a web page. Actually, I'm hoping to be able to offer him a job here. Down the road a little, but being optimistic, I'm going to need help. We all will." "I haven't thought that far ahead," Dana admitted. "But yeah, I'll need at least one part-time bookseller who can handle brewing tea, serving wine. I guess I might need 2 people, realistically. I've got feelers out for a stylist, a nail consultant, some others." Zoe pressed a hand to her jumpy stomach. "Geez, we're going to have employees." "I like that part." Dana lifted her champagne glass again. "It's good to be boss." "We're also going to need a tax consultant, office equipment, signage, an advertising budget, phone systems." "I have lists," Mallory finished. Dana laughed. "I bet you do. Now, what else is in the briefcase?" "Okay, for the logo. This is just something I did from an idea I had." She pulled out a folder, opened it, then set the drawing on the table. The figure of a woman sat in a salon chair, tipped back in a pose of easy relaxation. A book was open in her hands, a glass of wine and a single rose in a bud vase on the table beside her. All this was inside an ornate border that framed it like a stylized portrait. Above the border was the single word, indulgence. Below the name, it read, "For the body, the mind, and the spirit." Wow! Managing only the single word, Zoe put a hand on Mallory's shoulder. "It's just a thought," Mallory said quickly. "Something to unify what we're all doing. Since we're using the one name for everything, then we could have this sort of thing on our individual cards, letterheads, invoices, whatever, with something like, I don't know, indulgence for beauty, indulgence for books, indulgence for art. and that would differentiate each aspect while keeping it under one umbrella. "It's wonderful," Zoe exclaimed. "It's just wonderful." "Dana?" "It's perfect. Absolutely perfect, Mal." "Really? You like it? I don't want to box you in just because—" "Let's make a pact," Dana interrupted. "Any time any of us feels boxed in, she just says so. We're girls, but we're not weenies, okay?" "That's a deal. I can give this to Todd," Mallory went on. "He could make up a sample letterhead. He'd do it as a favor. He's better at the desktop publishing stuff than I am." "I can't wait!" Zoe let out a hoot and did a little dance around the room. "First thing in the morning, we're going to start some serious work around here." "Hold on!" Dana spread her arms to indicate the walls. "What do you call all this painting we've been doing?" "The tip of the iceberg!" Still dancing, Zoe grabbed her champagne. Dana had never considered herself a slacker. She was willing to work hard, insisted on pulling her weight, and she got the job done. Anything less was unacceptable. She'd always viewed herself as a woman with high personal standards, both personally and professionally, and she tended to sneer at those who skimmed over work, who complained that the job they'd agreed to take on turned out to be too hard, too involved, too much trouble. But compared to Zoe, Dana decided, as she dashed into the market to pick up a few supplies, she was a malingerer. She was a wimpy-ass crybaby. The woman had worn her out in the first 24 hours. Paint, wallpaper, trim samples, light fixtures, hardware, windows, floor coverings, and the budget for all that and more. And it wasn't just the thinking and deciding, Dana realized as she pondered a bunch of bananas. That was enough to make your head explode. It was the labor as well. Scraping, hauling, stacking, unstacking, drilling, screwing, hammering. Well, there was no doubt about it, she mused as she picked through the oranges. When it came to the organization, delegation, and implementation of labor, Zoe McCourt was in charge. Between the work, the decisions, the worrying search for the key, and her struggle to keep her head above her heart regarding Jordan, she was completely worn out. But could she just go home, fall on the bed, and sleep for 10 hours? Oh, no, she thought with a hiss as she moved on to the dairy aisle. No, indeed. She had to attend a big meeting at Brad's place on the river. She really needed about 2 solid hours of absolute solitude and quiet. But she'd had to trade a portion of that for groceries if she didn't want to starve to death in the coming week. On top of that, she no longer had any confidence that she would find the answer to the key in the stacks of books she'd accumulated. She'd read and read, followed every lead, but she didn't seem to be any closer to a concrete theory, much less a solution. And if she failed, what then? Not only would she let down her friends, her brother, her lover, not only would she disappoint Rowena and Pitt, but her inadequacy would doom the Daughters of Glass until the next triad was chosen. How could she live with that? Depressed now, she tossed a quart of milk in her basket. She'd seen the box of souls with her own eyes, ached to watch those blue lights battering frantically at their prison walls. If she couldn't find the key, slide it into the lock as Mallory had done with the first, everything they'd done would be for nothing. And Cain would win. "Over my dead body," she declared, then jolted when someone touched her arm. "Sorry," the woman laughed. "Sorry. It looked like you were arguing with yourself. I usually don't get to that point until I hit the frozen dessert section. Well, you know, whole milk, low fat, 2%, it's a jungle in there." Then the woman angled her cart so another shopper could get through. "Pretty brunette, late 30s, Dana observed, trying to place her. "Sorry, I know you, don't I? I just can't place it. You helped me and my son a couple of weeks ago in the library." She reached for a gallon of milk. "He had a report due the next day for American history class." "Oh, right. Dana made the effort to tuck her dark thoughts away and answer the smile. "U.S. history report, Mrs. Jamesburg, 7th grade. "That's the one. I'm Joanne Reardon. She offered her hand. "And the life you saved was my son's, Matt. I stopped back in the library last week to thank you again, but I was told you weren't there anymore." "Yeah." That brought some of the dark thoughts back into play. "You could say I retired abruptly from library service." "I'm sorry to hear that. You were terrific with Matt, and you made a big difference. He got an A. Well, an A-, but anything with Matt's name on it that includes an A is cause for wild celebration in our house." "That's great. And particularly good to hear at the end of a long day," she thought. "He must have done a good job. Mrs. Janesburg doesn't pass out the A's like donuts." "He did, which you wouldn't have done if you hadn't pointed him in the right direction. More if you hadn't found the right key to turn in his head. I'm glad I got the chance to tell you." "So am I. You picked up my day considerably." "I'm sorry about whatever happened with the job. It's none of my business, but if you ever need a personal reference, you can sure have mine." "Thanks. I mean that. Actually, some friends and I are starting our own business. I'm going to be opening a bookstore in a month or so. Probably a little more or so, but we're putting it all together." "A bookstore?" Joanne's hazel eyes sharpened with interest. "In town?" "Yeah, a combination thing. A bookstore, an arts and crafts gallery, and a beauty salon. We're fixing up a house over on Oakleaf." "That sounds fabulous. What an idea. All that in one place and in town. I only live about 1.5 miles from there. I can promise to be one of your regular customers. If we keep up the pace, we'll have it up and running for the holiday season." "Terrific. You wouldn't be hiring, would you?" "Hiring?" Dana eased back, considered. "Are you looking for a job?" "I'm thinking about slipping back into the workforce, but I want something close to home, something fun, and something with fairly flexible hours. What you'd call a fantasy job. Especially when you consider I haven't worked outside the home in over a decade, have only recently become computer literate. Actually, it may be a stretch to say that. And my main job experience was as a legal secretary for a mid-level law firm in Philadelphia, where I did not shine right out of high school." She laughed at herself. "I'm not giving myself a very glowing recommendation." "You like to read? Give me a book and a couple hours of quiet, and all's right with the world. I'm also good with people, and I'm not looking for a big salary. My husband has a good job, and we're secure, but I'd like to pull in a little of my own. And I'd like to do something to earn it that doesn't have anything to do with laundry, cooking, or browbeating an 11-year-old into picking up his room. I find those excellent qualifications in a potential employee. Why don't you come by the building sometime? It's the house with the blue porch. You can take a look at the place and we'll talk some more." "This is great! I will!" "Wow!" She let out a laugh. "I'm so happy I ran into you. It must have been fate." Fate, Dana mused when they'd parted ways. She hadn't been giving enough credit to fate. Needing to restock her pantry had brought her here, to the dairy section of her local supermarket. A small thing, she thought as she continued through the aisles, an everyday sort of thing. But hadn't it put her here at just the right moment? Bumped her right into a woman who might become another spoke on the wheel of her life? And more than that, she'd bumped into the woman who'd said exactly what she'd needed to hear. You found the right key to turn in his head. Was it just coincidence that Joanne had used that phrase? Dana wasn't going to blow it off as coincidence. No, her key, the right key, was knowledge. She would find it, Dana promised herself. She would find it by keeping her mind open. Chapter 13. In Dana's opinion, there were a lot of things you could say about Bradley Charles Vane IV. He was fun, smart, and great to look at. He could, depending on his mood and the circumstances, present a polished, urbane image that made her think of James Bond ordering a vodka martini in Monte Carlo, and then turn on a dime and become a complete goofball ready to spray seltzer down your pants. He could discuss French art films with the passion of a man who didn't require the subtitles, and be just as fervent in a debate over whether Elmer Fudd or Yosemite Sam was a more worthy adversary for Bugs. Those were just some of the things she loved about Brad. Another was his house. Towners called it the Vane House, or the River House, and indeed it had been both for more than 4 decades. Brad's father had built it, a testimony to the lumber that formed the foundation of the Vane Empire. Using that lumber, and with a skilled eye for the surroundings, B.C. Vane III had created both the simple and the spectacular. The golden frame house spread along the riverbank, edging itself with spacious decks and charming terraces. There were a number of roof lines and angles, all of them balanced into a creative harmony that showcased the beauty of wood. It offered lovely views of the river, or the trees, or the clever hodgepodge of gardens. It wasn't the sort of place you looked at and thought, money. Rather, you thought, wow. She'd spent some time there, tagging along after Flynn when she was a kid and tagging along with Jordan when she was older. It was a place where she'd always felt comfortable. It seemed to her it had been created with comfort as its first priority, and style running a close second. Another thing you could say about Brad, she decided, was that he didn't skimp on the refreshments when he had a gathering. It wasn't anything fancy, at least it wasn't presented that way. Just some sort of incredible pasta salad that made her contemplate going back for more, a lot of interesting finger food, ham slices, and some dense dark bread for sandwich making. There was a round of brie skirted by fat red raspberries, and crackers nearly thin enough to see through that crunched with satisfying delicacy at every bite. There was beer, there was wine, there were soft drinks and bottled water. She already knew she wasn't going to resist the mini cream puffs, mounded in a tempting island on a platter the size of New Jersey. All this was spread out casually in the great room, where a fire snapped and sizzled, and the furniture was the kind you could happily sink into for weeks at a time. Not fancy, not so you felt like you couldn't rest your feet on the coffee table. Just classy. That was Bradley Vane, right down to the ground. Conversation buzzed and hummed around her, and she was drifting into a happy coma brought on by good food, warmth, and contentment. Or would, she thought, if Zoe would stop squirming beside her. "You're going to have to do something about those ants in your pants," Dana told her. "Sorry." Zoe shot another look toward the archway. "I'm just worried about Simon." "Why? He had a plate with enough food piled on it to feed a starving battalion, and he's hunkered down in the game room. A 9-year-old's wet dream." "There's so much stuff in this house," Zoe whispered. "Expensive stuff. Art and glassware and china and things. He's not used to being around all of this." Neither am I, she thought, and struggled not to squirm again. "What if he breaks something?" "Well," lazily, Dana popped another raspberry into her mouth. "Then I guess Brad'll beat him to a bloody pulp." "He hits children?" Zoe exclaimed. "No, Jesus, Zoe, get a grip. The place has survived 9-year-old boys before. At least 3 of them are alive and in this room. Relax. Have a glass of wine. And while you're at it, get me some more raspberries." Half a glass, Zoe thought, and got to her feet. But even as she reached for the bottle, Brad lifted it. "You look a little distracted." He poured the wine into a glass, handed it to her. "Is there a problem?" "No." Damn it, she'd only wanted half a glass. Why didn't he stay out of her way? "I was just thinking. I should check on Simon." "He's fine. He knows where everything is in the game room. But I'll walk you back if you want to take a look," Brad added when she frowned. "No, I'm sure he's fine. It's very nice of you to let him play." She knew her voice was stiff and tight, but she couldn't help it. That, rumor has it, is what a game room's for. Since Brad's voice echoed her tone, Zoe simply nodded. Dana, she wanted some more. Of these." Mortified for no reason she could name, she scooped some of the berries into a bowl, then carried them and her wine back to the couch. "Pompous ass," she said under her breath, and had Dana blinking at her. "Brad?" Dana snatched the bowl of raspberries. "Sorry, honey, you got the wrong number." Jordan wandered over, sat on the arm of the couch beside Dana, and stole a couple of berries before she could stop him. "Get your own." "Yours are better." He reached out to play with her hair. "So, how'd you get this blonde stuff in here?" "I didn't. Zoe did." Nipping one more berry, he eased forward to look past Dana, wink at Zoe. "Nice job." "Anytime you need a haircut, it's on the house." "I'll remember that." He sat back again. "So, I'm sure you're all wondering why we've brought you here tonight," he began, and made Dana laugh. "Now there's a pompous ass." But she laid a hand on his thigh. "I guess since we're here to talk about the key, and I'm the one who's supposed to find it, I'll start." Handing Jordan what was left of the berries, she pushed herself off the couch and snagged her wineglass from the coffee table. Even as she took the first step, Jordan slid down into her seat. He gave her a quick grin and draped his arm behind Zoe over the back of the couch. "Come here often?" he asked Zoe. "I would have, if I'd known you'd be here, handsome." "You guys are just a riot," Dana muttered, then eased past a frowning Brad to the wine bottle. "What the hell? She wasn't driving." "Now, if everybody's all comfy and cozy," she paused, sipped her wine. "My key deals with knowledge, or truth. I'm not sure the words are interchangeable, but both, either, or a combination of them applies to my quest. There's also a connection to the past, the now, the future. I'm taking this, after some fiddling around and dead-ending, to be personal, as applies to me." "I think you're right about that," Mallory put in. "Rowena stresses that we're the keys, the three of us, and mine was personal. If we're going to consider a pattern, that's part of it." "Agreed. The male-type people in this room are part of my past and of my now. Odds are I'm probably going to be stuck with them one way or the other, so they're part of my future as well. We know, too, there are connections among all six of us. My connection to each of you, and yours to me, to each other. There are the paintings from Mal's part of it that added a link." She, as did the others, glanced at the portrait Brad had hung over the mantel. Another of Rowena's works, it showed the Daughters of Glass after the spell that had taken their souls. Each lay pale and still in their crystal coffin. Brad bought that at auction, without knowing what was going to happen here, just as Jordan bought one of Rowena's paintings, the young Arthur on the point of drawing the sword from the stone, at the gallery where Mallory used to work. Also, years before, we knew what we know now. So, this, in turn, connects all of us with Rowena and Pitt and the goddesses. "And Cain," Zoe added. "I don't think it's smart to leave him out." "You're right," Dana agreed. "And Cain. He's messed with most of us already, and it's pretty clear he'll mess with us again. We know he's bad, we know he's powerful, but those powers aren't without limits. Or someone or something limits him. He took a slice out of me," Jordan continued. "Then Rowena sent a little potion home with Dana. You guys saw this yesterday?" He opened his shirt. The cuts were now only fading welts. They started healing minutes after we slapped the stuff on them. The point is, whatever he did couldn't hold up against Rowena, and whatever she did to counter it couldn't erase it completely. To which we conclude, Dana finished for him, that they're pretty evenly matched. He has weaknesses. Absently, Jordan rebuttoned his shirt. Ego, pride, temper. Who said those were weaknesses? Dana wandered over, sat on the arm of the chair Brad had taken. Anyway, it's more. He doesn't really get us. The whole human or mortal thing. He doesn't get us as individuals. He skims the surface, picks up on our little fantasies or fears, but he doesn't really get to the core, or hasn't. That's how Mallory beat him. Yes, But when he has hold of you, it's hard to see clearly, hard to know. Mallory shook her head. We can't underestimate him. I'm not. But up to now, I think he has underestimated us. Thoughtfully, Dana studied the portrait. He wants them to suffer, simply because part of them is mortal. Rowena talked of opposing forces, beauty and ugliness, knowledge and ignorance, courage and cowardice. How without one, the other loses its punch. So he's the dark, and you can't have light without dark. I figure he's essential to the whole deal, not just an annoyance. She hesitated, then took a drink. It's no secret that Jordan and I were intimate. I don't think it's any secret that we're intimate now. Jordan waited a beat. I've never known you to get flustered talking about sex, Stretch. I just want to make it clear to people, to you, that I'm not sleeping with you as a way to find the key, even if that has something to do with it, she continued quickly, because as somebody told me recently, sex is powerful magic, if you do it right, Jordan interrupted. So let's see what we know, Brad said, trying to get back on track. None of this would have happened, past, without Cain. Brad tapped his index fingers together. His presence and manipulations influenced the search for the key. Present. He held up a second finger. And there's no finish to the spell without him. And a third. He's a necessary factor. There's no reward without work, no victory without effort, no battle won without risk. It's another traditional element of a quest, Jordan added, an evil to be overcome. I understand all this, Zoe said, and it's important. But how does it help Dana find the key? Know your enemy, Brad told her. That nutshelled it, Dana agreed. But there's more, Flynn noted. Blood has been shed, another traditional quest element. I can read too, he said. Why was it Jordan's blood? There's a reason for it. Might be because Jordan pissed him off, which he's really good at doing, Dana said. But more likely it's because I need Jordan to find the key. Stretch, you need me for so many things. Let's ignore the ego burst and stay focused. Dana gestured with her glass. The key's knowledge. Something I know or have to learn. A truth that has to be sifted out from lies. Cain mixes his truth and lies. What is it he said or done that's truth? That's one of the angles I'm playing. Then there's the last bit of the clue. Where one goddess walks, another waits. That's a stumper so far. Mallory's goddess was singing, and she recreated that moment and the key by painting it. Following that, my goddess, Ninian, should be walking. But where? Why? When? And which goddess waits? Would that be Zoe's? Maybe you're supposed to write it, Zoe suggested. Like a story, the way Mallory painted hers. That's not bad, Dana considered. The thing is, I never wanted to write, not like Mallory wanted to paint. But maybe it's something I'm supposed to read. And God knows I'm not hitting on anything in the 6 million books I've gone through so far. So maybe I have to write it myself first. Maybe Jordan does. Flynn played absently with Mallory's hair as he thought it through. He's the writer. Not to diminish my own considerable talent, but I report. He just makes shit up. Really good shit, Jordan reminded him. Goes without saying. I'm thinking here that if for nothing other than the cohesion and the exercise, Jordan could write all this out, in story form. Maybe when Dana reads it, the scales will fall from her eyes. She'll pull out the key and we can all have a party with cake. It's not an entirely stupid idea, Dana decided. I think it's great. Zoe shifted in her seat to beam at Jordan. Will you do it? I just love reading your books, and this would be even more fun. For you, gorgeous? He picked up her hand and kissed it. Anything. I'm feeling a little queasy. Dana patted her stomach. "How soon will you have something I can see?" she asked Jordan. "Okay, now you sound like an editor. It could force me to have a creative tantrum and slow everything down." "Do you? Have creative tantrums, I mean?" To Zoe, the idea was fascinating. "I've always wondered how it works, with artists and all." "Oh, God, now she's called him an artist." Dana got to her feet. "I must go home and lie down." Ignoring her, Jordan gave Zoe his attention. "No, not really. It's a job. Just happens to be a really great job. My editor, my real editor," he added with a glance at Dana, "is a woman of discerning taste, skill, and diplomacy." "Your editor's a woman? How does it work? Do you work with her all the way through a book, or does she tell you what she wants you to do, or—" She trailed off, shook her head. "Sorry. Way off topic." "It's okay. Do you want to write?" "Write? Me?" The idea had her exotic eyes going wide before she laughed. "No, I just like knowing how things work." "Speaking of work, we've got a full day of it tomorrow." Mallory gave Flynn's hand a pat. "That's my cue. I'll go round up Mo for you," Flynn told Dana. "I'm running low on dog food. He eats like an elephant." "I'll drop some off." He caught her face in his hands. "Keep him close, okay? He doesn't give me a lot of choice." "Flynn, would you round up Simon, too?" Automatically, Zoe began stacking dishes. "It's probably attached to Mo at the hip, so he shouldn't give you any trouble." "Sure." "We'd better cut out, too. I'm going to see if I can get this one started on his homework." Dana jerked a thumb at Jordan. "Any tips for that, Zoe?" "Bribery. That's my method." Brad stepped over, laid a hand on Zoe's, and made her jump like a rabbit. "You don't have to bother with those." "Sorry." She instantly set the plates down. "Habit." It seemed to Brad that the woman deliberately misinterpreted every second word out of his mouth. "I just meant you don't have to pick up." "Anybody want coffee?" "I do." "No, you don't." Dana gave Jordan a nudge toward the doorway. "It's work for you, pal. You can have coffee when you've gotten a couple of pages done." "Bribery." Zoe nodded approval. "It never fails." Mo bounded into the room, a wild blur of fur. In his delight to see everyone, he leaped, licked, swept glasses off the coffee table with an exuberant tail, and nosed his way into a plate of cocktail shrimp before he could be controlled. Sorry! With one hand hooked in Mo's collar, Flynn dragged the dog, or was dragged by him, toward the door. "I'll put him in Jordan's car. Bill me for damages." "See you." "Oh, Zoe, Simon needs a few more minutes to finish a game." "Jesus Christ, Mo, hold up!" "This is my life now," Mallory said happily. "It's kind of great." "Thanks, Brad. Sorry about the dishes." "See you tomorrow, Zoe. Dana." "Night, Jordan." "I have to go save my upholstery." Jordan grabbed Dana's arm and pulled her toward the door. "Later." "Stop yanking me." "Smooches, Brad. See you in the morning, Zoe." The door slammed behind them, and there was absolute silence. It had all happened so fast, was all Zoe could think. She'd never intended to be the last one to leave. It was horrible, horrifying. She considered running into the game room and grabbing Simon, but she wasn't exactly sure where it was, and she could hardly stand where she was and shout for him. Still, she needed to do something. She bent down to pick up the glasses Mo had knocked to the floor. At exactly the same moment, so did Brad. Their heads bumped. Each of them straightened quickly, then stood taut as bows. "I'll get them." He crouched, gathered up the glasses, set them on the coffee table. He was close enough to catch her scent now. It was always different, sometimes earthy, sometimes light, always very female. It was one of the fascinating things about her, he mused, the variety of her. "Coffee? I really should just get Simon. It's nearly his bedtime." "Oh, well, okay." When he just stood, looking at her, Zoe felt embarrassed heat creeping up the back of her neck. Had she done something wrong? Left something out? "Thanks for having us." "Glad you could make it." During the next long pause, she had to make a conscious effort not to bite her lip. "Simon, I don't know exactly where he is." "The game room." "Oh." Amused at both of them, Brad laughed. "You don't know where the game room is. Come on, I'll take you back." The more Zoe saw of the house, the more in love with it and intimidated by it she was. To begin with, there was so much of it, all of it charming or stunning or just lovely. She imagined the things she noticed on tables or shelves were several levels up from knickknacks. Brad veered off through an archway into what she assumed was some sort of library. The soaring ceiling was done in wood and made the room feel open while still managing to be cozy. "There's so much room." She stopped, appalled that she'd spoken out loud. "The story is, once my father got started, he couldn't stop. He'd get another idea, add it into the design. It's a wonderful house," she said quickly. "So much detail without being fussy. You must have loved growing up here." "I did." He stepped into another room. Zoe already heard the roar of engines, the vicious gunfire, the breathless chant, "Come on, come on, come on," of her son. The video game was some sort of urban car war that flashed over an enormous wall-sized TV screen. Simon sat cross-legged on the floor, rather than in one of the cushy recliners in a room that fulfilled every boy's fantasy. A pool table, 3 pinball machines, 2 video arcade games, slot machines, a soda machine, a jukebox. The ceiling here was coffered, framed in honey-toned wood that shielded strips of lights. There was another fireplace, with cheerful flames snapping, as well as a small glossy bar and a second television with an entire cabinet devoted to various components. Gosh, this is Simon Michael McCourt's personal version of heaven. My dad loves toys. We spent a lot of time in here. I bet. She stepped up behind her son. "Simon, we have to go." "Not yet, not yet!" His face was fierce with concentration. "This is Grand Theft Auto 3. I'm really close to having them call out the National Guard. Tanks and everything. I'm kicking SWAT team butt. I could set a record 10 more minutes. "Simon, Mr. Vane needs his house back." "Mr. Vane is fine with this," Brad corrected. "Please, Mom, please! Tanks!" She wavered. She saw more than the heat of competition on his face as he stared at the screen. She saw joy. Someone died on screen, with a great deal of splashing blood, and from the delighted cackle she figured it wasn't Simon. It's a little violent, Brad realized and winced. If you don't want him playing this sort of thing, Simon knows the difference between reality and video games. Right. Good. Why don't we go have that coffee? Brad suggested. A few more minutes can't hurt. All right. 10 minutes, Simon. Okay, Mom. Thanks, Mom. I'm gonna do it, he mumbled, already back in the groove. I'm gonna do it. It's nice of you to let him play with your things, Zoe began as they left Simon to the battle. He talked about being out here before for days. He's a great kid. Fun to be around. I certainly think so. She found herself in the kitchen with him, another spacious, stunning room. This one done in bright, cheerful white and toasty yellows that would make it seem sunny even on a gloomy day. She coveted the acres of counter space, the forest of cupboards, some with gorgeous seated glass. She admired the sleek appliances that had to make cooking a creative joy rather than a mundane chore. Then it occurred to her that she was, once again, alone with him. You know, I should just go back with Simon and let you do whatever. We'll be out of your way quicker. He finished measuring out coffee before he turned to her. Why do you think I want you out of my way? I'm sure you have things to do. Not so much. Well, I do. A million things. I should really be ready to pry Simon away before he loses control and starts another game. I'll just go get him and we'll let ourselves out. I don't get it. Forgetting the coffee, Brad stepped closer to her. I really don't get it. What? You're comfortable enough with Flynn and Jordan to flirt with them. But 2 minutes with me and you're not only blowing cold, you're halfway out the door. It's not flirting. Her voice went sharp. Not like that. We're friends. They're Mallory's and Dana's boyfriends, for Pete's sake, and if you think I'm the sort of person who'd... Then there's that, Brad continued with what he considered admirable calm. The way you automatically jump to conclusions, usually the wrong ones, when it comes to me. I don't know what you're talking about. In the first place, I barely know you. That's not true. People get to know each other pretty quickly in intense situations. We're in one. And we've been in one for close to 2 months now. We've spent time together, we have good mutual friends, and you've cooked me dinner. I didn't cook you dinner. Her chin came up. You happened to be at the house when I cooked dinner. You ate. That's different. Point for you, he acknowledged. You know, for some reason, your response to me causes me to start sounding like my father when he's annoyed. There's this tone he gets in his voice. This change of body language used to bug the hell out of me when I was a kid. I have no intention of bugging the hell out of you. We'll leave. In Brad's mind, there was a time for talk, and there was a time for action. When you were fed up, it was time for action. He closed a hand over her arm to keep her in place, watched temper and nerves rush across her truly spectacular face. There it is, he told her, your usual response to me. Annoyance and/or nervousness. I've been asking myself why that is. I spend a lot of time asking myself questions about you. Then you must have a lot of time to waste. Let go. I'm leaving. And one of my theories is, he continued easily, this. He cupped his other hand at the nape of her neck, pulled her forward, and kissed her. He'd wanted to kiss her for weeks, maybe for years. He'd wanted the taste of her on his lips, on his tongue, in his blood, and the feel of her, he thought as he slipped an arm around her waist to bring her more firmly against him. Her mouth was so full, so ripe, and much more potent than he'd anticipated. Her body quivered once against his, in shock, in response. At the moment, it didn't matter. Just as it didn't matter if this single act was taken as a declaration of war or an offer of peace. He only knew he'd been going slowly mad waiting to hold her. She'd hesitated instead of pushing him away, and that, she would think later, when thinking was an option again, was her mistake. He was warm and hard, and his mouth was skilled. And God, it had been so long since she'd been pressed against a man. She felt the need lift inside her, from the toes to the belly to the throat, followed by that long, lovely pull and flutter that took it all the way back down. For one mad moment, she drew him in. The male scent and flavor, the strength and the passion, and let it tumble through her in a kind of joyful spree. It was like a carnival, like the giddiest of rides when you couldn't be sure, not absolutely, that you wouldn't be flung out of your seat and into the air. And wasn't that fabulous? Then she slammed on the brakes. What choice did she have? She knew what happened when you rode too fast, too hard, too high. And this wasn't her place. This wasn't her man. What was hers, her child, was playing in the next room. She pulled out of Brad's arms. He was shaken, right down to the soles of his feet, but he stared into her eyes and nodded coolly. I think that made my point. She was no quaking virgin, and a long way from being an easy mark. She didn't step back. That would have been retreat, but stood firm and kept her eyes level with his. Let's get a few things straight. I like men. I like their company, their conversation, their humor. I happen to be raising one of my own, and I intend to do a good job of it. She looked, he thought, like an angry and aroused wood nymph. You are doing a good job of it. I like kissing men. The right man, the right circumstances. I like sex under the same conditions. His eyes warmed to a deep, foggy gray that was unexpected and compelling. The charming creases in his cheeks, too manly, Zoe thought to be called dimples, deepened. Her fingers itched to trace those creases, and the sensation warned her she was in trouble. That's a relief to me. You'd better understand that I make the conditions at this point in my life. The fact that I have a kid and I'm not married doesn't make me easy. Angry shock leaped into his face. For Christ's sake, Zoe, where did we veer from me finding you interesting and attractive and wanting to kiss you to finding you easy? I want to be clear, that's all. Just like I'm going to be clear that nobody uses my kid to get to me. The shock, the anger, iced over. The chill hit him from a foot away. If you assume that's what I'm doing, you're insulting all three of us. She felt twin jolts of guilt and embarrassment. As she started to speak, Simon flew into the room. I rule! Beat your high score, sucker! He danced around Brad, shaking his index fingers in the air in a victory dance. With effort, Brad folded his emotions further inside, then hooked an arm around Simon's neck. A momentary event, I promise you. Gloat while you have the chance, you midget. Next time, I'm beating your butt in the NBA playoffs. Never happen. And when I humiliate you, you will crawl to me on your belly like the insignificant worm you are. As she watched the exchange, saw their obvious enjoyment of each other, her guilt only increased. Simon, we have to go. Okay. Thanks for letting me mop the floor with you. I'm just luring you in, so crushing you will be more gratifying. With his arm still around the boy, he looked at the mother. I'll get your coats. Chapter 14. Since it became apparent, very quickly, that Dana wasn't handy with home improvement chores that involved tools, she was designated head painter, which meant, she thought a little sulkily, that she spent all day slapping paint on walls, while Zoe went around doing stuff with a cool little electric screwdriver or drill, and Mallory putzed around with the leak under the kitchen sink. The fact that Mallory was the girliest girl of Dana's acquaintance, and that she got a wrench, was lowering. It wasn't that she minded painting so much, even though it was incredibly boring, despite the magic roller machine. She just could have used a little variety on her job list. Still, watching the walls take on color was satisfying. Mallory and Zoe had been on the money in the choice. Her bookstore section was going to look not only warm, but stylish. Zoe swore that once the floors were sanded and sealed, they would glow. She knew how it could look. Kane had shown her. And if he'd used her own fantasy to build the image, that was fine. This was one fantasy she was going to make sure came true. As an idea struck, she stopped, turned off the machine, set the roller aside. The truth in his lies. Her fantasy, and his manipulation of it. What if the key was here, as Mallory's had been? Why couldn't it be that simple? He'd shown her, hadn't he? Look what you can have if you only cooperate with me. Your dream bookstore, full of customers and stock. Not real, she thought now. Not truth. But there'd been truth in it. It was what she wanted, what she intended to work for, what she could have with her own effort and on her own merits. Maybe the key was right here, if she could only see it. If she could bring it out as Mallory had. She took some deep breaths, shaking her arms, rolling her shoulders like a diver about to spring off the high platform. Then she closed her eyes, tried to let herself drift. She could hear the whir of Zoe's drill and the cheerful music that Mallory had playing on the radio. What was that? ABBA? Jesus, couldn't she find a station that recognized music from this millennium? Annoyed with herself, Dana struggled to erase the image of a teenage dancing queen from her mind. The key, The pretty gold key. It was small, shiny, with that looping Celtic pattern at the hilt. Was it a hilt when it was a key, she wondered? It wasn't a damn sword, so there had to be another word for it. She'd have to look that up. Oh, stop it! She huffed out another breath and focused. The whir of the drill, the tinkle of music, and beyond that, the muffled sound of cars passing on the street outside, the hum of the furnace as it kicked on. And if you listened hard enough, she realized, the creaks and whispers of an old house settling into its own bones. Her house. Hers. The first she'd ever owned. A step out of the past toward the future. A single definite move that changed the pattern of what had been toward what would be. She could smell fresh paint, a testament to a new start. Those things were real as her own flesh and blood. Those things were truth. The key was real. She had only to see it, to touch it, to take it. She saw it now, floating on a field of peacock green, shimmering against that deep color. But when she reached out, her hand passed through it as if it or she was insubstantial. I'm the key. It's meant for me. She tried again, bearing down with the effort until sweat purled on her forehead. It's mine, she kept thinking, and this place is mine. Soon books will be lined along this wall, other walls, knowledge. Dana! She snapped back, swayed even as Zoe's hands caught her arms. What did he do to you? What did he do? Mallory! No, I'm okay, I'm fine. You don't look fine. Hold on to me. Mal! She shouted again. Dana calculated she had a good 30 pounds on Zoe, but her friend managed to hold her upright and steady. What is it? What's wrong? With a crescent wrench gripped like a weapon in her hand, Mallory rushed in. For some reason, seeing the pretty feminine blonde in her plumber's gear of sexy black leggings and slim green sweater with matching hair tie, wielding a wrench, had Dana giggling weakly. Kane had her. She was in some sort of trance. No, it wasn't Kane. I'm a little dizzy. Maybe I should just sit down. She slid to the floor, taking Zoe with her. Oh, God, are you pregnant? What? The shock went a long way toward clearing her head as she goggled at Zoe. No! Jeez! I just started having sex again, remember? Would you two stop staring at me as if I were about to start speaking in tongues? Here, have some water. Zoe pulled a bottle from the holster on her tool belt. I'm okay. But she gulped down the water. I was just experimenting with a little self-hypnosis. Here, let me have that. Mallory reached for the water, took a deep drink. You scared the hell out of me. Sorry. I had this idea that the key's here. Yours was. And the whole past, present, future thing. The store. Our businesses. The books I'm going to be hauling in here. Truth in lies. How Kane showed me the place all finished and full of those books and customers buying them. Okay, I'm following. Zoe pulled out a red and white bandana and dabbed at Dana's brow. But what happened? When I walked in, you were standing in the middle of the room with your arm out in front of you, kind of swaying with your eyes closed. Honey, you looked really spooky. I was trying to, bring the key out. See the key, be the key. Shit, that sounds stupid. No, it doesn't. Handing the water back to Zoe, Mallory considered. It's a good idea. It could be here. Hell, it could be anywhere, so why not here? A good idea, Zoe agreed. But I don't think you should try something like that alone. It could be like opening yourself up to him with nobody around to keep you steady. Like a control group or backup. You really looked out of it, Dana. You've got a point. But she smiled. Stop fussing, Mom. To lighten the mood, she pinched Zoe's biceps. You're a lot stronger than you look. You work out regular? A little here and there. Mostly, I'm just built. and her heart rate settled down again. "You look better now. Maybe we could try something like this with the three of us." "It might be worth a shot," Mallory agreed. "If you're up to it, Dana, we could sit right here, link hands. Mal and I could sort of push our energy toward you." "Perhaps you recall a small incident last month involving a Ouija board?" Dana asked. "Not likely to forget." Zoe gave a quick shudder. "But we wouldn't be using anything but our own connection. It's not like we're playing around with the dark arts or whatever it is." "Okay." Lips pursed, Dana looked around. "But it seems kind of silly. The three of us sitting on a drop cloth in an empty, half-painted room trying to conjure up a magic key, but—" She gripped Zoe's hand, then Mallory's. "I'm in." "Mal, maybe you could give her some tips. What it was like for you, what you did." "I don't know if I can explain it. So much of it just happened. It's like being in a dream, but knowing you're dreaming and at the same time knowing it's not a dream." "That's a big help." But with a half-laugh, Dana squeezed her hand. "Actually, I know what you mean. It's the way I felt when he took me into the bookstore. I don't know how I understood what to do, but it was suddenly so clear. The one thing was focusing on what I had to do without letting him know I was focusing on it. And that was hard, really hard. But part of that was because I was so scared. For me, it helped to concentrate on painting, the actual art and act, the colors, the tone, the detail. I don't know if that helps you." "I don't know either, so let's find out." "We're not going to let anything happen to you," Zoe told her. "We're going to be right here." "Okay." Taking that long breath, Dana shut her eyes. It was a comfort to feel the hands gripped on hers, like an anchor, she supposed, that would prevent her from floating off somewhere she shouldn't go. She let herself listen again to the sounds of the house, to her own quiet, steady breathing, matching the rhythm of her friends. She smelled paint and perfume. There was the key again, shining on the colored field she now realized was the wall she'd just painted. Her wall, with the color chosen by the woman flanking her. But when she reached out for it with her mind, she could bring it no closer. She struggled with impatience and tried to imagine how the key would feel in her hand. Smooth, she thought, and cool. No, it would have heat. It held power. She would feel that fire from which it was forged, and when she closed her fist over it, it would fit easily in her palm, because she was meant to hold it. The color washed away to a strong white lined with black. The keys seemed to melt into it, a shimmering gold pool that dripped over black and white, then faded away. In her mind, she heard a long sigh, a woman's sigh, and heard a rush of wind that smelled like autumn burning. She walked at night, and was the night with all its shadows and all its secrets. When she wept for day. The words that ran through her mind brought such an ache, she thought her heart might bleed dry from it, as from a mortal wound. In defense, she shut them off. Everything faded again, and she could smell the paint and the perfume. She opened her eyes, saw her friends watching her. "Honey, are you all right?" Zoe spoke gently as she freed her hand from Mallory's and touched Dana's cheek. "Sure. Yeah." "You're crying." Zoe dried Dana's cheek with the bandana. "Am I? I don't know why. Something hurt, I guess. You know?" She pressed a hand to her heart. "In here. I don't know where it is. I still don't know where the key is." She scrubbed the heels of her hands over her face and told them what she'd imagined. "She walks at night," Mallory repeated. The goddess walks. Yeah, it sounded sort of familiar, but I could have made it up, or it could apply to Ninian. I just know it made me horribly sad. She got to her feet, walked to the window to open it. She needed air. She's alone in the dark. That's how I think of her. They're all alone in the dark. If I don't do what needs to be done, they'll stay in the dark. Zoe walked over to press her cheek to the back of Dana's shoulder. They've got each other, and they've got us. Don't beat yourself up. You're trying. And I think you're getting somewhere. Mallory joined them at the window. I'm not saying that to be annoyingly optimistic. You're putting the different parts of Rowena's clue together. Your brain's working them out, shifting them around, trying to make them fit. And I think with this last attempt, you've started to use your heart. It's not just your mind that has to be open, Mallory added when Dana turned her head to stare at her. Your heart has to be. That's one thing I learned. You can't take that last leap otherwise. You won't be ready to risk what's on the other side. She didn't know why it bothered her to the point of anger. Open her heart? What was that supposed to mean? Was she supposed to strip her emotions bare so anyone could come in on a whim and dance all over them? Wasn't it enough that she was working her ass off, giving herself headaches with hours of research, note-taking, calculating, and supposition? She cared, damn it, she thought as she slammed into her apartment. She cared about those 3 young women, half goddess, half mortal, and trapped for eternity inside a glass prison. She had shed tears for them, would shed blood if necessary. How much more open did she have to be? Tired, achy, irritable, she strode to the kitchen, popped the top on a beer, ripped open a bag of pretzels to go with it. She dropped into a chair in the living room to sip, munch, and sulk. Take the last leap? She was going up against an ancient and powerful sorcerer. She was risking nearly every cent she had on a new business. She'd ordered shelving and tables, chairs and books. Let's not forget the books. Then there was the cappuccino machine, the individual teapots, the glassware, the paper products that would max out her credit card in very short order. And she was doing it all without any projected income. If that wasn't a goddamn leap, what was? Easy for Mallory to talk about open hearts and last leaps. She'd already done her part and was all cozied up with Flynn in connubial bliss. Got your house and your dog and your man, Dana thought with a scowl. Congratulations all around. And God, she was being such a bitch. She let her head fall back and stared up at the ceiling. Face it, Dana, you're jealous. Not only did Mallory come through the test with a big fat A, she earned all the goodies. And here you are, spinning your wheels, sleeping with a man who's already broken your heart once, and terrified you're going to blow it all. She hauled herself up at the knock on her door and took the beer with her to answer. Mo shoved his nose into her crotch by way of greeting, then rushed past her to claim the mangled rope he'd left on the rug during his last visit. He pranced back, ears flopping, to whack the rope hopefully against her knees. You didn't come by to get Mo, Jordan commented. I forgot. She shrugged, then walked back and dropped into the chair again. Jordan closed the door behind him, tossed the manila envelope he carried on a table. He knew that look, he thought as he studied Dana's face. She was sulking and working her way up to a serious mad. What's going on? Nothing much. Since Mo was trying to crawl into her lap, she tugged the rope out of his teeth and tossed it to Jordan. It had the expected, and for her, gratifying result of causing Mo to charge him like a bull charges a matador. And like a matador uses his cape, Jordan flicked the rope down and to the side. Man and dog played tug-of-war while dog growled playfully and man stared at woman. Long day? I was going to come by and give you a hand, but I got caught up in stuff. We're managing everything. An extra pair of hands couldn't hurt. You want to put your hands to good use? It's a thought. Fine. She pushed out of the chair, headed toward the bedroom. Bring them along with you. Jordan lifted a brow at Mo. Sorry, kiddo. You're on your own. I think I'm about to play a different sort of game. He followed Dana into the bedroom, shut the door. He heard Mo collapse on the other side with a huge doggy sigh. She'd already stripped off her sweatshirt and shoes and was unbuttoning her jeans, loose the clothes. Got an itch, Stretch? That's right. She wiggled out of the jeans, tossed back her hair. Got any problems scratching it? Can't seem to think of one. He shrugged out of the coat, threw it aside. He got rid of his shoes, his shirt, while she pulled down the covers. He'd been off about her mood, he realized. She'd already worked herself up to a good mad and was looking for a handy place to put it. When she reached up to unclasp her bra, he stepped over, gripped her hands, trapping them, for one erotic moment, behind her. Then he released her to trail his fingers down her spine. Leave something for me, will ya? She shrugged, then fisting a hand in his hair, yanked his mouth to hers. She used her teeth, her nails, setting the mood for fast, hot sex with just a hint of mean. She wasn't looking for fancy touches or soft flourishes, but for sweat and speed. She felt his body's instant response, the hard hammer blow of his heart, the lightning strike of heat that punched out of him and straight through her. His mouth fed off hers, and his hands began to take, fingers digging in to brand and bruise. She was already wet and ready when she shoved him back on the bed. She would have straddled him and made quick work of it, but he flipped her over, trapped her body under his, set his teeth on her breast. Her hips jerked, her hands clamped on his, and she ground herself against him in frantic, furious demand. His vision hazed with red as the fierce bite of need tore through his system. He yanked her bra down to her waist, filled his mouth with her, even as he shoved his hand between them, drove his fingers into the heat of her and shot her brutally over the edge. She exploded under him, her body writhing, straining, then gathering itself for another leap. Her nails bit into him, her hips pistoned until he was as wild as she. They rolled, grappling for more in a slippery, mindless battle that had thrill ramming into thrill. Her mouth was fevered and ravenous, her hands greedy and swift. He knew he'd rather die warring with her than live in peace with anyone else. With her breath sobbing, she rose over him and took him inside her with one hard thrust. The dark glory of it gushed through her, flooded her until the anger and doubts drowned. This was real, she told herself. This was enough. And she watched him watch her take him. Fast and hot, focused on those twin goals of pleasure and release, she rode him with a ruthless energy that turned her own body into a morass of greed, for speed, for passion, for more. When she felt his fingers vice her hips, when she saw those brilliant blue eyes go blind, she threw her head back and flew off the end of the world with him. She was still shuddering as she slid down to him. Her breath was as ragged as his when her head fell heavy on his shoulder. He managed to hook an arm around her and decided he would probably regain feeling in his extremities at some point. For now, it was just fine to lie there, bruised, battered, and blissful. "Feel better?" he asked her. "Considerably. You?" "No complaints. When my ears stop ringing, you might want to tell me what set you off today." "Not one thing." She lifted her head just enough to sweep her hair aside so she could feel her cheek against his flesh. "I just feel like I'm fumbling at most everything. But then I remembered this is one thing I do really well. You won't hear any arguments from me on the last part. What's the fumble? You want the list? I feel like I'm so close to finding the key, and then I don't. Then I feel like I'm miles away from it, and the whole business is going to crash and burn. I spent most of the day painting because I exhibited very little, if any, aptitude for hand tools. Then you probably don't want me to mention you've got some paint in your hair. She heaved a sigh. I know it. Even Mallory's better with a screwdriver than I am, and she's a total girl. And Zoe, she's a regular Bob Vila with breasts. Did you know she's got her belly button pierced? Really? There was a long pause. Really? He repeated, with enough male interest to make her laugh. Anyway, she flopped over on her back. There was all that, and then I started doing some mental number crunching and got depressed realizing how close to the edge financially all this stuff is taking me. All the output, no income, and without the output, there'll never be an income. And even when the income comes, it's going to be a serious juggling act for the foreseeable future. I could lend you some money, give you some breathing room. Her silence spoke volumes. It'd be an investment. Writer, bookstore, makes sense. I'm not interested in a loan. Her voice had chilled, and just under the chill was a sulk. I'm not looking for another partner. Okay. He shrugged it off, then tugged on her hair. I've got it. I can pay you for sex. Like you said, you are really good at it. But I'd get to set the price for each specific act. And I think there should be something in the rates about buy 3, get 1 free. We'll work it out. Since he was watching her face, he saw her dimples flutter as she struggled with a grin. You're a pervert. She rolled over on her stomach, braced herself on her elbows. It was nice of you to reach down into the gutter to cheer me up. We do what we can. He trailed a finger down her cheek. I bet you could use some food. You want to go out to eat? I absolutely don't want to go out. Good. Neither do I. He shifted a bit, worked considerable charm into his expression. I don't suppose you'd care to cook. I don't suppose I would. All right, I will. She blinked, then sat up and tapped her fingers on her head. Excuse me? Did you just say you'd cook? Don't get excited. I was thinking of something along the lines of scrambled eggs or grilled cheese sandwiches. Let's damn the cholesterol and have both. She leaned down, gave him a quick kiss. Thanks. I'm going to grab a shower. When she came out, comfortable in sweats, he was in the kitchen pouring eggs into one skillet while sandwiches browned in another, and the dog inhaled a bowl of kibble. He was missing the frilly apron, Dana noted, but all in all he made a hell of a picture. Look at Mr. Domestic. Even living in New York, it pays to be able to throw an emergency meal together. You want to get out plates? New York, she thought, as she opened a cabinet. It wouldn't do to forget the guy lived in New York and wasn't going to be making her grilled cheese sandwiches on a regular basis. She pushed the thought away, set the table, and added a couple of candles for the fun of it. Nice, she said over the first bite when they'd settled down. Really. Thanks. My mother used to make me grilled cheese sandwiches when I was feeling out of sorts. They're comforting. The toasty bread, the butter, the warm melty cheese. Look, if you're interested in my hands doing more than driving you wild with passion, I can give you some time tomorrow. If you've got it. I'd have come by today, but I had homework. He pointed toward the envelope he'd dropped when he'd come in. Oh, you wrote everything up. Think I got it all. You can look it over, see if I left anything out. Cool. She got up, hurried across the room to fetch the envelope. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's impolite to read at the table? Certainly not. Tossing back her hair, She settled back down. It's never impolite to read. She tapped out the pages, surprised to see how many there were. Busy boy. He forked up more eggs. I figured it would work better to get it down in one big gush. Let's see what we've got here. She ate and she read and ate. He took her back to the very beginning, to the night she'd driven through a storm to Warrior's Peak. He made her see it again, feel it again, that and all that had happened since. That was his gift, she realized, his art. He told it like a story, each character vivid and true, each action ringing clear so that when you came to the end you wanted more. Flynn was right, she said as she turned the last page over. It helps to see it like this in my head. I need to absorb it, read it again. But it puts everything that's happened on one winding path instead of having a lot of offshoots that just happen to run into each other. I'm going to have to write it. I thought you just did, she replied, shaking her head. No, that's only part of it. Half of it, at best. I realized today when I was putting it all down that I'm going to have to write it when it's all done, turn it into a book. Do you have any problem with that? I don't know. She smoothed her fingers over the pages. I guess not. But it feels a little strange. I've never been in a book before. He started to speak, then stopped himself, and polished off his eggs. She hadn't been in a book she'd read before, he thought, which, when it came down to it, amounted to the same thing. Chapter 15. Look, Cain said, how you betray yourself in sleep. Dana stood looking down at the bed where she and Jordan slept. On the floor beside them, Mo twitched and made excited sounds. What did you do to Mo? I gave him a dream, a harmless, happy dream. He chases rabbits on a sunny spring day. It will keep him safe and occupied, as we have much to talk about, you and I. She watched Mo's back right leg swing as if he were running. I don't have much to say to anyone who sneaks into my bedroom at night to play peeping Tom. I don't peep. I watch. You interest me, Dana. You have intelligence. I respect that. Scholars are valued in my world, in any world. And there we have the scholar and the bard. He gestured toward the bed at her and Jordan. One would think a fine combination. But we know better. It both frightened and fascinated her to see the couple on the bed, wrapped together in a tangle of limbs. You don't know us. You never will. That's why we'll beat you. He only smiled. The dark suited him, cloaked him like velvet and silk, and left his eyes burning bright. You search, but you don't find. How can you? Your life is pretense, Dana. A dream as much as this. Look how you cling to him in sleep. You, a strong, intelligent woman, one who considers herself independent, even willful. Yet you throw yourself at a man who tossed you aside once, and will do so again. You allow yourself to be ruled by passion, and it makes you weak. What rules you, if not passion? Dana countered. Ambition, greed, hate, vanity, they're all passions. Ah, this is why I enjoy you. We could have such interesting conversations. No, passions are not owned by the mortal world. But to invite pain merely for love and the pleasures of the flesh? He shook his head. You were wiser when you hated him. Now you let him use you again. He lies, she thought. She couldn't let herself fall into the trap of that seductive voice and forget how it lied. Nobody uses me, not even you. Perhaps you need to remember more clearly. It was snowing. She felt the flakes, soft, cold, wet on her skin, though she couldn't see them fall. They seemed to hang suspended in the air. She felt the bite of the wind but couldn't hear it, nor did it chill her. The world was a black-and-white photograph. Black trees, white snow, white mountains rising toward a white sky, and there, far up, the black silhouette of Warrior's Peak. All was still and cold and silent. There was a man all the way down the block, frozen in the act of shoveling his walk. His shovel was lifted, and the scoop of snow was caught in its flight through the air. "Do you know this place?" Kane asked her. "Yes." 3 blocks south of Market, 2 blocks west of Pine Ridge, she thought. "And this house?" The tiny 2-story box, painted white with black shutters. The 2 small dormer windows of the 2nd floor, 1 for each small bedroom. The single dogwood, with snow adorning its thin branches, and the narrow driveway that ran beside it. 2 cars in the driveway, the old station wagon and the second-hand Mustang. "It's Jordan's house." Her mouth was dry. Her tongue felt thick and clumsy. It was Jordan's house. "Is," Kane corrected, "in this frozen moment." "Why am I here?" He stepped around her, but left no mark, no print in the snow. The hem of his black robe seemed to float just an inch above that white surface. He wore a ruby, a large round cabochon on a chain that fell nearly to his waist. In the black and white world it shone there like a fat drop of fresh blood. "I give you the courtesy of allowing you to know this is memory, of letting you stand with me and observe. Do you understand this?" "I understand this is memory. With the first of you, I showed her what could be. So I showed you, but I realize you are a more earthbound creation, one who prefers reality. But are you brave enough to see what is real?" "To see what?" But she already knew. Color seeped into the world. The deep green of pines beneath the draping snow, the bright red mailbox on the corner, the blues and greens and reds of the coats the children wore as they built snowmen and forts in the yards. And with the color came the movement. The snow fell again, and the shovelful from the walk on the corner landed with a thump, even as the man bent to scoop up another. She heard the shouts, high and pure in the air, from the children playing, and the unmistakable thwack of snowballs striking their targets. She saw herself, bundled in a quilted jacket the color of blueberries. What had she been thinking? She looked like Violet in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. A knit cap was pulled over her head, a knit scarf wrapped around her throat. She moved quickly, but stopped long enough for a brief and energetic snow battle with the little Dobson boys and their friends. Her own laughter drifted out to her, and she knew what she'd been thinking, what she'd been feeling. She was going to see Jordan, to convince him to come out and play. He was spending too much time closed up in that house since his mother died. He needed to be with someone who loved him. The past few months had been a nightmare of hospitals and doctors, suffering and grief. He needed comfort and a gentle, gentle push back into life. He needed her. She trooped up the unshoveled walk, stomped her feet. She didn't knock. She'd never needed to knock on this door. "Jordan!" She pulled off her cap, raked her fingers through her hair. She'd worn it shorter then. A chopped-off experiment she hated, and now she willed daily to grow it back. She called him again as she unzipped her coat. The house still smelled of Mrs. Hawk, she noted. Not of the lemon wax she'd always used on the furniture or the coffee she'd habitually had on the stove, but of her sickness. Dana wished she could fling open the windows and whisk the worst of the sorrow and grief away. He came to the top of the stairs. Her heart did a tumble in her chest, as it always did when she saw him. He was so handsome, so tall and straight, and just a little dangerous around the eyes and mouth. "I thought you'd be at the garage, but when I called, Pete said you weren't coming in today." "No, I'm not going in." His voice sounded rusty, as if he'd just gotten up, but it was already 2 in the afternoon. There were shadows in his eyes, shadows under them, and they broke her heart. She came to the foot of the stairs, shot him a quick smile. "Why don't you put on a coat? The Dobson kids tried to ambush me on the way over. We can kick their little asses." "I've got stuff to do, Dana." "More important than burying the Dobsons in a hail of snowballs?" "Yeah, I have to finish packing." "Packing?" She didn't feel alarm, not then, only confusion. "You're going somewhere?" "New York." He turned and walked away. "New York?" Still there was no alarm. Now there was a thrill, and she bounded up the stairs after him with excitement at her heels. "Is it about your book? Did you hear from that agent?" She rushed into his bedroom, threw herself on his back. "You heard from the agent and you didn't tell me? We have to celebrate. We have to do something insane. What did he say?" "He's interested, that's all." "Of course he's interested. Jordan, this is wonderful. You're going up to have a meeting with him?" "A meeting with the New York literary agent." She let out a crow of delight, then noticed the 2 suitcases, the duffel, the packing crate. Slowly, with that first trickle of alarm, she slid off his back. "You're taking an awful lot of stuff for a meeting." "I'm moving to New York." He didn't turn to her, but tossed another sweater, a pair of jeans, into one of the open suitcases. "I don't understand." "I put the house up for sale yesterday. They probably won't be able to turn it until spring. Guy at the flea market's gonna take most of the furniture and whatever else there is." "You're selling the house?" When her legs went weak, she sank onto the side of the bed. "But, Jordan, you live here." "Not anymore." "But you can't just pack up and go to New York. I know you talked about moving there eventually, but I'm done here. There's nothing for me here." It was like having a fist punched into her heart. "How can you say that? How can you say there's nothing for you here? I know, Jordan, I know how hard it was for you to lose your mother. I know you're still grieving. This isn't the time for you to make this kind of decision." "It's already made." He glanced in her direction, but his eyes never met hers. "I've got a few more things to deal with, then I'm gone. I'm leaving in the morning." Just like that. Pride pushed her back on her feet. "Were you planning on letting me in on it, or were you just going to send me a postcard when you got there?" He looked at her now, but she couldn't see into his eyes, couldn't see through the shield he'd thrown up between them. "I was going to come by later tonight and see you, and Flynn." "That's very considerate." He raked his fingers through his hair, a gesture she knew reflected impatience or frustration. "Look, Dana, this is something I have to do." "No, this is something you want to do, because you're done with this place now, and everyone in it." She had to keep her voice low, very low, or it would shrill or scream. "That would include me. So I guess the past couple of years haven't meant a damn thing." "That's bullshit, and you know it." He slapped one suitcase closed, fastened it. "I care about you. I always did. I'm doing what I need to do, what I want to do. Either way it comes down to the same thing. I can't write here. I can't fucking think here, and I have to write. I've got a chance to make something of myself, and I'm taking it. So would you. Yeah, you're making something of yourself. A selfish bastard. You've been planning this, stringing me along while you planned to dump me when it was most convenient for you. This isn't about you. This is about me getting out of this fucking house, out of this goddamn town." He rounded on her, and the shield cracked enough for her to see fury. "This is about me not busting my ass every goddamn day, working in a grease pit just to pay the bills, then trying to carve out a few hours to write. This is about my life." "I thought I was part of your life. Christ." He dragged a hand through his hair again before yanking open a drawer for more clothes. He couldn't be bothered to stop packing, she thought, not even when he was breaking her heart. "You are a part of my life. You, Flynn, Brad, how the hell does me moving to New York change that? As far as I know, you haven't been sleeping with Flynn and Brad. I can't bury myself in the valley because you and I had the hots for each other. You son of a bitch. She could feel herself beginning to shake, and the stinging tears gathering in her throat. Using all her strength, she channeled the hurt into rage. You can make it cheap. You can make yourself cheap, but you won't make me cheap. He stopped now, stopped packing, turned to look at her with regret and what might have been pity. Dana, I didn't mean it that way. Don't. She slapped his hand away when he reached for her. Don't you ever put your hands on me again. You're done with the valley? You're done with me? Fine, that's fine, because I'm done with you. You'll be lucky to last a month in New York, hacking away at that crap you write. So when you come crawling back here, don't call me, don't speak to me, because you're right about one thing, Hawk. There's nothing for you here anymore. She shoved past him and fled. She'd forgotten her hat, she realized, as she watched herself run out of the house. A snowball, winged by one of the Dobson boys, splatted in the middle of her back, but she didn't notice. She didn't feel the cold or the tears streaming down her face. She felt nothing. He'd made her nothing. How could she have forgotten? How could she have forgiven? She didn't see then, nor did she see now, that he'd stood in the narrow window of the dormer and watched her go. She woke to thin autumn sunlight, her cheeks wet, her skin chilled. The grief was so real, so fresh, she rolled away, curled up in a ball, and prayed for it to pass. She wouldn't go through this again. Had she worked so hard to get over him, to push herself out of the grief and misery and hurt, only to lay herself open to it all again? Was she that weak? That stupid? Maybe she was, when it came to Jordan. Maybe she was just that weak and stupid, but she didn't have to be. She eased out of bed and left him sleeping. She pulled on a robe, a kind of armor, then headed to the kitchen for coffee. Mo scrambled up from the foot of the bed and bounded after her. With his leash between his teeth, he danced in place in the kitchen. Not yet, Mo. She bent to bury her face in his fur. I'm not up to it yet. Sensing trouble, he whined, then dropped the leash to lick her face. You're a good dog, aren't you? Been chasing rabbits, huh? That's okay. I've been chasing something too. Neither one of us is ever going to catch it. She drank the coffee where she stood and was pouring a second cup when she heard Jordan's footsteps. He pulled on his clothes, but still looked sleepily rumpled. He grunted when Mo's paws hit his chest and managed to nip the coffee mug out of Dana's hand. He drank deep. Thanks. He handed it back, then stooped to pick up Mo's leash. The act had Mo running around them in desperate circles. Want me to take him out? Yes. You can take him back to Flynn's. Sure. Want to go for a run before breakfast? He said to Mo as he clipped on the leash. Yeah, you bet. I don't want you to come back here. He glanced up, saw her face. What did you say? I don't want you to come back here. Not this morning, not ever. Down, Mo. Something in the quiet tone had the dog obeying. Did I sleep through an argument, or... Kane, he said, and gripped Dana's arm. What did he do? It has nothing to do with him. It's about me this time. I made a mistake letting you back in. I'm correcting it. What the hell brought this on? Last night, we have great sex. She shrugged, sipped her coffee. That's not enough for me. Or maybe it's too much for me. Either way, it doesn't work. You ripped me to pieces once. Dana, let me... No, that's just it. She stepped back from him. I won't let you. Not again. I've got a good life, all in all. It satisfies me. I don't want you in it. I don't want you here, Jordan. I can't have you here, so I'm telling you to go while there are no hard feelings. I'm telling you while we still have some chance of being friends. She moved past him quickly. I'm going to shower. Don't be here when I come out. He was still in a daze when he walked into Flynn's. Was this what she'd felt like, he wondered? Was this what he'd done to her? Had he left her feeling hollowed out and numb? And what happened when the numbness passed? Was it pain or anger or both? He wanted the anger. Christ, he wanted to find his anger. Trailing the leash that Jordan forgot to unclip, Mo dashed back toward the kitchen, and Flynn's cheerful greeting followed the sounds of thumps. A boy and his dog. Valerie jogged down the stairs, morning fresh in khakis and a navy sweatshirt. You're back early this morning, she began. Or am I running behind? Then she stopped, stared at him. What is it? What's wrong? A bubble of fear came into her voice. Dana? No, nothing. She's fine. But you're not. Come on, let's go sit down. No, I need to... Sit down, she repeated, and taking his arm, pulled him toward the kitchen. Flynn was at the card table, a temporary measure in the evolving kitchen. The walls had been painted a strong teal blue that set off the golden wood of the new cabinets. The floor was stripped down in preparation for the hardwood Mallory had selected. A piece of plywood sat on a stretch of base cabinets as a makeshift countertop. Flynn was eating cereal, and from the guilty look on both his and the dog's faces, he'd been sharing it with Mo. Hey, what's up? You want food? We've got about 15 minutes before the crew gets here. Sit down, Jordan. I'll get you some coffee. Flynn studied his friend's face. What's the deal? You and Dana have a fight? No fight. She just told me to go. Go where? Flynn. Mallory set a mug of coffee in front of Jordan and laid a hand on his shoulder. Can you possibly be that dense? Well, Jesus, give me a minute to catch up. If you weren't fighting, why did she kick you out? Because she didn't want me there. So you just left? Flynn tossed out. Without finding out what pissed her off? She wasn't mad. If she'd been mad, I could have handled her. Handled it. She just looked tired and sad and finished. He rubbed his hands over his face. So it wasn't going to be anger after all, he realized. It was just pain. Whatever she felt, Jordan, whatever's behind it, you have to find out. Mallory gave his shoulder a quick shake. Doesn't she mean anything to you? He shot her a look storming with emotions, and with a sigh she moved in to wrap her arms around him. All right, then, she murmured. All right. She means enough, he managed, that I'm not going to put that look on her face again. She wants me gone. I'll go. Men are such morons. Haven't you considered that she wants you gone only because she already expects you to go? Zoe met Mallory at the front door, then nudged her back out. I've been watching for you. Dana's in there, painting your side. Something's wrong. I can see it, but she won't talk about it. She broke up with Jordan. Oh, well, if they had a fight... No, it's something else, and nothing as simple as an argument. I'm going to see what I can do. Good luck. Zoe went back in. What's that noise, anyway? Just one more complication. Bradley's over in Dana's section with an electric floor sander. He won't let me use it. Yes, it was very nice of him to lend it to us, she continued when Mallory lifted her eyebrows, but I'm perfectly capable of sanding the floors. With him here, it's that much harder to get Dana to open up. Keep him busy. I'll deal with Dana. I don't want to keep him busy. The last time I was alone with him for 10 minutes, he put the moves on me. Which moves? Zoe glanced over her shoulder toward the sound of the sander. The night we were at his place. after everyone else left. I was having a simple conversation with him, then he kissed me." "He kissed you? That perverted maniac! Get the rope!" "Oh, ha, ha." "Okay, did you have to fight him off? Was it a scarring experience?" "No, but—" She lowered her voice, though she could have shouted and not been overheard. "He really kissed me. My head went wonky for a minute, so I kissed him back. I've got entirely too much on my plate for fun and games right now. Besides, he makes me nervous." "Yeah, great-looking guys who take time out of their day to sand floors for me always make me nervous." "Listen, I've got to talk to Dana. When I've taken care of her, I'll run over and, if necessary, save you from Brad's nefarious clutches. Unless, of course, you don't think you can handle yourself." "Okay, that was low, very low. Just make sure he doesn't wander over while I'm talking to Dana. Scoot!" She waved Zoe away, then headed in the opposite direction. Her first thought was, "Oh!" Her walls were coming to life with that pale, delicate burnt gold she'd chosen. It was right, just so right. Already she could see what a perfect backdrop it would make for art. Her second thought was how set and blank Dana's face was as she worked. And that was wrong. Just so wrong. "It looks wonderful." Obviously jolted out of long thoughts, Dana turned her head. "Yeah, you've got a knack for bullseyeing color. I figured this would look bland, even a little dingy. Instead it has this nice quiet glow. You don't. You don't have any glow at all today." Dana shrugged and continued to work. "Can't be Mary Sunshine all the time. I saw Jordan this morning. He wasn't glowing either. In fact," she continued as she walked to Dana, "he looked devastated." "He'll get over it." "Do you really think that? Or do you need to think it because it gets you off the hook?" "I'm not on any hook." She stared hard at the wall as she painted. Gold over white, gold over white. "I did what was right for me. It's none of your business, Mallory." "Yes, it is. I love you. I love Flynn, and he loves you. We're just one big gooey family. You can be angry with me if you want, if it helps. But you have to know I'm on your side. Whatever happens, I'm on your side. Then you should understand why I broke things off, and you should support my decision." "I would, if I thought it was what you really wanted." Mallory rubbed a hand over Dana's back. "If it made you happy." "I'm not looking for happy yet." Her friend's comforting stroke made her want to sit down on the floor and wail. "I'll settle for a little stretch of smooth road. Tell me what happened between yesterday and today." I remembered, with a little help from Kane. "I knew it!" As she snapped it out, Mallory's face went bright with anger. "I knew he was behind this. Hold on." He took me on a trip down memory lane. That makes him a son of a bitch, but it doesn't change the facts. God, she was tired, she thought. She just wanted to be left alone to paint the walls, paint away the ache and fatigue. He didn't change what happened, or make it worse. He didn't have to. I just know that after seeing it again, feeling it again, I was making a mistake. Why is it a mistake to love a decent man? Because he doesn't love me. She yanked the band out of her hair, as if doing so would relieve the headache simmering at the base of her skull. Because he's going to leave as soon as he's done here. Because the more I'm with him, the deeper in I get, and I can't control how I feel the way I thought I could. I can't be with him and not be in love with him. Did you ask how he felt? No. And you know what? I just wasn't up to hearing the old, "I care about you" routine. Sue me. No one spoke for a moment. There was only the sound of Dana's labored breathing, the hum of the paint machine, and the steady buzz of the sander from the other side of the house. "You heard him." Mallory stepped over, flicked off the machine. "Maybe his feelings aren't as simple and weak as you think. The man I saw this morning had been cut straight down to the bone. If you wanted payback, Dana, you got it. Dana whirled around, vibrant with fury, trembling with insult. The roller fell out of her hand and left a dull gold smear on the drop cloth. For Christ's sake! What do you take me for? Do you think I've been sleeping with him just so I could kick him out and get back some of my own? No, I don't. I'm just thinking, if you really want that smooth stretch of road, you don't get it by running somebody else into a ditch, then leaving him there bleeding. Dana heaved the hairband to the floor and wished viciously she had something more satisfying to throw. You've got some goddamn nerve. Yes, I guess I do. This is my fucking spin on the wheel, Mallory. I don't need you or anyone else telling me who to let into my life or who to close out. Seems to me that's just what you're letting Cain do. He had the direction he wanted you to take, and you're going right along with it. You're not even asking yourself why he gave you the push. So now I should stay with Jordan because of the key? You're lecturing me about my own life, my own decisions, so I won't risk screwing up your deal? Mallory drew a long breath. It wasn't the time for her to lose her temper, or she decided to blame Dana for losing hers. If you believe that, you don't know me, and more, you don't know what it is you've agreed to do. So you can keep on painting and congratulating yourself for avoiding all those bumps in the road, or you can stop being a coward and settle this with Jordan. Finished, Mallory started out. He shouldn't be hard to find, she called back. He told Flynn he was going to see his mother this morning. Chapter 16. He brought her carnations. Tulips had been her favorite, but it was the wrong season. Still, she'd liked simple flowers the best. Tulips and daffodils, rambling roses and daisies. The carnations were simple, it seemed to him, and feminine in the soft, old-fashioned pink. She'd have appreciated them, made a fuss, and put them in her good vase, the one her mother had given her some long-ago Christmas. He hadn't thought to buy anything to put them in, so the florist paper would have to do. He hated the cemetery. All those stones and markers popping out of the ground like a crop of death in gray and white and black. All the names and dates inscribed on them were as much a reminder that no one beat fate in the end as a memorial to a lifetime. Morbid thoughts, he supposed, but this was the place for them. The grass was bumpy and weedy, so the green was marred with brown patches where it had worn away, spindly where it hadn't been clipped close enough to the stones. Others had brought flowers to their dead, and some of the offerings were faded and withered. Some solved this remembrance of death by laying artificial blooms at the markers, but the bright colors struck him as false. More lie, he thought, than tribute. It was too windy here on the north end, and too cold without the shelter of the small grove of trees to the east or the sunny rise just to the west. He'd had the marker replaced a few years before with smooth white granite. She'd have considered that a foolish expense, but he'd needed to do something. It held her name, Susan Lee Hawke, and the span of her life, that short 46 years. Beneath, in script, was the line he'd paraphrased from Emily Dickinson, "Hope perches in the soul." She'd never lost hope. She'd lived her life believing in the power of hope and faith, leavened with good, hard work. Even when the sickness had eaten away her beauty, had whittled her down to brittle bones, she'd had hope. For him, Jordan thought now. She'd had hope for him, believed in him, and had loved him without qualification. He crouched down to lay the flowers on her grave. "I miss you, Mom. I miss talking to you and hearing you laugh. I miss seeing that look in your eye that told me I was in trouble, and even when I was, you were there for me. You were always there for me." He stared at the words on the stone. It looked so formal. She'd always been Sue, Simple, straightforward, Sue. I know you're not in there. This sort of thing, it's just a way of letting other people know you were around, that you were loved. Sometimes I feel you, and it's such a strong feeling, it's as if I could turn around and there you'd be. You always believed in stuff like that, in the possibilities of what we are. He rose, slid his hands into his pockets. I'm wondering what the hell I am. I've screwed up. Not everything, just one vital thing. I've got the one thing I always wanted, and I lost the one thing I didn't know I always needed. I'd say maybe it's cosmic justice. Maybe you just can't have it all. But you'd give me that look. He gazed out toward the hills she'd always loved, and the way the sky held a strong blue over the flame of the trees. I don't know if I can fix it. Fact is, I don't know if I should even try. He closed his eyes a moment. It hurts to be here. I guess it's supposed to. He touched his fingers to his lips, then pressed his fingers to the stone. I love you. I'll come back. He turned and stopped when he saw Dana standing on the edge of the access road, watching him. He looked so sad, she thought. More than that, it was as if the sorrow had stripped away his defenses and left the emotions behind them open and raw. It was painful to see him this vulnerable, to understand that they both knew she'd caught him unguarded in a moment meant to be private. No longer sure what she would say, could say, she walked across the grass to stand with him by his mother's grave. I'm sorry, I didn't want to disturb you, she began. That's why I was waiting over there. It's all right. She looked down at the grave, the fresh flowers spread over the grass. Perhaps she did know what to say. Flynn and I come here once a year. She cleared her throat. His father, my mother, and yours. We, try to come right after the first real snowfall. Everything's so peaceful and white and clean. We bring her flowers. She shifted her gaze from the flowers and saw he was staring at her. I thought you'd like to know we always bring her flowers when we come. He didn't speak, but his eyes said everything. Then he simply lowered his forehead to hers. They stood like that, silent, while the wind whipped around them and fluttered the petals of the pink carnations. Thanks. He straightened slowly, as if he were afraid something in him might break. Thank you. She nodded, and they stood, silent again, looking out at the hills. This is the first time I've been out here since I've been back, he told her. I never know what I'm supposed to do in a place like this. You did it. Carnations are nice. Simple. He let out a little laugh. Yeah, that was my thought. Why are you here, Dana? I had things to say to you that maybe I didn't say the right way this morning. If it's along the lines of we can still be friends, maybe you could wait a couple of days on that. Not exactly. I don't know if this is the appropriate time or place to talk about this, she began, but after Mallory finished reaming me out this morning, I decided she had a few points and that I owed you, myself, I owed both of us something better than the way I ended things. I hurt you. I could see it on your face. I don't want to hurt you, Dana. Too late for that. She lifted her shoulders, let them fall. You were careless with me, Jordan. You were careless, and you were callous. And though I might have spent some happy hours over the years dreaming about paying you back in kind, I realize that's not really what I want. So my being careless and callous with you this morning wasn't any more satisfying for me than it was for you. Why did you do it? I went back last night, courtesy of Kane. She frowned at his pithy comment. I don't think you should use that sort of language over your mother's grave." For some reason, the remark loosened a knot in his belly. She's heard it before. Nevertheless, he shrugged, and there was something of the boy she'd loved in the gesture. Just enough of him to twist her heart again. "Where did you go?" "I went back to the day you were packing to move to New York. I experienced it again. Watched myself experiencing it. It was very strange, and no less horrible knowing I was watching a rerun. It was like standing on both sides of a one-way mirror, watching us, and still being a part of it. Everything you said to me, everything you didn't say to me, was just as painful as when it happened. I'm sorry." She tipped her face up to his. "I actually believe you are, which is why I'm here rather than burning you in effigy. But you see, it hurt all over again. And I have the right, I have the responsibility to myself to step back from that. I'm not willing to let my heart spill at your feet again, and I can't be with you and keep it intact. Maybe we can be friends. Maybe we can't, but we can't be lovers. I just needed to explain that to you." When she stepped back, he laid a hand on her arm. "Would you walk with me? Jordan, just walk with me for a few minutes. You said what you had to say. I'm asking you to listen." "All right." She put her hands in her pockets to warm them and to avoid contact with his. "I didn't handle it well when my mother died. I don't know that you're supposed to handle things like that well. My mother's buried over there." She lifted a hand to gesture. "I don't really remember her. I don't remember losing her, but I miss her. And sometimes, still, I feel cheated. I have some of her things. A blouse my father saved that was her favorite, some of her jewelry, and photographs. I like having them. The fact that I don't remember her, that I was too young to remember losing her, doesn't mean I don't understand what it was like for you. You wouldn't let me help." "You're right. I wouldn't let you help. I didn't know how." He took her arm briefly to steady her over the uneven ground, then let her go as they walked toward the trees. "I loved her so much, Dana. It's not the sort of thing you think about every day when things are normal. I mean, I didn't wake up every morning thinking, boy, I sure love my mother. But we were a unit. I know. When my father left us, well, I don't remember him very well either. But I remember that she was a rock. Not cold, not hard, just sturdy. She worked like a fucking dog. 2 jobs until we were out of the debt pit he'd put her in. Even now he could almost taste the bitterness of it. She must have been so tired. But she always had time for me. Not just putting a meal on the table or handing me a clean shirt, but for me. I know. She was so interested in everything you did, without breathing down your neck over it. I used to pretend she was my mother." He glanced down. "You did?" "Yeah. You didn't think I was hanging around your house when I was a kid just to annoy you and Flynn and Brad, did you? I liked being around her. She smelled like a mother, and she laughed a lot. She'd look at you. Sometimes she'd just look over at you, and there was such love in her face, such pride. I wanted a mother who would look at me that way." It moved him to hear her say it, and the faint tang of bitterness washed away. "She never let me down. Not once. Not ever. She read everything I wrote, even when I was a kid. She saved a lot of it. And she would tell me that one day when I was a famous writer, people would get a big kick out of reading my early stories. I don't know if I would be a writer today if it wasn't for her. Her steady, constant faith in me. She'd be thrilled with what you've done. She didn't live to see me published, not with a book. She wanted me to go to college. I wanted it too, but I figured on putting it off a year or two, earning more money first. She laid down the law. She was so damn good at that when it was important to her. So I went. He was silent for a moment, and a cloud slipped over the sun, deadening the light. I sent some money home, but not much. Wasn't that much to spare. I didn't come home as much as I should have. I got caught up. There was so much out there. Then I went to grad school. There were a lot of years I wasn't there for her. You're being too hard on yourself. Am I? She put me first every time. I could have come back here sooner, earned a good living at the garage, and taken some of the weight off her. She put a hand on his shoulder so he would turn and face her. That's not what she wanted for you. You know it wasn't. She was over the moon about what you were doing. When you had those stories published in magazines, she was thrilled. I could have written them here. I did write when I finally came home. I got my teeth into a book, wrote like a crazy man at night after work. When I wasn't being crazy over you, that is. I was going to do it all, have it all. Money, fame, the works. He spoke quickly now, as if the words had been dammed up too long. I was going to move her out of that broken-down house, buy her someplace beautiful, up in the hills. She would never have to work again. She could garden or read or whatever she wanted to do. I was going to take care of her, but I didn't. I couldn't. Oh, Jordan, you're not to blame for that. It's not a matter of blame. She got sick. I'd spent all that time away. Now I was back, going to make it all right, and she got sick. Just a little tired, she'd say. Just a little achy, getting old, and she'd laugh. So she didn't go to the doctor in time. Money was tight. Time off work was tough to get, so she didn't go until it was too late. Unable to hold out against it, she took his hand in hers. It was terrible. What both of you went through was terrible. I didn't pay attention, Dana. I was wrapped up in my own life, in what I wanted, what I needed. I didn't see that she was sick until she sat me down and told me what they'd found inside her. It's stupid to blame yourself for that. Stupid, Jordan. And she'd tell you exactly that. She probably would. And I've come around to that since. But during it, after, it happened so fast. I know it took months, but it seemed so fast. The doctors, the hospital, the surgery, the chemo. Christ, she was so sick through that. I didn't know how to take care of her. Wait, just wait. You did take care of her. You stayed with her. You read to her. God, Jordan, you fed her when she couldn't feed herself. You were her rock then, Jordan. I saw it. Dana, I was terrified. And I was angry, and I couldn't tell her. I locked it in because I didn't know what else to do. You were barely in your 20s, and your world was crashing down around you. Even as she said it, she knew she hadn't understood that at the time. Not completely. She was fading away in front of me, and I couldn't stop it. When we knew she was dying, when there wasn't much time, she was in such pain. She told me she was sorry she had to go, that she had to leave me. She said there wasn't a single day of my life she hadn't been proud of me and grateful for me. I fell apart. I just lost it. Then she was gone. I don't know if I said goodbye or told her I loved her. I don't even know what I said or did. He turned back, walking once more toward the stones that bloomed out of the patchy grass. She'd made all the arrangements already, so all I had to do was follow through, one foot in front of the other. The memorial service, the dress she wanted to wear, the music she wanted played. She had some insurance. She'd scraped money together for that every month, Christ knows how. There was enough to pay off most of the debts that had built up and give me some breathing room. You were her child. She wanted to provide for you. She did, in every possible way. I couldn't stay here, Dana. Not then. I couldn't live in that house and grieve for her every time I took a breath. I couldn't stay in this town where I would see people I knew everywhere I went. You'd think it would be a comfort, the familiar, but for me it was constant pain. One minute I'd feel like I was suffocating, the next like I was going to explode. I had to get away from it, I had to bury some of that pain the way I'd buried her. You wouldn't talk to me about it. I couldn't. If I'd had the words, I'd have choked on them. I'm not saying it was right, it wasn't. But it's the truth. I had to make something of myself, and I couldn't do it here, or I believed I couldn't, so what's the difference? You had to go, she murmured, or you wouldn't be who you are. How could it have taken her so long to see that, she thought. I hated what I was here, and I was afraid of what I would become if I stayed. I saw myself working in the garage day after day, year after year, and throwing away everything she'd worked for, everything she'd wanted from me because I couldn't do any better. I was angry and in pain, so wrapped up in both I didn't give a damn about anything else. He came back to the edge of his mother's grave, stared down at the flowers. I didn't know you loved me. I don't know what I'd have done differently if I had, but I didn't know. You always seemed so strong, so sure of yourself, so easy with the way things were that I didn't see inside that. He reached out to brush the hair back from her cheek, then dropped his hand again. Maybe I didn't want to. With all that happened to her, I didn't have any room to love anyone. But I hurt you, and I meant to, because it was easier on me if you walked away. I'm ashamed of that, and I'm sorry for it. You deserved better. I don't know what to say to you. It helps hearing all this. I know it wasn't easy to tell me. Don't cry, Dana. It rips me. It's a little tough to get through otherwise. But she swiped her fingers under her eyes. We were young, Jordan, and we both made mistakes. We can't change what happened, but we can put it in place and try to be friends again. We're grown up now, and we've got today to deal with. You want to be friends? I'll be your friend. Okay. She managed a wobbly smile and held out a hand. There's just one more thing you need to know. He clasped her fingers firmly in his. I'm in love with you. Oh. Her already unsteady heart stumbled. God! I never got over you. Whatever I felt for you back then, it was like the root. Time went on. I'd keep trying to kill that root, but it wouldn't die. I'd breeze back into town to see Flynn, catch a glimpse of you, or you'd take a shot at me, and what was growing on that root would nudge a little further up from the ground. Damn it, Jordan, damn it! Whatever it cost him, he had to get it out. This last time, when I knocked on Flynn's door and you opened it, it was like that vine shot up another 10 feet and wrapped around my throat. I'm in love with you, Dana. I can't kill it off, and I wouldn't if I could. So I'm spilling my heart at your feet this time. It's yours, whatever you do with it. What do you think I'm going to do, you jackass? She leaped into his arms. Relief, joy, pleasure rushed through him like a flood as he buried his face in her hair. That's what I was hoping you'd say. The first thing Dana heard when she walked back into indulgence was arguing. Just one of the essential elements, in her opinion, that made a house a home. She cocked an ear toward her section of the building and held up a hand for quiet when Jordan stepped in behind her. I'm not going to hurt myself. I'm perfectly capable of running an electric sander. You just don't want anyone else to play with it. In the first place, it's not a toy. There was such chilly exasperation in Brad's voice that Dana had to muffle a snort. In the second, once I finished this area, which I would already have done if you didn't keep nagging, I don't nag. There were equal parts venom and insult in Zoe's response. Dana gave Jordan's arm a tug. You go referee the irritable twins, she whispered. I need to talk to Mallory. Why can't I talk to Mallory? A real man wouldn't be afraid to— Oh, stop that. He hunched his shoulders, jammed his hands in his pockets, and strode off in the direction of the spat. Dana buffed her nails on her jacket. Works every time? Then she huffed out a breath, squared her own shoulders, and headed in the opposite direction to swallow her serving of crow. The walls in what would be Mallory's main showroom were finished, and looked, Dana decided, just swell. She could hear the music from the radio jingling out from the room beyond, and Mallory singing along with Bonnie Raitt. She was also, Dana noted as she stepped in, grooving. As Mallory swiped the roller up and down, her hips bumped to the jumpy Delta beat. You got that up so loud just to keep up your rhythm, or to block out the sexual tension from across the hall? Mallory turned, set down her roller to give her arms a rest. A little of both. How are you doing? How do I look? Better. Mallory took a closer study. In fact, you look pretty damn good. I feel pretty damn good. First, I'm sorry. I was feeling miserable and I took it out on you. You were only trying to help. Friends do that. Take their moods out on each other and try to help. Both of you look so unhappy, Dana. Well, we were. We had reason to be. Whatever Kane's motives, he showed me the truth. I couldn't just bury what happened before, all that hurt. It had to be dealt with, taken out, looked at. Understood, at least. You're right. No, you were right. She peeled off her jacket, tossed it on the window ledge. I wasn't dealing with it, not by starting things up with Jordan again or cutting them off. I just had it buried in a very shallow grave. We both did. You needed time together first, to get to know each other again. You're right. You're batting 1,000 today. Though I've never understood exactly what that means, let me see if I can keep it up. You went to see Jordan. You talked some of this out, and you reached the understanding, at last, that you're in love with each other. Sign her up! He loves me. When Dana's eyes filled, Mallory whipped the kerchief off her head and rushed over to offer it. Thanks. He said things to me he didn't say before, couldn't say, or wouldn't. I don't guess it matters. He wasn't ready, and if I'm going to be honest about it, we weren't ready. I loved him, but that wasn't enough to let me see what he was going through, what he needed, what I needed for that matter. It was blinding. So all I could see was, I want Jordan, period. I never thought about what we'd do together or be together, what either of us needed to do separately to make it strong. It was all just right that minute. You were young and in love. Mallory took the kerchief back and dried her own eyes. Yeah, I was. I loved him with everything I had. But I have more now. And it's so amazing, really, to be able to take one step back and look at the man he is, the man he's made of himself, and realize he's more. To know it was worth the wait. Dana. Her damp eyes went wide on Mallory's face, then she blinked rapidly before turning to where Jordan stood in the doorway. This is girl stuff here. Dana. He said her name again, then crossed to her. She saw the emotion swirling in his eyes, blazing in the blue before his arms banded around her. He hitched her up to her toes as his mouth swooped down to hers. Oh. Undone, Mallory buried her face in the kerchief. Okay, I'd just like to say... Zoe stormed halfway into the room before she skidded to a halt. Staring at the couple wrapped in each other, she pressed a hand to her heart. Oh! She reached back to dig the bandana out of her pocket, but Brad stepped up beside her, pushed his into her hand. Thanks. She sniffled into it. But I did have my own. Shut up, Zoe. Because the moment was too precious to spoil, she did. Jordan eased back. There's something I have to do. Her eyebrow winged up, and her smile was quick and wicked. Right here? In front of all of our friends? Cool, was Brad's response, which earned him Zoe's elbow in his belly. This isn't the time for gutter thoughts. It's always the time. Ignore them, Jordan murmured, and pressed his lips to Dana's forehead. I am. There's something I have to do, he said again. So I have to renege on giving you a hand around here today. But it's important, he interrupted. I'll explain it tonight. We all need to get together tonight and go over what you wrote. I'm running out of time. Why don't we meet at Flynn's? It's the most central. He glanced over. Is that okay with you, Mallory? Sure. The kitchen's not finished yet, so we won't get food like we did at Brad's. Actually, even with the kitchen finished, we wouldn't get food like we had at Brad's. Pizza and beer works for me, Dana said. That's my girl. Jordan kissed her again. I'll see you there. You've got something up your sleeve. Dana narrowed her eyes. I can see it. If you're thinking about messing with Kane, he's got nothing to do with this. I've got to go, or I'm not going to get it all done. Brad, you're coming with me. I haven't finished here. You go, take him, Zoe said, pointing at Brad. Leave the sander. All will be well here. You're not hauling that thing upstairs by yourself. It's not that heavy and I'm not that weak. You're not carrying it up those stairs. Jesus, Vane. Cart the thing up and be done with it. Grinning, Jordan slung his arm around Dana's shoulder. Don't you know how to handle a woman? Kiss my ass. Brad turned on his heel and strode away. I can do it myself, Zoe began. Zoe! Basking in the glow of love rediscovered, Dana shook her head. Stop being a jerk. I can't help it. Zoe lifted her hands, let them fall. He brings out the jerk in me. She heard him cursing under his breath as he carried the sander toward the steps and folded her arms over her chest. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to do anything. Good plan. Why don't you grab a roller? Mallory suggested. We can finish in here, then start upstairs. Can I just say, you women are doing a hell of a job with this place. There, see? Delighted, Zoe walked over and gave Jordan a loud kiss on the cheek. Here's a secure man who has respect for a woman's abilities. Absolutely. Nothing sexier than a self-sufficient woman. Lap it up, Hawk, lap it up. Dana nudged him aside. Now take your playmate and run along. We've got work to do. She waited until Jordan and Brad had gone out, then dashed to the window to spy on them. What's he up to? Yeah, Brad's asking him what gives right now. I can tell, but he's not saying. He's not saying because he knows I'm standing here watching, damn it. She jerked back with a laugh as Jordan looked straight at her through the glass. You just can't pull one over on Jordan. God, I love that about him. I'm so happy for you, Mallory sighed. And if we're not careful, we're going to start another weeporama. Since I've leaked more in this one day than I have the entire past year, let's paint. Dana turned, gave her biceps an exaggerated flex. He's right, you know. We're doing a hell of a job with this place." They worked downstairs until the walls were done, then took a coffee break, sitting on the floor to admire them. "The floors in Dana's section need to be damp mopped. You need a clean surface before they're sealed." "I don't know how the sealing part goes." "It's easy," Zoe told her. "I'll show you. Once they're sealed, dried good and hard, you can start moving stuff in." Wow. Since Dana's stomach jumped, she pressed a hand to it. "It gets more real every day. I ordered the shelves. If they get here when they're supposed to, along with the other stuff I ordered, and the first shipments of books, I should be setting up in a couple of weeks. Maybe less. And I have a potential employee." "You didn't say anything about that," Zoe admonished. "Who is it?" "It's a woman I met when I was working in the library. I ran into her at the grocery store, and one thing led to another. She's personable, presentable, likes to read, wants a job, and isn't looking for a big salary. She's going to come by sometime and get a look at the place. If she doesn't run screaming, I think I've got myself a bookseller." "Zoe, how soon do you think I can start moving stock in?" Mallory asked. "I think next week." Zoe sipped coffee, glanced around the room. "It's all coming together so well. I don't want to jinx it, but I really think next week. It's going to take me a little longer. There's more to set up in a salon, and we still have to replace some of these windows. Plus, there's going to be a good long list of punch-out work." "I love it when she talks the manly talk," Dana commented. "Now let's go up and play with the sander like men." "First," Zoe said in a fair imitation of Brad's most clipped tone, "it's not a toy." "Jeez." Dana laughed her way to her feet. "You slay me." Chapter 17. "You sure about this?" Brad studied Jordan and the square-cut ruby ring in his hand. "Yeah, I think. She'd like this better than the traditional diamond." "I don't mean the ring. I mean what you're buying the ring for." "I'm sure. A little queasy, but sure." "I'm not going to take offense," Flynn decided. "I could take offense that asking my sister to marry you makes you queasy, but I won't." Jordan smiled a little as he turned the ring under the light. He'd wanted them both with him when he took this step. A kind of circle, he supposed, just as the ring was a circle. He couldn't say either of them had been thrilled to be hauled off to Pittsburgh and into a jewelry store, but they'd come through. They always did. "I think this is the one." "I know she is." He offered the ring to Brad. "You know more about this stuff than either of us. Give me an opinion of the rock." Behind the counter, the jeweler began to make noises. Yeah, Jordan waved him off. "I know the spiel. I'd rather hear what my pal here has to say." "I can assure you that that stone is an excellent quality. Burmese ruby at 3 carats, set in 18-karat gold. The craftsmanship of the—" "Why don't you get me a loupe?" Brad suggested pleasantly. "The guy's buying an engagement ring. It's a moment." He might not have been happy, but the potential sale had him producing a jeweler's loupe and offering it to Brad. Playing it out, Brad hemmed, hawed, and hummed before setting both the ring and the loupe on the black velvet pad. "You're buying yourself a hell of a rock," he said. "It hits the 3 C's, color, cut, clarity, and at 3 substantial carats, rounds it out nicely. She'll love it." "Yeah, that's what I thought. Wrap it up," he told the jeweler. "We should go get a beer now, right?" Flynn glanced warily at the other rings in the glass case. "And Jordan should buy, in a symbolic gesture of, "Oh, hell with all that, I just want a beer." "All in good time, my pretty." Jordan pulled out his wallet, dug out his credit card. "We've got another stop to make on the way back." The way he looked at it, he was going to make a clean sweep. A kind of romantic hat trick. He got the girl, he bought the ring. Now he thought as they pulled through the gates of Warrior's Peak, he was going to see if he could finesse the house. "This is wild," Flynn said from the back seat where Mo snored beside him, exhausted by the thrill of the car trip. "I think I'm in some sort of shock." "Pretty wild," Jordan agreed. "But the fact is, I always wanted this place, even when I was a kid." "Okay, before you go in there and make some sort of insane offer, let's just take one more pass through the routine." Brad shifted. "Let me point out, once again, that this place is enormous. I like big. It's isolated. I like isolated. You haven't asked Dana if she wants to live up here." "I don't have to. I know how she'll feel about it." "It's like talking to a brick," Brad muttered. "Okay, if you're set on going through with this, at least take the 'I'm a big sucker with a lot of money' sign off your ass." "They're gods, son." Jordan parked, pushed open the door. "I don't think a poker face is going to make much difference." "I don't know why you think they'll consider selling the place to you," Brad continued. "They only bought it a couple of months ago. Gods or not, there are the small matters of equity, taxes, capital gains." "Listen to the suit!" Flynn grinned as Mo leaped over him and out of the car. "Shut up! You're in shock, remember? Takes a good 30 minutes to get down to the valley from here," Brad continued. "The way you drive it does," Jordan muttered under his breath. "I heard that." 30 minutes, Brad repeated, "for a mature adult who has respect for the speed limit. And that's in good weather. Fine for you. You can stay home and write in your underwear. Dana's going to be running a business in town 6 days a week." 6? Jordan turned from studying the house. "How do you know they're planning on being open 6 days?" "I got that from Zoe, in between her sniping at me. The point is, she's going to have to travel down there most every day, and in the winter, I'll buy her a 4-wheel, a goddamn Humvee. Stop fretting, Mary. And just for that, I hope, if they're in the market for a buyer, they hose you." Rowena opened the door and was already laughing as she bent down to greet Mo. "Welcome. How lovely. 3 handsome men and a handsome dog." "You called that dog handsome?" Jordan commented. "It must be love." "And so it is." She straightened, smiled brilliantly as she looked into Jordan's eyes. "So it is. Come in." Mo didn't need a second invitation. He raced by her, skidded on the tiles, bumped into the archway on his turn into the parlor. When they caught up with him, he was curled into a chair, his chin resting on its velvet arm, his tail thumping. "Hey, off the furniture, you ingrate!" Even as Flynn moved over to haul him down, Mo's big brown eyes shifted to Rowena. His tail thumped harder. "No, please. He's perfectly welcome to sit there. After all," she hurried over to intervene, "after all, he's a guest." "He's an operator." "Yes." She stroked one of his floppy ears. "And what's the phrase? He has my number." "No harm. Now what can I offer you? Coffee? Tea?" A corner of her lips twitched as she looked at Flynn. "Perhaps a cold beer." "Did you read my mind, or do I just look like a guy who wants a beer right now?" "Perhaps a bit of both. Please, follow Mo's lead, and sit, be comfortable. I'll just be a moment." "Is Pitt available?" Jordan asked. "Certainly. I'll ask him to join us." Brad waited until she'd left the room, then turned to Jordan. "Okay, I can't stand it. Don't just blurt out how you want this house and always have or something lame-brained like that." "Do I look like I just fell out of the nest?" "Ever bought a house before?" "No, but I have. You're a successful author with a string of bestsellers. They know you've got money. Add some sparkly childhood dream to that, and you're just asking to get taken." Jordan took a seat. "You know, I'm beginning to see why you irritate Zoe." Brad looked down his nose. "I don't irritate her. I make her nervous. The irritation is merely a side effect of the nerves." "Yeah, I'm starting to get it too," Flynn put in, and flopped down in his chair, much like his dog. He perked up as Rowena came back, carrying a tray. "Hey, let me give you a hand with that." Flynn pushed to his feet, took the tray that held 5 pilsners of beer. "Thank you. Please, help yourselves. Pitt will be right along." She sat on the sofa, curled up her legs, and sent Flynn a silky smile when he offered her one of the glasses. "It's an important day." He felt his stomach clutch when she looked at him. "Yeah, I guess it is." "You're allowed to feel a bit off-center. It's human." "Ah, here's Pitt." "Good afternoon. Rowena tells me we've things to talk about." He sat on the sofa beside her, reached for a beer. "You're well?" "Seem to be," Jordan answered. "Maybe I should start with what's happened." He told them first of Kane's taking Dana back into their past. "It's interesting." Pitt studied his beer, considered. "More straightforward than one expects from him." "A method that matches his quarry," Rowena said. "Clever of him. He doesn't attempt to trick or deceive her. Rather, he tells her precisely what he's doing, allows her to see and still experience. Yes, it was a very good strategy." "It might have worked. Nearly did. I don't think we'd be where we are, at least not now, if Mallory hadn't given us both a push. The 6 of you are part of one whole, vital and individual," Rowena added, "but stronger yet for your connection. How did you resolve this thing with Dana?" "Do I have to tell you? I can just about see the little red heart circling over my head myself." "I'd still like to hear what you say, how you say it." As he complied, she nodded, slid her hand into Pitt's. "It's difficult," she said, "to know what to let go of, what to hold. I'm happy for you both, that you held each other." "So am I, for purely personal reasons. But it plays into the rest, doesn't it?" Jordan watched her face, wished he could read it. "It's part of the quest." In a tapestry, every thread matters, the length, the texture, the hue. He wished to separate you. You didn't allow it. The thread between you is long and rich and strong. Why is it so important that he separate us? You're more together than you are apart. You know that. It's not only that. He leaned forward. Help me help her. You have. You will. I believe that. She's nearly out of time. You've come farther than you think, so be careful. He'll do whatever he can to break that thread. Jordan sat back. He won't break it. There's another reason I'm here. I'm starting to wonder if it's not part of the tapestry as well. I want to buy this house. Brad made a strangled sound in his throat that had Pitt shooting him a dryly amused glance. Would you care for some water? No, no. With a sigh, Brad drank more beer. No. The big businessman over there figures I should tap dance around and we'll play Let's Negotiate for an hour or two. I don't see the point. I don't know what your plans are for the place once this is all done, but if you're willing to sell, I'm ready to buy. Why doesn't he just give them a blank check? Brad thought to himself. Access to his brokerage account, the deed to his condo in New York. Your business-minded friend has some excellent points. Sending Brad a nod of acknowledgement, Pitt swirled his beer. I've developed a number of business interests over time. I enjoy... He gave Rowena a questioning glance. Wheeling and dealing. Yes, it's an entertaining hobby. This property, beyond suiting our needs during this period, is quite desirable. A house of this size and material, with its history and its location, which includes 25.3 acres, both cleared and wooded, a 6-car garage, an indoor swimming pool with steam room, and whirlpool tub. Rowena supplied on a bubble of laughter. We quite enjoy the whirlpool tub. Yes. He lifted her hand, nipped her knuckles. As well as a number of other details and amenities. Please. Unable to hold back, Brad lifted a hand. This place is an enormous white elephant. Amenities and history are one thing, but it's 20 miles away from the valley. 18.6, Pitt corrected blandly. On a narrow road that twists straight up the mountain, Brad continued. It's bound to cost a fortune to heat and cool. You put it on the market tomorrow, you'd be lucky to get a serious offer within the next decade. Pitt stretched out his legs, crossed his ankles. It occurred to Jordan that this was the most relaxed he'd seen Pitt in the weeks of their acquaintance. I would enjoy doing business with you, he told Brad. Perhaps at some point there will be an opportunity. I believe it would be very stimulating. Right now you're doing business with me, Jordan reminded him. Yes, that's true. Pitt's gaze shifted to Jordan. I have a question first. Rowena patted Pitt's arm to hold him off, then looked at Jordan. Why do you want this house? I've always wanted it. Brad rolled his eyes toward heaven. Have pity on him. The question is why? It spoke to me. I don't mean that literally. No, Rowena nodded. I understand you. Go on. When I was a kid, I would look up here and I'd think, that's my house. It's just waiting for me to grow up. I remember telling my mother that I was going to buy it for her one day, and she'd be able to stand up there on the top of the world. He shrugged. When I was older, I would drive up here sometimes, look at the place, and tell myself that one day I'd drive through the gates and walk right in the front door. It's beautiful, and it's strong. And it may be all the way up here, but it's part of what makes the valley what it is. I couldn't give it to my mother. I want to give it to Dana. I want to build a life with her here, raise children with her here. I want to be able to look down at the valley and know we're all a part of something solid and real and important. You can have the house. The gleam in Pitt's eyes winked out. Rowena! For its appraised value, she continued, wagging a finger at her lover, and not a penny more. You wound me, Agra. You won't charge him for the legal business of it, the settlement, the transfer, whatever it is. You will pay the fees and what are they called? She asked Brad. Points. He had to swallow a laugh. I think you mean points. Yes, all that sort of business. She thought for a moment. I think that's everything. Pitt hissed out a breath. Women are a trial to a man. Why don't I just wrap bows around the place and gift it to him? Because he wouldn't accept. She leaned over to kiss Pitt's cheek while he scowled. It's always been his, she said. You know that as well as I. Be that as it may. He drummed his fingers on his knee. You and I, he said to Jordan, will work out the details of the thing without the female buzzing about. At your convenience. Shake hands on it, Pitt. Rowena gave him a nudge. Shake hands on the terms just set. Bloody hell. He shoved himself to his feet, held out a hand. Might as well do it then, or she'll nag me hairless. Jordan clasped Pitt's hand, felt a quick jolt. It might have been power, he mused, or simple frustration. It was hard to tell when you were closing a deal with a god. Thank you. So you should thank me. Your friend over there will know I could turn considerably more than the appraised value in this current market. That handshake binding? Brad wondered. It is. Without a full inspection of the property, I'd say you'd have gotten 10% over appraisal. Minimum. More like 15. Though he'd been carefully silent during the transaction, Flynn spoke up now. When you publish the local paper, you know these things. There's a hotelier who's tried to buy it up, turn it into a resort. He got close a couple of times, Flynn continued conversationally, but something always screwed the deal. Bad luck for him. Rowena met his quiet look and smiled. Indeed. Would you care to go through some of the house now, Jordan? Before he could open his mouth, Flynn tapped his watch. We're running a little short on time. Ah, well, soon then. She took Jordan's hand as well, squeezed it once. You must see more of it, and the views, of course, from the terraces and balcony and parapet. I'll look forward to it. I'll bring Dana and we'll... He trailed off, staring at her, the way she stood, slim and quiet, and somehow apart from the rest of them. And he saw the woman standing on the parapet under a gleaming moon with her dark cloak billowing in the wind. It was you. All those years ago. I saw you. I saw you. She touched a hand, very gently, to his cheek. A young, handsome boy, so troubled, so full of thoughts. I wondered when you'd remember me. Why did I see you? Why didn't they? They didn't need to. He wasn't sure what it all meant, and Rowena had left him wondering. What he needed, Jordan decided, as he let himself into Dana's apartment, was a little time to get his thoughts into some sort of order. Maybe he should write them down, as he had with the sequence of events. He would sit down at Dana's computer and just let it flow. But when he walked into the bedroom, he heard the shower running. He hadn't noticed her car parked out front, which meant he concluded that his mind was somewhere else. He poked into the bathroom to let her know he was there. Her scream could have shattered brick when he tugged back the shower curtain. With one hand over her heart, the other shoving at her dripping hair, she gasped for air. Why don't you just make that squeaky violin music and finish the job? Hey, it's not like I'm wearing a dress and carrying a knife. I just wanted to let you know I was here so I wouldn't scare you when you came out. Yeah, better to scare me when I'm wet and naked and helpless. He pursed his lips. She'd always looked good, wet and naked. Helpless? Okay, maybe not helpless. She reached out, grabbed a fistful of his shirt. Get in here, big guy. Tempting. Very tempting. But I need to talk to you about some stuff, and we need to get to Flynn's. Talk later. Hot, steamy sex now. It's really hard to argue with that. He toed off his shoes. She waited until he stepped in behind her, then handed him the soap and an over-the-shoulder invitation. Wash my back? I can start there. I'm going to get all slippery and slick and... That's not my back! He slid his soapy hands over her butt. It's behind you, so it counts. Bending his head, he skimmed his teeth over her shoulder. You've got the most incredible body. Have I mentioned that before? Maybe once or twice, but I don't mind redundancy under certain circumstances. She dipped her head back as his hands sleeked up her torso, slithered over her breasts. Such as that? Then I'll risk repeating myself. He turned her around. I love you. He laid his lips on hers. I'm so in love with you. With a sound of pleasure and joy, she hooked her arms around his neck, poured herself into him. Water sluiced over them, and the steam billowed up. Flesh slid over flesh, and soapy hands glided to tease and arouse. Lips rubbed and nibbled, then began to hunger. Her heart was so full, she wondered it didn't burst like light and rock the room. It's different. She kissed his mouth, his throat, his mouth. It's different now, knowing you love me. She fisted her hands in his hair to draw him back an inch. It's different now when I can tell you I love you. Then it's always going to be different, because I'm never going to stop. Their mouths met again. It was different. Every touch, every taste, every need was gilded with a sense of belonging. Water showered over them as he anchored her, as he slipped inside her. The beauty of it brought her 1,000 sweet aches. Hers now. He was hers now, and she was his. She held tight and matched him beat for beat. Emotions swamped him, sensations drowned him, and all he could see was her, the dark eyes, the sleek hair, the strong mouth, and water streaming down her face like tears. She held him, body and heart, and he realized she always had. He felt her tremble, heard her breath shudder and catch, then her eyes went beautiful and opaque as she came. As she tightened around him, he pressed his mouth to hers again and gave himself to her. After, a long time after, they simply stood holding each other. "This is good, Jordan. This is really good." "Yeah." "Even though the water's getting cold, I feel all lazy and sleepy. I wish we could slide into bed instead of getting dressed and going over to Flynn's. If you're too tired to go, that's not it. I just want to lie around in bed with you." He drew her back. "I can't argue with that either. But we're going to get dressed and go over to Flynn's because lying around in bed would be wrong." She kissed him lightly. Jesus, the water is getting cold. He reached behind her and switched it off. "We can go over, then leave early and come back and lie around in bed." "Good plan." She stepped out of the shower, grabbed a towel. "So what's this mysterious mission you went on today?" She wrapped her hair in the towel, grabbed a second one. He held out a hand, thinking it was for him, but she started drying her legs with it. He shook his head, got yet another towel for himself. "We'll talk about it later." "What's wrong with now?" "Because we're in the bathroom, naked. It's just not the right place for it." "That's silly. We've had naked conversations before. In fact, we've had some very interesting naked conversations." "Where did you go, and why did you need Brad and Flynn along?" "Because I know they went with you. I have ways of getting that sort of information." She grabbed a bottle of body cream and poured some into her hand. "I'll tell you later. You'll appreciate the fact that we get into this in a more appropriate setting." "See, now you're making me crazy." She slathered on cream, "which forces me to grill you. You were gone for hours. Where did you go? What did you do?" "We went to a titty bar and drank cheap booze while women with fascinating man-made breasts slid around on long, shiny poles." "You think that'll irritate me and I'll leave you alone, but you're wrong." She took the towel off her head and finger-combed her hair. "Personally, I don't have a problem with guys going to strip clubs and making jackasses of themselves, so you might as well tell me the truth." "Fine. Here and now, then." He picked up his pants, dug the jeweler's box out of the pocket. He held it out to her, flipped up the lid with his thumb. "Oh, my Jesus Christ," she said, and sat down heavily on the lid of the toilet. "Yeah, that's romance." "You like it, or what?" She had to swallow. "Depends." "On what?" He scowled, turned the box around to study the ring. It looked great, he decided, but there was never any certainty with women. "I figured you'd like this better than the standard diamond, but if you'd rather go that route, I can exchange it." She shivered, but she didn't feel cold, not in the least. "Then that would be an engagement ring you've got there." "What the hell do you think it is? Would you stand up? This is just a little too bizarre." "Sorry." She got to her feet. "I wasn't sure what it meant." "It means marry me, Dana." He had to push his dripping hair back. "It means I love you and I want to spend my life with you. I want to make children with you and grow old with you." She'd thought her heart was full, but it hadn't been. There was still room, so much room for him. "Oh, well, that clears things up nicely. It's a beautiful ring. It's the most beautiful ring I've ever seen. You were only wrong about one thing." "What's that?" "I don't mind the time and place, Jordan." She looked up at him now with a brilliant smile. "I don't mind it at all. In fact, if you would put that on my finger, I'd like it to be the only thing I'm wearing for the next few minutes." Holding out her hand, she took one quick, catchy breath. "I'd really love to wear that ring. I'd love to marry you, and all the rest of it, too." He took it out, set the box aside, then lifted her left hand. "This is one more beginning for us. I'm looking forward to the rest of them." He slipped the ring on her finger. There was a little buzz of heat, then a lovely spread of warmth where the gold circled her finger. "It's beautiful. It even fits." "Yeah? None of us knew your ring size, so that's a bonus." He turned her hand, watched the stone sparkle. "It looks good on you." She rose to her toes, took his mouth with hers. "You're so full of surprises." "You've got that right. I might as well tell you the next one. I bought, or I'm buying, Warrior's Peak." She blinked twice, very slowly. "Sorry, I thought you said you were buying the peak." "That's right. I want us to live there. I want us to make a family there." "You—" Though her knees wobbled, she didn't give in and sit down again. "You're not going back to New York?" "Of course I'm not going back to New York." Bafflement moved over his face. "How the hell am I supposed to be married to you and live in New York while you run a business in the Valley? Dana, I thought... It's where you live." He cupped her chin, unsure if he was impatient or amused. "You think I'd ask you to move to New York, throw away your store before it even gets started? I was never planning to go back there to live anyway, but if I had been, this would have changed it." "You weren't going back?" "No. There was a time when I had to leave. This was the time when I had to come back. I need to be here. I need to be with you." "I would have gone with you," she managed. "I want points for that." "We're not going anywhere. If the peak doesn't suit you, You're just trying to get points back." Overcome, she laughed and threw her arms around him. "You know it suits me. God, this is fantastic. It's amazing. But please tell me that's the last surprise. My head's going to spin right off my shoulders." "That's pretty much it for now. Let's get dressed. Get over to Flynn's." She pressed her hands, palm to palm, and stared at her ring. "I can't wait to tell everyone." "Flynn and Brad already know." "Men." She flicked them away with a wave as she walked into the bedroom. "They don't know anything. Boy, oh boy, wait until Mallory and Zoe get a load of this ring. I've got to find a really cool outfit to set it off." "I like the one you're wearing now." She shot a look over her shoulder before she dived into her closet. "See? Men don't know anything." Chapter 18. When Mo dragged Flynn into the house, they heard the single high-pitched scream. Mo bared his teeth, Flynn bared his, and they raced toward the kitchen prepared to taste blood. Mallory stood in the center of the room, her hands crossed over her heart, laughing like an idiot. "Where is he? What did he do? Son of a bitch!" "Who?" Mallory braced herself for Mo's leap of love, but wasn't prepared to have Flynn lift her off her feet. "What?" "You were screaming." "Oh, okay, Mo, down you go. Flynn, put me down. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine." Other than the fact that she was flushed with embarrassment and trying not to giggle. "I thought I was alone." Reaction set in and made Flynn short of breath. He dropped Mallory back on her feet with a little thump as his arms started to tremble. "You stand in the kitchen and scream when you think you're alone?" "Well, not usually. But look! Just look!" She did a fast time step, followed by a neat little pirouette. Clueless, Flynn tried again. "You've realized you want to fulfill a childhood dream and become a dancing star of stage and screen?" "No!" With a laugh, she whirled Flynn into a circle that had Mo leaping again. "Look! We have a floor! A wonderful, beautiful hardwood floor." She executed what Flynn thought might be some sort of clog dance. "Sounds like wood, all right." "No more ugly linoleum for us. And look at this." She whirled away from him and embraced the glossy new side-by-side refrigerator with the passion of a woman greeting a lover returning from the war. "Isn't it wonderful? And see how it matches this?" While Flynn watched, she spun to the range. It's so beautiful. She crooned it now. So shiny and clean, and everything works. I tried all the buttons and dials, and it works. I actually can't wait to cook something. I walked in, saw all this, and I just had to scream. They put in the floor, Flynn, and brought in the appliances. See the new microwave? Very sexy. It is. Whirling into a dance again, she tried out a rumba. And we have pretty new cabinets with pretty glass fronts. I'm going to put pretty dishes in them and sparkly glasses. It's a kitchen. An actual kitchen. He was getting it now, and the charge of watching her revel. She'd switched from the rumba to, he wasn't sure what, but she looked really cute. What was it before? There's no name for what it was before. I'm so happy. I'm so grateful. You're the most wonderful man in the world. She caught his face in her hands and kissed him. And I'm a terrible person. Why? Not the wonderful part, because hey, but why are you a terrible person? Because I wouldn't move in with you before you did this. I made the kitchen a kind of exchange. Remodel the kitchen and I'll live with you. It was selfish. It worked, she added, raining kisses over his face, but it was selfish. You're doing this for me. I know I said I wouldn't move in until it was finished, and I even made snarky comments about the lamps up in the bedroom. Something about not being fit to light a cave inhabited by bats and blind spiders. Yes, that was one of them. Anyway, forgive me? Okay. I know it's not quite finished. There's still the counters and the backsplash and, a few more things, but I don't want to wait any more. I'll move in tomorrow and we can start officially living together. I don't want to live together. Her face went blank. What? Sorry, Mel. He gave her shoulders a squeeze. I don't want to live together. But you asked me to move in with you weeks ago. You've asked me half a dozen times. Yeah, well, he shrugged. I changed my mind. You changed your mind? That's right. Casually, he opened the new refrigerator. Wow, look at all this room. And it is shiny. She couldn't do anything but stare at him. Her stomach had dropped to her feet, and those feet no longer felt like dancing. I don't understand. I don't understand how you could just change your mind about something like this from one minute to the next. Me either. Actually, I don't think I really changed it. I think I just realized it wasn't what I wanted. You just realized you don't want me? There was too much shock, too much anger for the pain to fight through. So she rode on the shock and the anger and stepped forward to give him a hard shove. Well, that's just fine. I didn't say I didn't want you. I said I didn't want to live together. You can take your new kitchen and stuff it. If you can't handle a committed adult relationship, then you can't handle me. There you go. We're right on the same page. Committed adult relationship. He pulled the box from his pocket, opened it. This adult enough for you? Her mouth dropped open, and he thought she'd never looked more beautiful as she stared down, dumbstruck, at the diamond ring. Let's be really grown-up, Mallory. Let's get married. You want to marry me? I do. Look, I already know my lines. He grinned at her. You look a little pale. I'm going to take that as a good sign. The jeweler said this was a classic, and Brad gave it a thumbs up. Flynn removed the ring from the box. Brilliant cut solitaire, blah blah, whatever. You go for the classic look, right? A latch kept trying to slam shut in her throat, but she forced it open. Yes, I do. There, you know your lines, too. He took her limp hand, slipped the ring on before she could say another word. It fits. I didn't think it would. You've got such delicate fingers. But it looks like we won't have to have it sized after all. She felt the snap of heat, the spread of warmth from the gold circling her skin. Yes, it fit, she thought dreamily. It looked as if it had been made for her finger. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. You could say yes now. She looked up from the ring, into his eyes. Life's going to be a roller coaster with you. I used to be afraid of roller coasters because you just never know what they're going to do next. They don't scare me anymore. Say yes. I'll get rid of the lamps. On something between a sob and a laugh, she leaped into his arms. Yes, you know it's yes, even with the ugly lamps. I love you. I love you too. With her cheek pressed to his, she held up her ring hand and watched the diamond glitter. How could the same man who bought this gorgeous ring have bought those hideous lamps? The many sides of Flynn Hennessy. Lucky for me. She heard the front door open and moved nearly as fast as Mo. Oh, they're coming. I have to show it off. She pushed away from Flynn, then nipped back to kiss him again. I have to show somebody. She hurried toward the front of the house, even as Dana hurried toward the back with Zoe at her heels. What is it? Zoe demanded. Have to show you both at once. Boy, have I got news for you, Dana said when Mallory rushed toward her. Whatever it is, it can't top mine. I've got news for you. Zoe pushed between them. Gee, somebody tell somebody something before I explode. Me first, Dana and Mallory said in unison. Then both held out their left hands. There were screams, followed by a burst of unintelligible words. At least they were unintelligible to the 3 men and a boy who looked on. Simon watched his mother and her 2 friends jump and squeal like the girls did on the playground at school. Wrinkling his brow, he looked up at Brad. How come they do that? It's just one of the many mysteries of life, kid. Girls are dopey. He clapped for the dog, who was blindly joining in the female ecstasy, and hunkered down for some wrestling. Flynn looked past the women to Jordan. Beer? He asked. Beer, Jordan agreed, and skirted the madness to seek the relative sanity of the kitchen. I can't believe it! Zoe gripped both Mallory's and Dana's hands and bounced on her toes. Engaged! You're both engaged! At the same time! It's like magic. The rings, oh, they're so beautiful. Oh, boy! She dug into her pocket for a tissue. Sheesh, Mom, get a grip! Zoe sent her son a glare. I'll give you a grip. He snorted, rolled with a delighted mow. Are we getting pizza or what? Why don't you go back in the kitchen and ask Flynn? Politely, she added as he scrambled up. I've got to show you the kitchen, Mallory remembered. But first, she grabbed Dana's hand again to admire the ruby. It's gorgeous. So perfect for you. So's he. Wait until I tell you how he asked me. I can top it, Mallory claimed. Were you naked? No. Dana licked a finger, swiped it down an imaginary scoreboard. I win. Mom! Simon shouted from the kitchen door. The guys say, if you all want pizza, you have to say what kind, or else you have to take what you get. Tell you what. Zoe draped an arm around her friend's shoulders. When we don't have a bunch of guys cluttering things up, you can tell me and each other every detail. We'll have a little celebration at Indulgence in the morning. Works for me, Dana agreed. I'm starved, and I don't want a bunch of onions and mushrooms messing up my pie. An hour later, Dana was polishing off her 3rd piece. She stretched out on the floor beside Simon and Mo and said, Ugh. On that note, Flynn began, let's talk about finding this key. Simon, why don't you take your book upstairs? That's all right, isn't it? Zoe asked Flynn. Sure, he knows the way. You and Mo can hang out. I'll call you when it's time to go. How come we can't hang out here while you talk about the magic stuff? Where do you get that? Zoe demanded. Simon, have you been eavesdropping? Geez, Mom. He sent her an insulted, sulky frown. I don't have to go sneaking around. I just have to have ears. He pinched them between his fingers, wiggled them. Hey, look, I've got 2 of them. We'll talk about your ears later. Upstairs, to that horrible prison with a TV and a dog. You can write a letter of complaint to your congressman tomorrow. Man. Though his lips twitched, he rolled his eyes for form. Then they widened and focused on what Brad held in his hand. Holy cow! WWF SmackDown? Maybe you want to borrow it. Take it for a few rounds. Yeah? SmackDown, it really kicks. He caught himself, swallowed back the word that would get him in serious hot water with his mother. Really kicks, he amended. Thanks. No problem. This way, when we go mano a mano and I humiliate you, you won't be able to whine that you didn't get to practice. Yeah, sure, right. Simon took the video disc. This is so way cool. Thanks. He streaked off, hooking his book bag under one arm and calling for Mo. Zoe folded her hands in her lap. That was very nice of you. He may not think so when I trounce him in the upcoming match. I don't want you to feel obligated to— I don't. Brad cut her off, coolly, firmly, then deliberately looked at Dana. You want to get this rolling? As long as I can start it from the supine position. As previously discussed, Jordan wrote up the sequence of events. He gave me a copy, Mallory interrupted, and I made copies for everyone. I'll go get them. She's something, isn't she? Dana commented as Mallory left the room. Our own Debbie Detail. Since Mal's already read it, and the rest of you will, I'll just say that it puts everything into a comprehensive and cohesive form. It's helpful to see just how everything's unfolded to this point. Mallory, Zoe, and I getting the invitation to Warriors Peak, meeting there for the first time, our first contact with Rowena and Pitt, and hearing the story of the Daughters of Glass, though we didn't know they were called that until Flynn stepped in. There's the way Flynn met Mallory and became a part of the quest, Jordan continued. The fact that each of you was at a crossroads, job-wise. We were in trouble, job-wise, Zoe corrected. And that made the offer of $25,000 for agreeing to look for keys I don't think any of us really believed in, that first night too tempting to pass up. It's more than that. Mallory came back in and distributed manila envelopes, neatly labeled with names. There was a financial incentive, yes, but there was also a sense of mutual frustration, of being in flux, not knowing what we were going to do next, and that almost instant connection between us. Jordan caught that very clearly in writing it out. Add to that how those tendrils spread out, Dana went on, how they hooked Jordan and Brad in, connecting them to us, to the quest, to Rowena and Pitt, and to the daughters. I think that's an important point. Each of us has a role. Each of us has to be here for this thing to go through. Then there's Kane. Mallory slid her copy out of the envelope. The way you describe him, Jordan, it's so spooky and so accurate, as if you'd seen him through my eyes. Seeing him through my own was enough. I think we need to look at him as more than the boogeyman, more than a foe. He's another element to the quest. I agree with that, Brad nodded. He's as essential to this as the rest of us are. In the end, I think, it's not going to be just a matter of outwitting him, as Mallory did, or twisting his game to our advantage, as Dana's done so far. It's going to be a matter of destroying him. How do you destroy a god? Zoe demanded. I don't know, but first I'd say by believing you can do it. Maybe, but right now I'll settle for getting my hands on the key. Dana sat up. I've only got a few more days, and here's what I know. While I may have to find it on my own, Jordan is essential to the search. Kane has tried to separate us or pull us apart, and it's not just because he doesn't want us to live happily ever after. What he did, however, was push us closer together. He's not going to be pleased by that. She reached over, peeled a round of pepperoni off a slice of pizza and nibbled. And he miscalculated by showing me the past. That was one of the steps I had to take, and might not have, at least not as decisively, if he hadn't thrown me back in time. Past, present, and future. I've resolved and accepted the past. I've made my peace with the present, and, she held up her ring hand, I'm looking toward the future. This is important stuff, not only to me personally, but to what I'm meant to do. One of the constants in those 3 time frames is Jordan. Thanks, Stretch. Don't get all puffed up. Some of this is just fate. Now, if you read some of this stuff, she plucked the copy out of Mallory's hands, You start to feel it, see it, even if you weren't part of that particular event. You get a good, clear picture. Here, that blue fog that took over indulgence, the bone-marrow chill of it, the oddness of the light, the color, the texture. You start to feel it creeping over your skin. Writer's tools, Jordan said. Yeah, and you're damn good with them. Excuse me? Mildly annoyed with the interruption, she glanced up to see him staring at her with a kind of narrowed intensity that brought heat to her face. I said you were good. So what? So, there's a first time for everything. Need another drink, he said, and walked out of the room. Dana shifted, then huffed out a breath. Short break, she announced, and followed Jordan to the kitchen. What's the deal? He pulled a soda out of the refrigerator. No deal. He popped the top, then shrugged. You never... Well, since I moved to New York, you've never had a good word to say about my work. I was pissed at you. Yeah, I get that. He started to take a swig, then set it down. Truth, he thought again. No matter how it exposed him, there had to be truth between them. The thing is, Dana, it mattered. There's nobody's opinion I respect or value more when it comes to books than yours. So it mattered what you thought of my work. You want to know what I think of your work? My honest opinion? Yeah, let's be honest. Well, you did buy me this really terrific ring, so I guess I should come clean. She took the soda, sipped, handed it back. You have such an amazing talent. You have a gift, and it's obvious that you nurture and appreciate it. Every time I've read one of your books, I've been astonished by your range, your scope, your skill with the language. Even when I hated you, Jordan, I was proud of you. How about that? He managed. I'm not sorry I swiped at it before. Maybe it made you work harder. He had to grin at her. Maybe it did. Are we okay now? We're a lot better than okay. Then let's go back, because I haven't finished, and I'm going to be very interested in what you think of what I have to say next. She walked back out to the living room, settled down on the floor again. Okay, she said, raising her voice over the conversations. Break's over. The point I was trying to make was that however skilled Jordan might be, this is more than a writer's point of view. It's more than a series of events entertainingly woven together in story form. When you read it, you start to see how often he's linked to one of those events, or is one of the people involved in the event. In fact, he was the first, years ago, to see or feel anything, well, otherworldly about the peak. He once thought he saw a ghost there. She stopped, amused to see Mallory pick up a highlighter from the crate and begin to mark the sections under discussion on Flynn's copy. Jordan was the first of us to see and own one of Rowena's paintings, Dana continued. Flynn's my brother, Brad's my friend, but Jordan stepped up from being a kind of brother, from being a friend, to being my lover. He broke your heart. Mallory meticulously coded typed words with bright yellow. A shattering of innocence. Sorry, she said to Jordan, but there's a very strong kind of magic in that. And it was Jordan's blood that Cain shed. Nodding at Mallory, Dana smiled. He's the one who left home, orphaned, alone, young, on a quest, and came back, she concluded, meeting Jordan's eyes, to finish it. You think I have the key? Fascinated, Jordan sat back. I follow the logic and the traditional elements of your theory, Dane, but where? How? When? I can't know everything, but it makes sense. It just plays through. I haven't hammered it all out yet. There's still that business about goddesses walking and waiting. Walking where? Waiting for what? Then there's that image I saw when I was trying to put myself into a trance. Something started to click in his head, then shut off again at her last statement. When you did what? An experiment, like meditation. Blank out the mind, that sort of thing, and see what formed. I saw the key, just sort of floating on this blue-green field. Probably my wall at Indulgence, as that's what I'd been staring at. It was like I could reach out and touch it, but I couldn't. Frowning, she looked back, imagined it all again. Then the field changed. White, with these blurry black lines running across it, and I heard these words in my head. "You heard voices?" Brad asked her. "Not exactly, but I heard the words. Wait a minute. Let me think. Get it right. She walks the night, and is the night, with all its shadows and secrets. And when she weeps for day." So doesn't it make sense that she's the goddess, whoever the hell she is? That's got to be one of the last pieces to put into place. "I can put it in place," Jordan told her. "It's mine. I wrote that. Phantom Watch." There was a moment of stunned silence. Then everyone began talking at once. "Hold it!" Brad got to his feet, held up his hands. "I said hold it! Let's not lose the thread. First, let's eliminate any coincidence. Dana, did you read the book?" "Yes, but..." "You did?" She rolled her eyes at Jordan. "I'm not going into another round of pumping your creative ego. Yeah, I read it, but it was years ago. Even I don't remember every line of every book I've ever read. I didn't recognize it when I heard it." "I read it too." Zoe raised her hand like a girl in a schoolroom, then, mortified, immediately lowered it. "It was great," she said to Jordan. "But the woman, the one you wrote about walking at night, wasn't a goddess. She was a ghost." "Good point," Brad put in. "But it's an interesting touch that Jordan wrote that book about Warrior's Peak, that he created that ghost because he thought he saw her one night." "You did?" Zoe asked. "That's so cool." We went up there to camp, Brad and Flynn and I. Brad managed to liberate some beer and cigarettes. Now Zoe turned to Brad. "Is that so?" "We were 16, he muttered. "As if that makes it better." "Scold him later," Dana demanded. "Let's pull this thread through." "I saw her walking on the parapet," Jordan continued, "in the moonlight, washed in light and shadows, with her cloak streaming in a wind that wasn't there. I thought she was a ghost, and when I wrote her, I drew her as one. Lonely, trapped in the night and weeping for the day. But she wasn't a ghost." Dana laid a hand on his knee. "She was a goddess. She was Rowena. I understood that today when I went to see them at the peak. I didn't know what it meant until now." "You were the first to see her," Dana said softly. "And you wrote of her, in whatever form. You gave her another kind of substance, another kind of world. She, the key holder. The key's in the book." Her hand trembled as it slid into place for her. The white field with black lines across, words on a page, and the key melted into it, into the page, the book. She sprang to her feet. "Flynn, you've got a copy?" "Yeah." He looked around the room. "I'm not exactly sure where. I haven't unpacked everything yet." "Why should you? You've only lived here nearly 2 years. Well, find it," Dana demanded. He gave her a weary look, then rose. "I'll go upstairs and look." "I've got a copy at home," Zoe put in. "A paperback. I've got all your books, but my budget doesn't run to hardcovers," she said in apology. Jordan reached over, yanked her hand to his lips. "You are the sweetest thing." "I could go get it. I might be able to bring it back before Flynn finds his." "Give him a little time." Mallory glanced at the ceiling, imagining Flynn upstairs, rummaging through boxes. "I've got a copy, too, and my place is closer if it comes to that." Then she stopped, lifted the index fingers on both hands. "What do you want to bet we all have copies of Phantom Watch?" "Well, I certainly do," Jordan confirmed. "And me," Brad agreed. "Yeah, clink, clink, clink," Dana said. "That's the sound of links fusing on the chain. Come on, Flynn, how hard can it be to find a book?" "When's the last time you've been up in one of those spare rooms?" Mallory asked. "Good point." Dana began to pace. "It's in there. It's in there, I know it. I'll go up and find it myself." She spun toward the doorway just as Flynn came jogging down the stairs. "Got it! Ha! It was in a box labeled books. I didn't know I had a box labeled books." He handed the book to Dana. She ran her hand over it, hoping for some sort of sign, and studied the silhouette of Warrior's Peak brooding under a full moon. She opened it, fanned the pages, and smelled paper and dust. "Where's the line, Jordan?" "It's the end of the prologue." She turned the first few pages, read the words in her head, spoke them out loud, waited. "I don't feel anything. I should feel something. Mallory?" There was an awareness, a kind of knowing. It's hard to explain, but I'd know it if I felt it, Dana finished, and I don't. Maybe I have to read it, get the whole picture, the way you had to paint the whole portrait before you could reach the key. I wonder, Zoe hesitated. Well, I just wonder if maybe it's not in that book, because that book's not yours. Jordan wrote it, so all the copies are his in a way, but only one is yours, and you're the key, so wouldn't it make more sense for it to have to be your own book? Dana stared at her, then grinned. "Zoe, that's absolutely brilliant. Okay, troops, saddle up. Let's move this to my place." "I'll be right behind you." Zoe picked up her purse. "I'll just run Simon home and see if my neighbor will sit with him. Let me just get rid of these boxes. Zoe, I'm going to wrap up some of this leftover pizza for Simon." Life, Dana decided, didn't stop. Not even for magic keys and wicked sorcerers. And wasn't that why it was life? "Meet us there after you've done the domestic stuff." She grabbed Jordan's hand, headed for the door. "And you could wrap up some slices for me while you're at it." Chapter 19. "Did you read the book? Or did you just say you read the book?" Jordan asked as they drove back to her apartment. "Why would I just say I read it?" "Beats me. But you said just the other day that you'd never been in a book before, so I figured you'd never read Phantom Watch." "You lost me." "Did you read the book?" "Yes, damn it. I hated that book. It was so good, and I wanted it to suck. I wanted to be able to say, 'See, he's no big deal.' But I couldn't. I was going to toss it out, even fantasize briefly about burning it. Jesus, you were pissed." "Oh, brother, let me tell you. Of course I couldn't burn a book. My librarian's soul would wither and die. I couldn't toss it out either, for much the same reason. And I could never bring myself to turn it in at the used bookstore or just give it away. I haven't seen any of my books in your apartment." "You wouldn't. They're camouflaged." He took his eyes off the road to laugh at her. "Get out. I didn't want people seeing I had your books. I didn't want to see I had your books. But I had to have them." "So you read Phantom Watch, but you didn't recognize Kate?" "Kate?" She reached back in her memory. "The heroine?" "Ah, good brain, a little arrogant about it. Strong-willed, self-reliant, content in her own company, which is why she took all those long walks and ended up with that fascination for the peak, or the watch, I should say." She dug back a little deeper, let the image form. Had a mouth on her. I admired that. A tendency toward crankiness, especially toward the hero, but you couldn't blame her. He asked for it. A small-town girl and happy to stay that way. Worked in, what was it? This little antiquarian bookshop, which is what put her in the villain's crosshairs. That's our girl. She had a healthy outlook toward sex, which I appreciated. Too many women in fiction are painted as either virgin or slut. She used her head, which was a good one, but it was that and a stubborn streak that got her in a jam. "No bells ringing?" Jordan said after a moment. "What bells? I don't—" A ripple of shock had her gaping at him. "Are you saying you based her on me?" "Bits and pieces. A lot of bits and pieces. Jesus, Dana, she even had your eyes." "My eyes are brown. Hers were something poetic. The color of chocolate, both rich and bitter. Or something like that." "I'm not stubborn. I'm confident in my decisions." "Uh-huh." He pulled up outside her building. "I'm not arrogant. I simply have little patience for narrow minds or supercilious behavior." "Yep." She shoved out of the car. It's starting to come back to me now. This Kate could be a real pain in the ass. At times. It's what made her interesting and real and human, especially since she could also be generous and kind. She had a great sense of humor, the kind of woman who could laugh at herself. Scowling at him, she unlocked her door. Maybe. As they walked in, Jordan gave her a friendly pat on the butt. I felt pretty hard for her. Of course, if I were to write her today... He backed Dana against the door, braced his hands on either side of her head. Yes, I wouldn't change a thing. He lowered his mouth to hers, slid into the kiss. I was so sure you'd read it, see yourself, and get in touch with me. When you didn't get in touch, I figured you'd never read it. Maybe I wasn't ready to see myself. But you can be sure I'm going to read it again. The fact is, it's the only one of your books I've never reread. With a half laugh, he eased back. You reread my books? I can actually see your head swelling, so I'm going to get out of the way before somebody gets hurt. She ducked under his arm, headed toward one of the bookshelves. To the woman I lost, to the woman I found, to the only woman I've loved. How fortunate for me that all three are one. She looked back at him as she reached for a book. What was that about? It's the dedication I just wrote in my head for the book I'm working on now. She dropped her hand. God, Jordan, you're going to turn me into a puddle of mush. You never used to say things like that to me. I used to think things like that. I just didn't know how to say them. This is the one I read a piece of. The one about redemption. I'll look forward to reading the rest of it. I'll look forward to writing it for you. He watched her remove a book from the shelf, slip off the outer dust jacket to reveal the one beneath. Phantom Watch, he read, Jordan Hawk, covered up by... The laughter rolled out of him. How to exterminate pests from home and garden. Good one, Stretch. Worked for me. I have another of yours under the cover of a novel titled Dog Eaters. A surprisingly dull and bloodless book, despite the title. Then there's... well, doesn't matter. Just variations on the theme. I get it. Tell you what. She covered his hand with hers. After we're done, you and I will have a ritual unveiling, after which I will, with some ceremony, place your books in their rightful place on the shelves. Sounds good. He looked down at the book, then back at her. Going to wait for the others? I can't. She could see he hadn't expected her to wait. I'm too wound up, and I feel that this is something we're supposed to do, you and me. Then let's do it. As she had with Flynn's copy, she ran her fingers over the cover, over the illustration of the peak. But this time she felt something. What had Mallory called it? An awareness. Yes, Dana decided, exactly that. This is it, Jordan, she whispered. The key is in the book. Hands steady. She opened it. Focus, she told herself. Concentrate. It was there. She only had to see it. He watched her skim her fingers down the title page, the tips running lightly over his name. Her breath quickened. Dana, I feel it. It's warm. It's waiting. She's waiting. She flipped pages gently, then let out a single shocked gasp as the book fell out of her hands. He called her name again, and caught her as she collapsed. Stunned, scared, he lowered her to the rug. She was breathing. He could feel her breathing, but she'd gone pale and cold as ice. Come back, Dana. Damn it, you come back. On a spurt of panic, he shook her. Her head rolled limply to the side. Where did you take her, you son of a bitch? He started to haul her up, and his gaze landed on the book that had fallen open on the floor. Oh, my God. He picked her up, clamping her against him to warm her, to protect. He heard the voices out in the hall and fumbled the door open before Flynn could knock. Dana! Flynn grabbed for her, ran his hands over her face. No! He's got her, Jordan spat out. The son of a bitch pulled her into the book. He's got her trapped in the goddamn book. She felt him take her. He'd wanted her to. She'd known that immediately. He'd taken her with pain, so she would be sure to know he could. He'd ripped the consciousness from her body as gleefully as an evil boy rips wings off flies. After the pain, there was cold. Bitter, brutal cold that shot straight to the bones, seemed to turn them brittle and thin as glass. She was torn from the warmth and the light and thrust into the cold and the pain through the damp, hideous fingers of the blue mist. It seemed to wrap around her, binding arms and legs, strangling her until she wheezed for even one breath of that cold air, wheezed for another, even though it was like inhaling iced blades. Then even the mist was gone, and she lay shivering, alone in the dark. Panic came first, made her want to curl up tight and whimper, but as she sucked in air, she tasted pine, autumn, forest. She pushed to her hands and knees and felt, yes, pine needles, fallen leaves under her hands, and as the first edge of fear eased, she saw the sprinkle of moonlight coming through the trees. It wasn't so cold now, she realized. No, it was more brisk than cold, the way it was meant to be on a clear fall night. She could hear the sounds of night birds, the long, long call of an owl, the hushed music of the wind soughing through the trees. A little dazed, she braced a hand on the trunk of a tree, nearly wept with relief at the texture of the rough bark. It was so solid, so normal. Fighting a wave of dizziness, she pulled herself to her feet, then leaned against the tree while her eyes adjusted to the dark. She was alive, she told herself. She was all in one piece. A little light-headed, a little shaky, but whole. She had to find a way back home, and the only way to get there was to move. Which way? That was the question. She decided to trust her instincts and move forward. The shadows were so deep, it seemed she might stumble into one and fall forever. The light that struggled through the trees was silver, the dull tone of unpolished swords. The thought passed through her mind absently that there were too many leaves on the trees for so late in October. She stepped on a twig, and the sound of it snapping under her heel was like a gunshot that had her stumbling forward in reaction. "All right, it's all right." Her own voice echoed back to her, had her pressing her lips together to prevent herself from speaking again. She looked down to check her footing, then simply stared, puzzling over her shoes. She was wearing sturdy brown hiking boots, not the dressy black leather pumps that she'd pulled on for the evening. She'd wanted to dress up because... The thought faded in and out of her mind until she bore down, grabbed it. She'd wanted to show off her ring. Yes, she'd wanted to look fabulous to match her engagement ring. But when she lifted her hand, she wore no ring. Her heart jumped, and every other terror faded to nothing at the idea of losing Jordan's ring. She swung around, raced back through the woods, trying to find the place where she'd fallen. Wakened? And running, searching the ground for a glint of gold, she heard the first sly rustle behind her, felt the bright chill sprint up her spine. She'd been wrong. She wasn't alone. She ran, but not in blind panic. She ran in a headlong rush to escape and survive. She heard him coming behind her, too arrogant to hurry, too sure he would win this race. But he would lose, she promised herself. He'd lose because she was not going to die here. Her breath whistling, she burst out of the trees and into the shimmering light of a full white moon. It was the wrong moon. Part of her mind registered that as she loped across the grass. It shouldn't be full. It should be in its last quarter, waning toward the new moon and the end of her 4 weeks, the end of her quest. But here the moon was full, swimming in a black glass sky over the shadow of Warrior's Peak. She slowed to a walk, pressed a hand to her side to ease a stitch. There was no white flag with the emblem of a key flying from the tower. There were no lights gleaming gold against the windows. It would be empty now, she thought, but for the busy spiders and the skittering mice, because that was how Jordan had written it. She was in the book, walking through the pages of his book. "You've a very strong mind," she whirled. Kane stood behind her, just at the edge of the woods. "This is false, just another fantasy." "Is it? You know the power of the written word, the reality created on the pages. This is his world, and was real to him when he built it. I've only brought you here. I wondered if your mind would hold up to it, and I see it has. That pleases me." "Why should you be pleased?" Dana answered. "I'm only that much closer to the key." "Are you? I wonder. Do you remember what happens next?" "I know this wasn't in the book. You weren't in the book." "A few changes." He lifted an arm, swept it out in an elegant gesture. "That will lead to a different ending. You can run if you like. I'll give you a sporting chance. You can't keep me here. Perhaps not. Perhaps you'll find your way out. Of course, if you leave, you lose." He took a step closer, held up a hand that dangled a long white scarf. "If you stay, you'll die. Your man made death in Phantom Watch." He gestured toward the great house that Jordan had called the Watch in his novel. "How could he know it would be yours?" She spun toward the Watch and ran. "We have to get her back." Helpless, Flynn rubbed Dana's cold hand between his. They'd laid her on the bed, tucked blankets around her. "If this is what she's meant to do," Brad began, "she shouldn't have to do it alone." "She's not going to be alone." Seeing only one chance, Jordan got to his feet. "We're not bringing her back. The contact, calling her, being here, none of it's bringing her back. Brad, I need you to get Rowena. I need you to get her here and fast." "That'll take an hour." Zoe, standing at the foot of the bed, now moved to the side. "An hour's too long. Mallory, Rowena came to us before. We have to try to make her come to us again. Dana's not supposed to be alone. That's what he does. He separates us, isolates us. We don't have to let him get away with it." "We can try. We're strongest when we're together." Mallory reached across the bed for Zoe's hand, kept her other clasped around Dana's. "We'll ask her to come." "Not this time." Zoe's fingers tightened, and the light of battle shone in her eyes. "This time we tell her." "How do they intend to order a god to make a house call?" Flynn said. Brad laid a hand on his shoulder. "It's going to be all right, Flynn. We're going to get her back." "She looks like the portrait." His throat burned as he stared down at his sister's face, her white, empty face. "Like the daughter in your portrait after—" "We're going to get her back," Brad said more firmly. "Look, I'll head out right now, get up to the peak. I'll bring Rowena or Pitt or both of them back if I have to do it at gunpoint." "That won't be necessary." Rowena stood in the doorway, with Pitt behind her. Dana ran toward the house, fled toward it, hoping that the stone and glass would offer some kind of protection. What happened in the book? What chapter had she fallen into? Were her actions her own will, she wondered, or written? "Think," she ordered herself. "Think back and remember." Once she'd read a story, it became part of her. It was in her memory. She just had to clear away the fear and bring it back. She was so scared. The screech of an owl had her heart pounding at the base of her throat. Fog was eating over the ground now, thin and white, just edged with blue. It thickened, seemed to boil around her feet, until it was as if she waded through smoke. It muffled the sound of her running footsteps. And his, she realized. God, and his. If she could reach the house, just reach the house, she could find somewhere to hide until she caught her breath. She could find a weapon, defend herself. For he meant to kill her. He meant to wrap that long white scarf around her neck and pull while she struggled for air, while her eyes wheeled frantically in her head, while her veins burst with her blood. Because he was mad, and she had seen the madness too late. No. Those were Kate's thoughts. The thoughts of a fictional character in a fictional world. It wasn't a fictional killer who hunted her now. It was Cain. If he could, he would take something more precious than her life. He'd take her soul. At the last moment, she veered away from the door. She remembered now. Remembered this last chance and battle. Kate had wasted precious time battering against the wood, pounding on it and calling for help before she snapped back and accepted that there was no one to help. Edit out that bit, Dana thought, and setting her teeth, she smashed her elbow through the window. She ignored the shock of pain from jagged glass scraping her arm as she reached in, flipped the latch. With a grunt, she shoved the window up, leaped onto the ledge, and rolled inside. She landed hard enough to hear her own bones rattle, and lay stunned, gasping against the pain as she struggled to see through this new layer of dark. The air was stale and damp, and the heels of her hands skidded on dust as she pushed herself up. No glossy floor, no dripping chandeliers or stunning antiques, no fire roaring in the hearth. Instead, the room was dank and chill, with the gray spill of cobwebs and the breath of ghosts. This wasn't the peak of her world, but the watch of Jordan's. She gained her feet, holding her throbbing right arm with her left, and limped across the room over boards that creaked and groaned. Good job with the atmosphere, Hawk, she thought, fighting to steady herself. Class A haunted house you built here. The perfect place for our plucky heroine to battle the homicidal maniac. Wincing, she reached down and rubbed her tender knee. Kate had bunged up her knee, Dana remembered, but it hadn't stopped her. She drew a breath as she came to the entrance hall, saw the shadows facing off with the streams of moonlight that snuck through the grimy windows. She liked nothing better than diving into a book, Dana reminded herself, but this was a little more than she'd bargained for. She closed her eyes for a moment and took stock. She jammed her knee, jarred her shoulder, sliced up her arm some. She was scared, so scared it hurt to breathe. But that was all right. That was allowed. She could be hurt. She could be scared. She wasn't allowed to panic, and she wasn't allowed to give up. We'll see who pulls this story out in the end, you bastard. This goddamn ex-librarian is going to kick your ass. She heard the slide tinkle of glass being crushed underfoot and made a dash for the stairs. And the big climax. You came! Zoe released Mallory's hand, reluctantly let go of Dana's. Do something! Rowena stepped forward, touched her fingers lightly to Dana's wrist as if checking her pulse. What's happened here? You're the god, Flynn shot out. You tell us! And you get her back. You get her back now! Jordan nudged Flynn aside, stepped between them. Why don't you know what happened? He demanded of Rowena. He's capable of blocking certain actions from us. And you from him? Yes, of course. He doesn't have her soul, she said gently to Flynn. Whatever he's got, get it back! Flynn shoved forward again, pushing Mallory's hand away. He only flicked a cold, hard stare at Pitt when he moved to flank Rowena. Do you think you worry me right now? You waste time in your fear for your sister. She's cold. Her skin's like ice. She's barely breathing. He took her into the book, Jordan said, and had Rowena's attention snapping to him. How do you know? I know. He picked up the book he'd set on the night table. She opened this, and she was gone. She took the book from him. It's gone. The key is gone from here. It was not to be this way, she murmured. He crosses too many lines, breaks too many pacts. Why is he not stopped? This is not temptation, intimidation, or even threat. She turned to Pitt, and there was a spark of fear in her eyes. He's changed the field, and somehow he's moved the key. It was in the book? Jordan interrupted. Yes. Now, somehow, he's taken it into the story, and her with it. He should not be permitted to do so. She's alone in there. Whether it's the story or whether it's Cain, her life's in danger. Jordan gripped Dana's hand. Bring her out. I can't bring out what he put in. It's beyond my power. He must release her or she must free herself. "I can warm her," she began. "To hell with that." Jordan snatched the book back. "Send me in with her." "That's not possible." She turned away from him to lean over Dana, to run her hands gently over Dana's face. On an oath, Jordan grabbed her arm, spun her back to him. "Don't tell me it's not possible." He felt a jolt, a shock that sang straight up his arm to his shoulder, but he kept his grip firm. "Take your hand off my woman," Pitt said very softly. "What are you going to do? Smite me? My woman's lying there helpless, going through Christ knows what, because she gave her word to you, and you'd stand here and do nothing?" He conjured this world he took her into. It's his power that holds there. In a rare sign of agitation, Rowena pushed at her hair. "There's no way of knowing what he's done there, or what would become of you if I attempted it, and I'm not permitted to take you beyond your own world. To do so would break the vow I took when I came into this place, when I was given charge of the keys." "I conjured this world," Jordan tossed back, and threw the book on the bed beside Dana. "That's my mind in there, my words, and I've got a real problem with some self-serving god threatening the woman I love and plagiarizing me to do it. I don't care how many vows you break. You're not leaving her in there alone. You're sending me after her." "I can't." "Rowena." Taking her shoulders, Pitt turned her to face him. "He has the right. Listen," he insisted as she started to speak. "A man shouldn't be stripped and bound while his woman fights alone. It was Cain who broke an oath, and doing so crossed beyond all honor. He was not meant to take her life. He was not meant to touch the key by hand or mind or sorcery. It's a different battle now. We fight on his terms, or we lose." "My love," she curled her fingers around his arms. "If I do this, even if I succeed, you know what it may cost us. Can we live in this prison and do nothing?" The sigh ached in her breast as she lowered her forehead to his heart. "I'll need you." "You'll have me. Always." She nodded, drew a deep breath, then looked at Jordan with eyes that seemed to burn. "Be sure, if I do this thing, her life, yours, and all are at risk." "Do it." "Send us all." Zoe grabbed Dana's hand again. "Send all of us in. You said we're stronger together, and we are. We'll have a better chance of getting her back if we all go." "Valiant warrior," Pitt smiled at her. "This is not for you, but if gods are willing, you'll have your turn." "Give him a weapon," Brad demanded. "He can take nothing with him but his mind." "Lie beside her," Rowena told Jordan, then picked up the book. She closed her eyes, and it began to glow. "Ah, yes. I see. Take her hand." "I've already got it." Rowena opened her eyes. The blazing blue was nearly black against the pure white of her skin. Her hair seemed to lift in an unseen wind. "Are you ready?" "Yeah, I'm ready." "Bring her back." Flynn drew Mallory close to his side as he looked down at Jordan. "Bring her home." "Count on it." He felt that wind blow through him, fast and warm. He felt it whirl him through time, through space, through shimmery silver curtains that parted with a sound like the sea. And he was standing in the moonstruck night, staring at the black peaks and towers of Phantom Watch. He sprinted toward it, noting the smoking fog, the scream of an owl. A dog would bay at that fat full moon, he remembered, and felt a curious satisfaction when the sound echoed through the air. Last chapter, he realized, and confirmed it when he saw the broken window. Time to do a little revising, he thought, and climbed through the shattered glass. Chapter 20. "What can we do?" Mallory held tight to Flynn. "There must be something we can do besides stand here and wait." "Keep close," Pitt told her. "Perhaps there's a bit more." Rowena sat on the side of the bed, with the book in her lap. "We've already broken our vow," she said to Pitt. "If there is punishment, It won't change if we do more. Watch, then. He ranged himself beside her. But they deserve the chance to win this on their own. Read. He laid his hand on her shoulders and merged his power with hers, so the others can watch as well. She nodded and opened the book to the last chapter. She took the stairs at a limping run, and the fear was all around her, crowded close in the shadows of the watch. At the landing, Dana started to veer right. There were dozens of rooms, hundreds of places to hide. But for how long? He would find her. The dark was no barrier for him. Would he kill her? Could he? Kate had saved herself in the end, but she had fought a man, flesh and blood against flesh and blood. How could she know how much of this was Cain's world and how much was Jordan's? Even, she realized, how much was her own creation brought on by bits and pieces she remembered from the book, spiked by her own fear. At the sound below, she whirled to see the shadow of Cain and the long white scarf glowing faintly blue in the path of the moonlight. And she saw the fog, now cold and blue, begin to crawl up the steps toward her. "I'll find you, Kate," he crooned it. "I'll always find you." The killer's words, she thought. She heard her answer spill out of her mouth without conscious thought. "I won't make it easy for you. It won't be like the others." She pivoted on the landing and charged up the next flight of stairs. She needed distance, she thought frantically. Enough distance to buy enough time to clear her mind. Fear was clouding it, making it harder for her to separate herself and her actions from the characters. She batted madly at cobwebs, had to stifle a scream as they clung to her hair and face. But somehow, the innately human disgust steadied her. Find the truth in his lies, she remembered, as her breath began to puff out in thin vapors. "I'm Dana!" she shouted. "I'm Dana Steele, you bastard from hell, and you're not going to win this one!" His laughter chased her down the wide corridor, where doors swung open, slammed shut with bullet-like snaps. The mist was sneaking along the floor, added a hideous glow to the dark and curling ice around her feet. The sweat sliding down her back and temples went clammy with cold as she stumbled into a maze of hallways. Breathless, she turned in circles. There were dozens of corridors now, and each seemed to stretch for miles like some mad dream. He was changing the story, she realized, adding his own flourishes to confuse her, and doing a damn good job. "Choose," his voice whispered inside her head. "Choose unwisely, you might tumble off the edge of the world, or rush toward a pit of fire. But stand, only stand and yield, and all this will be no more than a dream." "You lie." "Run and risk your life, surrender and save it." "Choose," he said again, and she felt the hot silk of the scarf wrap around her throat. Horrified, she clawed at it, raked her own skin with the frantic swipes of her nails. She was choking, fighting the illusion of the strangling cloth as the blood roared in her head like the sea. Then suddenly she was free, and there was only the single corridor leading to the last staircase. Tears leaked from her eyes as she ran for it, dragging herself up by the banister as her injured knee gave out under her. She threw herself at the door, yanked at the knob with slippery hands. Her breath sobbed out of her burning lungs, scored her abused throat when she stumbled out into the silver light of the moon. She was at the top of the watch, high above the valley, where light glowed against the dark. People, she thought, were tucked away in those houses, safe and warm. She knew them, and they her, friends, family, a lover. All so far away now, beyond her reach, beyond her world. She was alone, and there was no place left to run. She slammed the door closed, scanned the stone parapet for something to brace against the door. If she could keep the killer on the other side until day broke— No, not the killer. Cain. It was Cain. She was Dana Steele, and what chased her was worse than a killer. She pressed her back against the door, using her weight as a wedge. Then she saw she'd been wrong. She wasn't alone. The cloaked figure walked in the shower of moonlight, one hand with its glitter of rings skimming along the low stone wall. Her cloak streamed out in a wind that made no sound. The phantom of the watch, she thought, and closed her eyes for a moment of peace. The ghost, Jordan's ghost. He's coming. She was amazed how calm she sounded, with a vengeful god or mad killer behind her and a spirit of the dead in front. To kill me, or stop me, or take my soul. It all comes to the same thing in the end. I need help. But the figure didn't turn. She only stood, looking down at the forest where 200 years before love had killed her. You're Jordan's. You're Jordan's creation, not Cain's. In the book, you helped, and the act set you free. Don't you want to be free? But the phantom said nothing. Kate's dialogue, Dana said aloud. I need Kate's words. What are they? As she dug for them, the door burst open, throwing her forward onto the stone. She can't help you. Cain ran the scarf through his hands as he stepped out. She's only a prop. It's all props. She scrambled backward like a crab. It's all lies. Yet you bleed. He gestured toward her arm, her throat. Is the pain a lie? Is your fear? His smile spread as he came closer. You've been a challenging opponent. You have a clever mind and a strong will. Clever enough, strong enough to have changed some small pieces of my picture. Imagining the stairs and the door to this place took considerable strength. Bringing her here, he gestured toward the cloaked figure, even more. I commend you. Her mouth trembled open, then she shut it again. Had she imagined it? The route? The door? Had she willed the ghost into being? No, she didn't believe she had. She'd been circling in confusion. Jordan. It was Jordan's book, and he was a man with a clever mind and a strong will. Somehow he was trying to help her. Damned if she was going to let him fail. She was Dana, she reminded herself, and she was Kate, Jordan's Kate. Neither one of them would cower at the end. Maybe I'll just imagine you jumping off that wall to your bloody, messy death. Still hissing. A cornered cat. Perhaps I'll simply leave you here, deep inside a book. You should thank me, as books are one of your pleasures. He inclined his head as she got to her feet, as he saw her wince in pain. Or perhaps I'll step back and let the killer come on stage. It would be interesting to see you battle him, though in my version you may not triumph. Either way, it would be entertaining. Yes, I believe I'd enjoy the theater of it. The white scarf vanished from his hands. Do you remember how she hears him shambling up the steps, what she feels run through her when she understands that she's trapped? Dana's breath began to hitch once more as she heard the slow oncoming footsteps. He couldn't force her to do anything, she remembered. He could only trick her mind. How the fear clutched in her belly as she understood that she had run exactly where he'd wanted her to run. And below, her lover sees her standing in the light of the moon, sees the phantom beyond her, and the killer as he steps out onto the stone. And he calls her name in terror and despair as he knows he can never reach her in time. Sure he can. All it takes is a rewrite. Cain whirled as Jordan leaped out of the doorway. The force of the attack knocked Cain back against the wall. You have no place here. This is my place. Putting all his rage into it, Jordan rammed his fist into Cain's face. It burned as if he'd shoved his hand into fire. Still he reared back to do it again, and was lifted off his feet and flung backward. Die here, then. A sword shot up from the hand Cain raised. Dana sprang to her feet and charged him, sprang onto his back to fight with teeth and nails and spitting fury. She heard someone howling and realized as her throat opened again that the sound came from her. Kane knocked her away with a vicious backhand that sent her slamming hard against Jordan. She saw blood on his face from wounds that both she and Jordan had inflicted, and her heart danced. "You will know pain," she shot out at him. His eyes gleamed black as he raised the sword. "And you, worse, your blood will seal you here." But as he swung down to strike, his hand was empty. "Let's see if gods fly," Jordan said. Both he and Dana rushed forward. Dana felt her shoving hands connect, then they passed through him as he vanished. There was a swirl of smoke, a flash of dull blue light, then nothing but the moon and shadows. "Did I do that?" She had to wheeze out the words. "Or did you?" "I don't know." He caught her when her legs gave way and lowered them both to the stone floor. "I don't care. Jesus, you're bruised and bleeding, but I've got you." He wrapped her tight in his arms. "I've got you." "Ditto." Undone, she buried her face against his chest. "How did you get here? He didn't bring you. He wasn't expecting you." "He's not the only god in the valley these days." Lifting her head, he pressed his lips to her cheek, her temple. "We've got to find our way back, Dana. I don't mind being sucked into a story, but this is a little much." "I'm open to suggestions." "Hold on," she ordered herself. "Hold on until it's finished." This is just about the end of the story. Heroine grapples with bad guy, and with a little help from the ghost, who was no help at all, by the way, fights him off, sends him over the wall just as the hero bursts out to save her. Kiss, kiss, frantic explanations and declarations of love. Then they watch the phantom of the watch fade away, freed by her final act of humanity. You remembered that pretty well for somebody who read it 6 years ago. He helped her to her feet, then looked toward the end of the parapet. The cloaked figure stood, looking out at the forest. She's not fading. Maybe she needs a little more time. When she put weight on her knee, the pain brought tears of pain to her eyes. Ouch! Damn! Maybe you could write me in an ice pack for this knee. Wait. Fascinated, he stepped forward. Rowena. Her name wasn't Rowena, it was... I can't quite remember, but it wasn't... She broke off, her eyes widening as the cloaked woman turned and smiled at her. Except it is Rowena. I couldn't send you alone. We wouldn't let him take your lives here. Will you finish your quest? She asked Dana. I haven't come this far to toss it in now. I was about to... She cut herself off again. It's not in the book. Not anymore. Not on the white page with the black words. It's here now, in the story like we are. I've already done more than I'm permitted to do. I can only ask you, will you finish your quest? Yes, I'll finish it. Rowena vanished, not with smoke and light as Cain had, but as if she'd never been. What the hell do we do now? Jordan asked. Go back, somehow, to the beginning of the book and start looking? The lines you remembered were from the prologue. No, we don't have to go back. I need a minute first. She stepped to the wall, breathed deep. Autumn smoke in the air, she chanted. The way the moon, a perfect ball, is carved into the sky. Everything, the trees, the valley. Look, you can just see the river, the way the moonlight glints off the water at the bend of it. It's all here. Every detail. Yeah, nice view. Let's finish up and go look at it in our world. I like your book, Jordan. I don't want to live here, but it's a fascinating place to visit. It's exactly the way I pictured it. You write a hell of a story. Dana, I can't do this. I can't stand thinking about the way you're lying there back home. You're so pale, so cold. You look like Ninian from Brad's portrait. One walks. She gestured to where Rowena had been. One waits. That would be Ninian. Or in reflection, I guess it's me. She turned, held out a hand. I need the key, Jordan. He stared at her. Honey, if I had the key, I'd have given it to you long before this. You always had it. You just didn't know it. I'm the key, and you're mine. Write it for me, Jordan. Put it in my hand, and let's go home. All right. He tried to wrap his mind around it. Then he touched her face and let himself see. She stood bathed in moonlight, goddess and lover, with eyes deep and dark with truths. He might have been born loving her, he wasn't sure, but he knew without question that he would die loving her. She smiled, he continued as Dana's lips curved, and held out her hand to him. It glittered in her palm. A small, simple thing. The key she'd searched for, fought for. It was old but bright with promise. A slim bar of gold, topped with a swirl of connecting circles in a symbol as old as time. She felt the weight of it, and the shape against her palm. Closing her fist around it, she reached for him with her free hand. It'll take us back, she said. For the epilogue. She opened her eyes, blinked at the sea of faces, then blinked at her brother. Annie M. Oh, Christ, Dana! He grabbed her, hauled her up against him, and rocked them both. Ouch! But she was laughing as he hugged her tight enough to crack ribs. Take it easy. I've already got more than enough bumps and bruises. You're hurt? Where are you hurt? If you can bear to let her go a moment, I'll tend her. Rowena touched Flynn's shoulder. I have the key. Yes, I know. Will you trust me with it for now? You bet. Without hesitation, she put the key in Rowena's hand. Reaching back for Jordan, she grinned at her friends. What a ride! You scared the hell out of us. Mallory swallowed back tears. Both of you. Your face is bruised. Her face is bruised, Zoe said, and moved in immediately. Her arm's bleeding. Oh, her poor throat. Where are the bandages? She won't need them, little mother, Pitt stated calmly. I cut my arm on some glass, breaking into the peak, or the watch, I should say, and my knee feels about the size of a watermelon. As scary and weird as the whole thing was, I have to admit, it was also very cool. She trailed off, looking down in surprise at the knee that had throbbed until Rowena laid hands on it. Wow, that feels good. Better than usual. Maybe so, but I bet you can still use this. Brad pushed a snifter into her hand. I remembered where you keep the brandy, he told her, then leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. Welcome back, baby. Good to be back. She downed a swallow of brandy, then passed the snifter to Jordan. There's a lot to tell. Would you prefer to stay here and rest, or are you feeling well enough to come to the peak tonight and use the key? Dana studied Rowena as the woman stroked her fingers over her bruised cheek. You'd wait? The choice is yours. It always has been. Well, I'm up for it. She glanced at the clock, nearly goggled. 9? How can it be only 9 o'clock? I feel like I was out for days. 68 of the longest minutes of my life, Flynn told her. If you want to do this tonight, we'll go with you. I have to call the babysitter. Zoe flushed as all heads turned toward her. I know that sounds silly considering, but there's nothing silly about making certain your child is safe and well tended. Rowena rose. Pitt and I will take the key and wait for you. If there's a problem with the sitter, Brad began, I'll go stay with Simon. You should be with the others for this. Oh, well. Flustered, she backed out of the room. I'm sure Mrs. Hanson won't mind staying a bit later, but thanks. I'll just go call. We'll start up as soon as Zoe's ready. Dana turned back to look at Rowena, but she and Pitt were gone. Man, they sure do poof in and poof out, don't they? They'd have saved us an hour's driving time round trip if they'd poofed us with them. Jordan danced his fingers lightly over her cheek, down the column of her throat. The bruises and scrapes were gone. "You sure you're up to this?" "Not only up for it, raring. We'll fill you guys in on everything when we get to the peak. I'll feel better once the key's in the lock." In the portrait room, they were served good, rich coffee and small sugary cakes while Dana and Jordan took turns filling in those 68 minutes. "You were so smart," Zoe commented. "I don't know how you kept your head." "There were moments when I lost it. I'd get confused, or I'd get scared, or he'd change the plot on me. It helped a lot when I realized that Jordan was either there or manipulating things too. Getting rid of that maze Kane had created, pointing me toward the right door, made a big difference. I didn't care for his editorial input." Jordan took her hand, kissed it just above the ruby. "And in this case, I decided the hero should take a more active role in the denouement. No complaints there." "Do you think you killed him?" Mallory wanted to know, "when you pushed him over the wall of the parapet?" "No, I don't think so. He went, you know." She wagged a thumb toward Rowena and Pitt. "Poof." "But we hurt him," Jordan put in, "and not just his pride. He felt it when I punched him, just like he felt it when Dana tried to rip his face off. He bled. If he can bleed, he can be killed." "Not completely." Rings sparkled on Rowena's hands as she poured more coffee. "Death is different for us, and some part of what we are remains. In the trees, in the stones, in the earth or the water or wind." "But he can be defeated," Jordan insisted. "He can be vanquished." "It could be done," she said quietly. "Perhaps it will be." "He retreated." Brad lifted his coffee cup. "He ran because he wasn't prepared to take you both on at once." "He might have done us both in with that sword he pulled out of thin air. I think we owe Rowena for that one," Dana said. "He was not to shed mortal blood, not to take mortal life. It should never have been allowed. We don't know why it has been, but since it has, we'll do whatever we can to prevent him from doing so again." "At what cost to you?" Brad wondered. "The responsibility is ours," Pitt said simply, "as is the cost." "You may not get back now. Isn't that it?" Brad had worked it out while trying to keep his mind off his own fears for his friends. "You broke your vow, so even if all 3 keys are found and used, even if the souls of the Daughters of Glass are freed, you may not be able to go back. You'll be trapped here, in this dimension, forever." "That's not fair." Seeing the truth of it on Rowena's face, Zoe stood up. "That's not justice. That's not right." "Gods are not always just, and often far from fair." Touched by Zoe's defense, Rowena rose. "This was our choice. One might say our moment of truth. And now, will you finish yours?" She held out a hand, offering the key to Dana. Odd, Dana thought, that she was wobbly in the knees now. But she stood, walked to Rowena. Whatever promise or rule you broke, you did it to save lives. If you're punished for that, if that's the way your world works, maybe you're better off in ours. There would be no lock if we had guarded them more closely. They are the innocents, Dana, and they suffer because I was weak. How long do you have to pay for that? As long as they do, and longer if that is the law. Take this and open the second lock. You'll give them hope, and give it to me as well. Pitt lifted the glass box, dancing with blue lights out of the chest. He placed the box of souls with great care on a table, then stood at one side, warrior straight, while Rowena stood on the other. Watching those lights, Dana felt her heart ache. There were 2 locks left, and she slid the key into the first, felt the gold heat against her skin, watched light shoot along the bar, along her fingers as she turned her wrist. She heard the quiet click, a kind of sigh, then saw the frantic leap of those 3 lights. With a flash, both key and lock melted away. And then there was 1 lock remaining on the glass prison. Rowena stepped forward and kissed Dana on each cheek. Thank you for your vision. Turning, she smiled at Zoe. Looks like I'm up. Because her cup rattled in her saucer, she set it aside. Will you come, all of you, at 7 on the night before the new moon? The night before the new moon? Zoe repeated. Friday, 7 o'clock, Brad supplied. Oh, yes, okay. Will you bring your son? I enjoy children, and I'd like to meet him. Simon? I don't want to take any chances with Simon. Neither do I, Rowena assured her. I'd like to meet him and do what I can to see him safe. Whatever I can do, I will do to see that no harm comes to him. I promise you this. Zoe nodded. He'll get a big kick out of this place. He's never seen anything like it. I look forward to it. Dana, could I have a word with you, in private? Sure. Rowena stretched out a hand and took Dana's to lead her out of the room. Did I ever tell you I like what you've done with the place? Dana scanned the colorful mosaics on the floor, the silky walls, the gleaming furniture. I especially like it now that I've seen what it could look like under less hospitable circumstances. It will be yours soon. Still hard to imagine that. I keep meaning to show you this particular room. Rowena stopped in front of a double pocket door, swept it open, and ushered Dana into a book lover's version of heaven. It was a 2-level library, with a lovely ornate rail encircling the 2nd level. A fire was snapping away in a hearth of rosy granite, its light and the light from a dozen lamps glittering on the polished wood of the floor. High above, a mural was painted on the domed ceiling. She saw dozens of figures from the most romantic of fairy tales, Rapunzel spilling her golden hair out of a tower, Sleeping Beauty just wakened by a kiss, Cinderella slipping her foot into a delicate glass slipper. It's incredible, Dana whispered. Beyond incredible. Wide, deep chairs, long, deep sofas were done in leather the color of good port. There were other small treasures in tables, in rugs, in art, but Dana was dazzled by the books. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of books. I knew you would enjoy it, Rowena said on a peal of laughter. You look as though you're about to be well pleasured by a particularly skillful lover. You know, I have to be impressed by your being a god and all that sort of thing, but this goes way over the top. I bow to you. Delighted, Rowena perched on the arm of a chair. When Mallory completed her quest, I offered her a gift of her choosing, any boon that was in my power to grant. I offer you the same now. We made a deal. We both kept our part of it. So she said, or something close enough to the same. I gave her the portrait she'd painted while Cain held her. It seemed to please her. I'd like to offer you these books, all that's in this room. I hope that will please you when you're mistress of this place." "All of them?" "Yes, all," she said with another laugh, "and all inside this room. Will you accept?" "You don't have to twist my arm." "Thank you." She moved toward one of the shelves, then stopped herself. "No, if I get started, I won't get out of here for the next 2 or 3 years. I'll take very good care of them." "I'll treasure this room," Dana told her, "and everything in it." "I know you will. Now, let your man take you home. Let him cherish you tonight as he wants to." "I can do that." "You already gave me a gift," she said as they walked out of the room. "You gave him back to me." "You took him back. That's entirely different." She paused when they reached the door to the portrait room. "He's very handsome, your warrior." "Yeah." She studied him, watched the way he turned his head, the way his eyes met hers, held hers, while he slowly smiled. "See that look there?" she murmured to Rowena. "That's the one that turns me to jelly. If he knew that, he'd use it on me every time he wanted his way." "What were you and Rowena grinning about when you came back in?" Jordan asked. "That's our little secret." Instead of opening the car door, she walked past it, then turned to look back at the peak. "It's going to be ours. I'm still trying to get my head around that. We're going to live here, Jordan." He moved behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and drew her to him. "We'll be happy here. The house wants happiness." On a sigh, she tilted her head, pressed her lips to his cheek. "I'm already happy." They drove away from the peak, and neither saw the cloaked figure standing on the parapet under the thin light of the crescent moon. She watched them go. She wished them well, and turned when her warrior touched her shoulder. Pressing her cheek to his heart, she wept a little for what was and for what might be.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Key of Knowledge by Nora Roberts. Copyright 2003 by Nora Roberts. Read by Susan Erickson. Performance copyright 2003 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.